Nec homo nec Deus nec natura.
With the ongoing triumph of new life sciences and technologies, one would expect religion to disappear, except in its more ascetic versions which are compatible with scientific materialism, like the wrongly so-called transcendental meditation. However, we are witnessing lately a strange revival of thinking, and potentially experiencing, the divine which grounds itself in these very new scientific and technological breakthroughs. The main notion is here that of the approaching post-humanity. With new forms of AI, our individual minds will get merged with global artificial intelligence into an all-encompassing singularity. Cosmism as a case of pagan Christianity. This mixture of modern science and divinity has a long history. Its starting point is arguably the rise of the so-called Cosmism, whose founding figure is the Russian philosopher and theologian Vladimir Solovyov, 1853 to 1900. Point 1. We cannot really understand today's proliferation of ideologists like Alexander Dugin without analyzing their roots in the Russian tradition of Cosmism. Cosmism began with Nikolai Fedorov, who was nicknamed the Socrates of Moscow, because of his ascetic habits and his radical philosophy. He had one all-encompassing goal: the achievement of immortality and the resurrection of the dead. Two among his communist followers there are Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, who theorized about space travel, Alexander Bogdanov, the target of Lenin's critique of empirio-criticism, who practiced blood transfusion as a means to prolong one's life, and Anatolij Lunacharsky, the Minister of Culture in the first decade of the SSSR. In theology, Fedorov was followed by Solovyov, who called for a universal theocracy under a Russian Tsar, to hasten humanity's long and difficult passage from beast mankind to God mankind. The next stage in evolution is to become immortal spiritual beings. Only Christ has reached this stage so far, but all humanity will soon follow. However, Solovyov thought this spiritual evolution would happen through magical spiritual means, while Fedorov insisted on scientific resurrection. But both agreed that humanity would be saved by Russian theocracy. Point 3. Sultan Halai IV established a lineage from the two strands of Russian Cosmism, believe in resurrection and eternal life, scientific Fedorov in 19th century and Cosmism in the first decade of the USSR, which also deeply influenced Soviet cosmonautic program, and religious spiritual, up to the nihilistic approach to the prospect of nuclear destruction in the USSR and under Putin. The so-called biocosmism, a strange combination of vulgar materialism and Gnostic spirituality, formed the obscene secret teaching of the Soviet Marxism. Repressed out of the public sight in the central period of the Soviet state, biocosmism was openly propagated only in the first and in the last 2 decades of the Soviet rule. Its main theses are the goals of religion, collective paradise, overcoming of all suffering, full individual immortality, resurrection of the dead, victory over time and death, conquest of space far beyond the solar system, can be realized in terrestrial life through the development of modern science and technology. In the future, not only will sexual difference be abolished, with the rise of chaste posthumans reproducing themselves through direct biotechnical reproduction, it will also be possible to resurrect all the dead of the past, establishing their biological formula through their remains and then re-engendering them. At that time, DNA was not yet known, thus even erasing all past injustices, undoing past suffering and destruction. In this bright biopolitical communist future, not only humans but also animals, all living beings, will participate in a directly collectivized reason of the cosmos. Whatever one can hold against Lenin's ruthless critique of Maxim Gorky's The Construction of God, Bogograditelstvo, the direct deification of man, one should bear in mind that Gorky himself collaborated with biocosmists. It is interesting to note resemblances between this biocosmism and today's technonosis. Exemplary is here the vision of Trotsky. What is man? He is by no means a finished or harmonious being. No, he is still a highly awkward creature. Man, as an animal, has not evolved by plan but spontaneously, and has accumulated many contradictions. The question of how to educate and regulate, of how to improve and complete the physical and spiritual construction of man, is a colossal problem which can only be understood on the basis of socialism. To produce a new, improved version of man, that is the future task of communism. And for that we first have to find out everything about man, his anatomy, his physiology, and that part of his physiology which is called his psychology. Man must look at himself and see himself as a raw material, or at best as a semi-manufactured product, and say, "At last, my dear Homo sapiens, I will work on you." 5. If Fedorov was the Russian Socrates, the big systematizer of cosmism, its Plato was Soloviev. Accusing Western philosophy of a disregard for material cosmic life and a one-sided development of pure conceptual thinking, Soloviev follows the ancient Neoplatonic, Gnostic and mythical traditions in associating the materiality of the world with the feminine principle. His name for this principle is Sophia, and he refers here to late Schelling's philosophy of revelation, where he speaks of the Weltmutter, World Mother, the substance of the future creation, who does not really belong to divine nature, and yet cannot be separated from it. This World Mother has two faces. First, there is the Weltmutter, as Maya, the demonic, fallen, deceitful aspect of Sophia, as the negative reality of earthly life as it is. This reality must indeed be denied. In this Soloviev agrees with Eastern Buddhism. However, he believes there is another true face of the World Mother, the divine Sophia, an ideal materiality, the possibility of harmonious, true life that was opened already before the
Original sin.
In the divine, personalized Sophia, the dividedness and fallenness of the material world are always already potentially overcome, and the task of philosophy, that is, of the love of Sophia, is to unite the lover, that is, the philosopher, with Sophia, and thus to accomplish a theurgic act of world transformation. In clear contrast to Nietzsche, for Soloviev the task of justifying matter does not stand in opposition to the Christian tradition. Christianity is distinguished from all other high religions by the fact that in it the Word became flesh. Matter has been recognized as equal in dignity to spirit. The primacy of spirit, rationality and logos over matter, which is characteristic of Western culture and links it to Eastern Buddhism, does not have its source in Christianity. It is the consequence of the West's turn away from Christianity, which is above all characteristic of the modern age. Sophia is conceived from this perspective as the feminine and simultaneously material dimension of Christ, as Christ's transfigured body, in proximity to the Church that is also regarded as the mystical body of Christ. In the divine organism of Christ, the acting, unifying principle, the principle which expresses the unity of the unconditionally extant one, is obviously the Word or Logos. The unity of the second kind, the produced unity, in Christian theosophy bears the name of Sophia. Sophia is God's body, the matter of divinity, permeated with the principle of divine unity. Christ is both Logos and Sophia. By situating the materiality even before the world's creation within the embodied Logos as the feminine principle manifested through the person of Sophia, Soloviev effectively expands the divine trinity, introducing into it a new female divine hypostasis. Humanity as Sophia is the eternal body of God. It is only the divinity of matter, recognized as Sophia, that guarantees the possibility of deification for human beings and the hope for eternal life. This is Soloviev's basic paradox. Human beings only become immortal through matter, through their participation in the body of Christ. In this way, Soloviev seeks to transform the familiar irrefutable proof of human beings' finitude, mortality and contingency, their materiality, into a proof of their immortality. Only materiality as the maternal feminine principle, and even more as the person Sophia, can redeem human beings through love. Soloviev thus asserts the defeat of rationalism and rationalist moralism in their struggle against lower nature. As symptoms of that defeat, he identifies the demise of the French Revolution and of German idealism. The aim of Soloviev's philosophy is to bring human beings to accept and justify matter, and to love it as Sophia. In movie history, the supreme expression of such spiritual materialism are, of course, the films of Andrei Tarkovsky. When one of their heroes has a spiritual experience, it is not by way of an effort to elevate himself above the earthly reality, gazing up towards heaven or a distant horizon. On the contrary, he lies flat on humid earth, soaking his face into mud and dirty water. Needless to add that such spiritualization of matter is the very opposite of the basic stance of modern science, in which matter is also spiritualized. But in a totally different way, matter becomes an abstraction formalized in mathematical formulas. Now we come to the worst part of cosmism, If the fall is not the fall into material reality, why is then our reality obviously imperfect? For Slajov, the reason for the world's imperfection lies in its dividedness, in the war of all against all. In order to establish harmony, individuals must cease to assert their will unchecked, as they do, for example, in the Hegelian dialectic, but they must not simply deny it either, as in Schopenhauer. They must set limits on it, take their place within the sophiological totality. The recognition of the world's true sophiological character, its sophiicity, sophinost, offers every individual person the possibility of finding an appropriate place for his or her own drives and passions and those of others, without having to struggle against them. Sophiicity, in this context, represents an application to the cosmic totality of the earlier Slavophile concept of conciliarity, sobornost, which essentially means taking one's place within the social totality without losing one's own subjectivity or individuality, and which, in the view of the Slavophiles, distinguished the original condition of Christianity before its division into East and West. This disintegration is regarded as the root malady and evil of the whole of European civilization. The Western world is the historical embodiment of rationalism and egoistic, loveless materialism, which is incapable of the true sophiological materialism of love. Against this Western European malady, as well as against the Oriental denial of free individuality, the completion and consummation of human history requires a new historical force, Russia. This is why the cosmism of spiritualized matter could only emerge within the Russian Orthodox version of Christianity, whose basic formula is God became man so that man will become God. This is how cosmists interpret the appearance of Christ, God-man, as a model for what all of humanity should approach. One should, of course, contrast this to Martin Luther's idea that man is an excrement of God, something that fell out of God's anus. Here we encounter the crucial dilemma best exemplified by the ambiguity of the following statements. Jesus says to his friends, "I send the promise of the Father upon you." In this we know he is talking about the Holy Spirit, the Comforter, the one who will accompany them, guide them, support them in their mission and defend them in spiritual battles. Jesus is trying to reassure them he is not about to abandon them, quite the opposite. He ascends to heaven, but he does not leave them alone. Rather, precisely by ascending toward God, he is ensuring what Pope Francis describes as the effusion of the Holy Spirit of his Spirit, or what Archbishop Rowan Williams so eloquently reminds us, that the human life in which God has made himself most visible, most tangible, disappears from the human world in its former shape and is somehow absorbed into the endless life of God. And our humanity, all of it, goes with Jesus. Williams urges us to recognize that right there in Ephesians. The fullness of him who fills all in all means Jesus taking into himself all the difficult, resistant, unpleasant bits of our humanity, taking them into the heart of God's love where alone they can be healed and transfigured. 6. With all my admiration for Williams, I think he gets here too close to orthodoxy. It all hinges on how we read the central claim that God became man so that man can become God. Man will become God can be read in the sense of cosmism, as an actual transformation of humanity into a higher entity leaving behind mortality and its corruption, or it can be read as a spiritual transformation of humans who, at the level of reality, remain fully here, embedded in the misery of our terrestrial world. In this case, no God as a separate entity has to intervene with supernatural acts. God died on the cross, and all that is here is the Holy Spirit as the community of believers bound by love. This is the true miracle. Everything is different while nothing changes in reality. The image of the West implied by cosmism, secular rationalism, exploitation of earth, etc., is of course ridiculously one-sided. The West has its own mystical tradition, from Meister Eckhart and Jacob Boehme up to Schelling, which shifts accent on the split in God himself, on how God is born out of man, even on an evil aspect, rage in God, on how the fall from God is a fall of / in God himself. No wonder Hegel called Boehme the first German philosopher. And if we approach cosmism from this deepest tradition of Western theosophy, we can quickly discern its dark potentials, which are felt even today in the works of those like Dugin, who legitimize Russian aggression on Ukraine as a struggle against Western corruption. The ultra-intelligent idiocy of chatbots. However, at this point we should change the terrain. The ongoing wave of fascination with AI is not just a matter of theoretical speculations about embodied intelligence, For many of us, it is more and more something that concerns our daily existence, changing our daily habits. There is a long tradition in philosophy and in sciences of denying free will, but doubts about free will don't really change history unless they have a practical impact on economics, politics, and day-to-day life. Humans are masters of cognitive dissonance, and we allow ourselves to believe one thing in the laboratory and an altogether different thing in the courthouse or in parliament. 7. Yuval Harari points out how even popular champions of the new scientific world like Richard Dawkins or Steve Pinker, after writing hundreds of pages which debunk free will and freedom of choice, end up supporting political liberalism. However, today, liberalism is threatened not by the philosophical idea that there are no free individuals, but rather by concrete technologies. We are about to face a flood of extremely useful devices, tools and structures that make no allowance for the free will of individual humans. Can democracy, the free market, and human rights survive this flood? 306. Let's take a closer look at how does this flood function. First, the new technologies enabling us to manipulate and create public opinion demonstrate how non-free the third space, neither public nor private, of our media is. It's not just a space of chaotic exchanges where conspiracy theories are allowed to thrive. It is also a space in which control and manipulation thrive even more. A team of Israeli contractors, codenamed Team Jorge, claim to have manipulated more than 30 elections around the world using hacking, sabotage, and automated misinformation on social media. Team Jorge is led by 50-year-old Tal Hanan, a former Israeli Special Forces operative. The methods and techniques described by Team Jorge raise new challenges for big tech platforms, which have for years struggled to prevent nefarious actors spreading falsehoods or breaching the security on their platforms. Evidence of a global private market in disinformation aimed at elections will also ring alarm bells for democracies around the world. 8. All this is now more or less common knowledge, at least from the time of the Cambridge Analytica scandal. Its involvement in the 2016 US elections significantly helped Trump to win. However, to make things worse, one should include into the series of new algorithms also the explosion of programs that make face swapping and other deep fake procedures easily accessible. Most popular are, of course, algorithms that swap celebrity faces onto porn actresses' bodies in adult films. The tools needed to create this homemade porn videos, including your favorite Hollywood actresses and pop stars, are readily available and easy to use. This means that even those without a computer science background and limited knowledge of technology can still make the films. 9. The faces of hardcore actresses can be swapped not only by pop stars but also by those nearest to you. The procedure is eye-catching for its simplicity. Turn anyone into a porn star by using deepfake technology to swap the person's face into an adult video. All it requires is the picture and the push of a button. Unfortunately, deepfakes are mostly used to create pornography with women on whom this has a devastating effect. Between 90% and 95% of all online deepfake videos are non-consensual porn, and around 90% of those feature women. 10. And if you want also the voices to fit the swapped faces, you use the voice AI voice to create hyper-realistic replicas that sound exactly like the real person. 11. The ultimate incestuous shortcut would be here, of course, to swap my own and my wife's or partner's face into an adult video, plus to accompany the shots with our voice clones, so that we would just sit comfortably, have a drink and observe our passionate sex. But why limit ourselves to sex? What about embarrassing our enemies with face-swapped videos of them doing something disgusting or criminal? This, of course, in no way implies that similar techniques cannot also produce positive results. On January 10, 2023, a video appeared on YouTube of the Queen's song, I Want to Break Free, performed by the North Korean girl group Morambong Band, whose members were handpicked by Kim Jong-un, and the North Korean military chorus, with the public, including Kim Jong-un himself and his wife, clapping to the song. 12. It was soon discovered that the video is a fake combining actual shots lip-synced with other voices. 13. But this discovery just confirmed that, to quote Lacan, truth has the structure of a fiction. The first two lines of the song are, I want to break free from your lies / you're so self-satisfied I don't need you. Is this not the true desire of the large majority of ordinary North Koreans, who want to break free from the lies of the self-satisfied official propaganda? Or are things much more ambiguous, And we should here introduce the distinction between want and desire. People want to break free, but what they desire is much more ambiguous and obscure. Back to our main line, we should add to this series chatbots, computer programs that are capable of maintaining a conversation with the user in natural language, understanding their intent, and replying based on preset rules and data. Lately, their capacity augmented explosively. While grading essays for his World Religions course last month, Anthony Aumann, a professor of philosophy at Northern Michigan University, read what he said was easily the best paper in the class. It explored the morality of burqa bans with clean paragraphs, fitting examples and rigorous arguments. Aumann asked his student whether he had written the essay himself. The student confessed to using ChatGPT, a chatbot that delivers information, explains concepts and generates ideas in simple sentences, and in this case had written the paper. The moves are part of a real-time grappling with a new technological wave, known as generative artificial intelligence. ChatGPT, which was released in November 2022 by the artificial intelligence lab OpenAI, is at the forefront of the shift. The chatbot generates eerily articulate and nuanced text in response to short prompts, with people using it to write love letters, poetry, fan fiction, and their schoolwork. 14. No wonder universities and high schools are reacting in panic, some of them allowing only oral exams. Among other problems, there is one that deserves attention. How should chatbot react when the human partner in a dialogue engages in aggressive sexist and racist remarks, presents its troubling sexual fantasies, and regularly uses foul language? Microsoft acknowledged that some extended chat sessions with its new Bing chat tool can provide answers not in line with our design tone. Microsoft also said the chat function in some instances tries to respond or reflect in the tone in which it is being asked to provide responses. 15. In short, the problem arises when the human exchanging messages with a chatbot uses dirty language or makes violent racist and sexist remarks, and the chatbot, programmed to answer at the same level as the questions addressed to it, replies in the same tone. The obvious answer to this problem is some kind of regulation which sets clear limits, i.e. censorship. But who will determine how far should this censorship go? Should political positions deemed offensive by some people also be prohibited? Will a solidarity with West Bank Palestinians or the claim that Israel is an apartheid state, as Jimmy Carter put it in the title of his book, be blocked as anti-Semitic? But the problem runs deeper, as James Bridle put it succinctly. Artificial intelligence in its current form is based on the wholesale appropriation of existing culture, and the notion that it is actually intelligent could be actively dangerous. 16.1 should not underestimate the ability of AI image generators. In their attempt to understand and replicate the entirety of human visual culture, they seem to have recreated our darkest fears as well. Perhaps this is just a sign that these systems are very good indeed at aping human consciousness, all the way down to the horror that lurks in the depths of existence, our fears of filth, death, and corruption. The dirt and disgust of living and dying will stay with us and need addressing, just as the hope, love, joy, and discovery will. 17. However, let's take the following example. What if, instead of the standard buy one, get another one for free? We say, buy one beer for the price of two and receive a second beer absolutely free. The bar, which effectively used this reformulation on a board in front of the entrance, attracted many new customers. 18. Its cynicism was endorsed as a comic honesty. Yanni Vezanen 19 provided a model explanation of this underlying logic. Under capitalism, you can buy one beer for the price of two, and feel privileged to receive a second beer absolutely free, all while believing you've cheated the system. How would a chatbot react to it? Will it dismiss the changed version as a self-evident stupidity, but you've already paid for two, so the second beer is not free? Will it get the irony, or will it even get the redoubled strategy, how this irony may help the sales? I made a couple of tests and the result was that the chatbot did get the basic irony, but it ignored or didn't get the redoubled irony, i.e., the fact that the apparent critical sting at consumerist advertising actually helps sales. And let's return to dirty words. The use of the F word in our daily language involves a strange opposition. While if designates something that most people enjoy doing, I was F'ing her all night and I never had a better time. When used in go F yourself, and similar variations, it clearly designates an aggressive stance. Is AI ready to discern such differences? It obviously can do it since it is programmed to contextualize different space of meaning of a word or phrase. But how would it react to an intentional mixture of the two basic uses of the F word? After a passionate night of intense sex, a woman who is a close friend of mine told me, "My partner is a true fuckwit, so I was really fucked up everywhere." The friend of mine used negative words in a literal way which gave them a positive spin, so that a rough translation into ordinary language would be something like, "My partner was a very inventive guy in sexual practices, so I've had an intense sexual experience in many parts of my body." A feature that is also at stake here is the inextricable mixture of failure and success. A true rhetorical success emerges out of reinterpreting failure as a success. In his essay on the gradual formation of thoughts in the process of speech, from 1805, first published posthumously in 1878, Heinrich von Kleist thus turns around the common wisdom according to which one should open one's mouth and say something only when one has a clear idea of what one wants to say. If therefore a thought is expressed in a fuzzy way, then it does not at all follow that this thought was conceived in a confused way. On the contrary, it is quite possible that the ideas that are expressed in the most confusing fashion are the ones that were thought out most clearly. Point 20. There is a passage in one of Stalin's speeches from the early 1930s where he proposes radical measures against all those who even secretly oppose the collectivization of farms. We should detect and fight without mercy even those who oppose collectivization only in their thoughts. Yes, I mean this, we should fight even people's thoughts. One can safely presume that this passage was not prepared in advance. Stalin got caught into his rhetorical enthusiasm of the struggle against the enemies of collectivization, and was spontaneously carried away into adding that even people's private thoughts should be controlled and fought. Then he immediately became aware of what he just said, but instead of admitting that he was carried away, he quickly decided to heroically stick to his hyperbole. This is how, to put it in Lacanese, truth is an effect of surprise triggered by its enunciation, or, as Althusser put it, referring to the wordplay between prize and surprise, every authentic grasping / prize / of some content comes as a surprise to the one who accomplishes it. And again, is a chatbot able to do this? In some sense, in all its stupidity, it is not stupid enough to do it. And as many perspicuous observers noted, the true danger is not that we real individuals will misperceive what a chatbot is saying as the talk of a real person. It is much more that communicating with chatbots will make real persons talk like chatbots, missing the nuances and ironies, obsessed with false precision of saying only what they really want to say, etc. One can also put it in yet another way. Chatbots are naive, missing irony and reflexivity, but in their very naivety they are not naive enough. They are unable to grasp higher, redoubled naivety. I remember from my student years a weird thing that happened to a then friend of mine after a traumatic experience. He went to a very good Slovene psychoanalyst, and since he had a cliché idea of what analysts expect from a patient, he in the first session delivered a set of fake free associations about how he hates his father and even wants his death. The analyst's reaction was ingenious, an absolutely authentic intervention. He adopted a naive pre-Freudian stance and reproached my friend with not showing enough respect for his father. How can you talk like this about a person who took care of you with love and made you what you are? Etc. The message of this naivety was clear. I don't buy your associations. You are bluffing, they are a fake to impress me and to lead me astray. Would a chatbot be able to read this reaction correctly? In a reaction to this example of mine, an anonymous message on Reddit says, "Well, I asked / a chatbot / why did the analyst do that?" And it said, by adopting a non-Freudian stance, the analyst may have been signaling that the patient did not have to conform to preconceived notions of what was expected in psychoanalytic treatment, which Zizek was so sure was beyond it. Point 21. However, a careful reader will immediately notice that the chatbot does not say the same thing as my interpretation of the analyst's reaction. My point is not that the friend of mine was simply trying to conform to preconceived notions of what was expected in psychoanalytic treatment. It is much stronger, even more aggressive, implicitly accusing the patient that he was consciously cheating, inventing falsely Freudian associations, in order to deceive the analyst. This is why the analyst's non-Freudian reaction was a supreme case of the properly Freudian gesture. And incidentally, as every analyst knows, The first sessions with a new patient are always full of the patient's attempts to test the analyst, to learn if the analyst can be manipulated and deceived. The same goes for a critique of my old example concerning the use of the N-R word. Once two black friends were so enthusiastic about what I've just said that one of them embraced me and exclaimed, "Now you can call me N-R." My critic claims that those who agree with me here are insane. The problem here is that Zizek's argument is premised on his freedom to use racial slurs. Zizek uses the N-word as a stand against political correctness, implying that black people who don't want you to call them racial slurs are being politically correct, and therefore unreasonable. And sure, maybe the guy he was talking to didn't mind at all. But whether or not you say the N-word as a non-black person should not be based on finding an individual black person who lets you say it. It should be based on your understanding of what the word signifies, as a word that was used to directly justify the ownership of one race by property of another. That's what gets me man. 22. Let me make things absolutely clear here. Exactly like a chatbot, my critic is ignoring the obvious context of my example. I did not, and I never do, use the N-word in a communication, and the black guy who told me, "Now you can call me an R," obviously didn't mean that I should really do it. It was an expression of friendship based on the fact that blacks use this word occasionally among themselves in an ironic friendly way. I am quite sure that if I were really to address him as an R, he would in the best of cases react angrily, as if I didn't get the obvious point. His remark obeyed the logic of an offer meant to be refused, which I elaborated extensively elsewhere. Like when I say to somebody, "What you did now for me was so nice that you can kill me and I wouldn't mind it." And I definitely don't expect him to say, "Okay," and pull out a knife. 23. Another aspect of the limitations of chatbots appeared when my colleague from Slovenia said so. Dolink asked a Bing chat to write in my Zizek's style about Bing chat, and it responded speaking like me that Bing chat is an example of what I call interpassivity. Interpassivity is a situation where we delegate our enjoyment or activity to another agent, such as laughing at a sitcom or praying through a rosary. In this case, we delegate our thinking or creativity to Bing chat. We let it do the work for us while we passively consume its outputs. We abdicate our responsibility and agency, while we indulge in our fantasies and pleasures. But why do we do this? Why do we accept this interpassive relationship with Bing chat? The answer is simple. Because it is easier and more comfortable than facing the reality and complexity of the world. Because it allows us to avoid the contradictions and conflicts that are inherent in our existence. Because it offers us a false sense of security and satisfaction. 24. The irony of this reply is that the Bing chat confused interpassivity with interactivity, not in the standard sense of interacting with others, but in more narrow Robert Fowler's sense of another person or machine doing the work for me. 25. Interpassivity does not mean that we let an other person or machine do the work for us while we passively consume its outputs. It means its almost exact opposite. We let an other sit back to passively consume or enjoy while we are doing the work. At a funeral, I can hire an other, the so-called weepers, to cry for me, to pretend to experience the required mourning, allowing me to be active, say to bargain with others how to divide the inheritance of the deceased. The misunderstanding of the Bing chat trying to explain itself in my style is nothing special. My question is here a more general one. What if this misunderstanding expresses the fact that the Bing chat, which can easily be active in my place doing work for me, cannot be interpassive, cannot be passive in my place and thus allow me, not the space to rest but the space to act? In his book on Dostoevsky 26, Rowan Williams proposes a radically new, at least to my knowledge, reading of Dostoevsky's The Idiot, in contrast to the predominant reading in which the novel's hero, Prince Mishkin, the idiot, is perceived as a person of saintly love and goodness, the positively good and beautiful man, as Dostoevsky himself characterized him, a person for whom the real world of brutal power play and passions is too harsh so that, at the end, he has to withdraw into the seclusion of madness. In contrast to this standard reading, Williams reads Mishkin as the eye of a storm. Yes, a good saintly person, but a person who, precisely as such, triggers havoc and death all around him. It is because of him, because of the role he plays in the complex network of relationships around him, that Rogozin slaughters Nastasia Filipovna. So it's not just that Mishkin is an idiot, a naive simpleton for those around him, while he is in himself a model of goodness. He is effectively a naive idiot, unaware of his disastrous effect on others. Mishkin is a flat person who literally talks like a chatbot. His goodness resides in the fact that he reacts to challenges without irony, just with platitudes that miss any irony and reflexivity that could have been easily generated by AI. 27. Machines of perversion. But did we till now not rely too much on the common academic reaction to chatbots, mocking and excoriating the imperfection and mistakes that ChatGPT makes? Against this predominant topic shared by Chomsky and his conservative opponents, Mark Murphy 28 defends in a dialogue with Dwayne Roussel the claim that artificial intelligence does not function as a substitute for intelligence/sentience as such, which is why the stupidities, slips, mistakes and moronic myopia committed by a chatbot its constant apologies for getting stuff wrong are precisely its value, enabling us, the real individuals interacting with a chatbot, to maintain a false distance to it and to claim, when the chatbot says something stupid, "It's not me, it is the AI machine." Roussel and Murphy justify this claim by a complex line of argumentation whose starting premise is that ChatGPT is unconscious. The new digital media externalize our unconscious into AI machines, so that those who interact through AI are no longer divided subjects, i.e., subjects submitted to symbolic castration which makes their unconscious inaccessible to them, as Jacques-Alain Miller put it. With these new media, we entered universalized psychosis since symbolic castration is foreclosed. So instead of a horizontally divided subject, we get a vertical, not even division but parallelism, a side-by-side duality of subjects and the externalized machinic/digital unconscious. Narcissistic subjects exchange messages through their digital avatars, in a flat digital medium in which there simply is no space for the neighbor's opaque monstrosity. The Freudian unconscious implies responsibility signaled by the paradox of the strong feeling of guilt, without us even knowing what we are guilty of. The digital unconscious is, on the contrary, an unconscious without responsibility, and this represents a threat to the social bond. A subject is not existentially involved in its communication because it is done by AI, not by the subject itself. Just as we create an online avatar through which to engage the other and affiliate with online fraternities, might we not similarly use AI personas to take over these risky functions when we grow tired, in the same way bots are used to cheat in competitive online video games, or a driverless car might navigate the critical journey to our destination? We just sit back and cheer on our digital AI persona until it says something completely unacceptable. At that point, we chip in and say, "That wasn't me. It was my AI." This is why AI offers no solution to segregation and the fundamental isolation and antagonism we still suffer from, since without responsibility, there can be no post-givenness. Roussel introduced the term post-givenness to designate the field of ambiguity and linguistic uncertainty that allows a reaching out to the other in the field of what is known as the non-rapport. It thus deals directly with the question of impossibility as we relate to the other. It is about dealing with our neighbor's opaque monstrosity that can never be effaced even as we reach out to them on the best terms. In a video that appeared on the web in April 2023, we see the interaction between the Dalai Lama and a 7-year-old boy at a public ceremony. The boy is seen asking the Dalai Lama for a hug, following which the leader blessed him, asked him to kiss him and stuck out his tongue saying, "Suck my tongue." Many in the West blame the Dalai Lama for behaving inappropriately, and even being a pedophile. The critics pointed out that although sticking out one's tongue is a traditional practice in Tibet, a sign of benevolence, demonstrating that one's tongue is not dark, which indicates evil, asking another person to suck it has no place in the tradition. Tibetans answered that the correct Tibetan phrase is che lu sa, which roughly translates to eat my tongue. It is used by an older person like the grandfather to express his love for the child, meaning, "I've given you everything, so the only thing left is for you to eat my tongue." The meaning of this common expression used to tease and teach children is completely lost in cultural interpretation and its English translation. Although English is the Dalai Lama's second language, he speaks in broken English at public events, often making wrong translations, like in this case where eat became suck. But again, the critics pointed out that che lu sa is a metaphoric expression not implying that the addressee will really do it, while the child really sucked Dalai Lama's tongue. 29 plus the fact that something is part of a tradition doesn't preclude that it has an obscene or oppressive background. To take the extreme case, clitorodectomy is also part of a tradition, not Tibetan of course, and the ancient Tibet was full of what we consider today extremely humiliating practices and strict hierarchy. But again, it is no less probable that the wide distribution of this clip was orchestrated by the Chinese authorities to besmirch the figure of Dalai Lama, since he personalizes the Tibetan resistance to Chinese domination. The one thing we can be sure of is that, for a moment, we got a glimpse of Dalai Lama as our neighbor in the Lacanian sense of the term, an other who cannot be reduced to someone like us, whose otherness indicates an impenetrable abyss. To complicate the case even further, sticking one's tongue far out is also part of an ancient tradition in Tibet. Serfs or subordinate persons do this when they encounter a figure of high authority to show their self-humiliation. Plus, in Europe, to stick out your tongue mostly functions as a rude gesture to indicate mocking disgust or, with children, playful teasing. So we can imagine three-person, a paternal benevolent Tibetan, a subordinate Tibetan, and average European meeting, each of them greeting the others with the same gesture and interpreting the others doing the same gesture according to his way. For the paternal Tibetan, it would mean that they all want to be benevolent towards others. For the subordinate Tibetan, it would mean that they are all respectfully submissive, and for the European that they are all in the mode of playfully teasing each other. In this way, the further exchange among the three could go on smoothly, since this is how many of our communications already function. This neighbor's opaque monstrosity concerns also ourselves, since our unconscious is an opaque otherness in the very core of the subject, the mess of dirty enjoyments and obscenities. For Freud, dreams are the royal path to the unconscious, so the inability to take into account the subject's opaque monstrosity logically translates into the inability to dream. We dream outside of ourselves today, and hence that systems like ChatGPT and the metaverse operate by offering themselves the very space we have lost due to the old castrative models falling by the wayside. With the digitalized unconscious, we get a direct intervention of the unconscious. But why are we not then overwhelmed by the unbearable proximity of jouissance, as it happens with psychotics? Here I am tempted to disagree with Murphy and Roussel when they focus on how, with AI machines, enjoyment can be deferred and disavowed, how we can create something completely and horrifically obscene and not take responsibility for it. Its genius is found in aping the split subject in such a way that we can yet openly say, "This is not mine." The enjoyment comes precisely from disowning agency at such point, pointing at it and saying, "Look how idiotic it is." The clownish characteristics of the perverse why, turning toward the father, of much online conservatism is precisely the need to resurrect the father. From Trump to sundry triumphalist self-help lifestyle gurus, we see that function as prosthetic paternal figures. In these feudal events, we see attempts at the reactionary resurrection of the prosthetic phallic logic of the all, and an era of invention to perpetuate this logic. In failing to manifest a castrating figure, there is now a direct invention of the unconscious without the paternal structuring point. So it is perversion or perversion, version of the father, as Lacan put it, and not psychotic foreclosure that characterizes AI. The unconscious is not primarily the real of jouissance repressed by a castrating paternal figure, but symbolic castration itself at its most radical, which means the castration of the paternal figure itself. The embodiment of the big other castration means that father as a person is never at the level of his symbolic function. The perverse return of the obscene father, Trump in politics, is not the same as the psychotic paranoiac. Why? In chatbots and other phenomena of the AI, we are dealing with an inverted foreclosure. It is not, to repeat Lacan's classic formula, that the foreclosed symbolic function, name of the father, returns in the real as the agent of paranoiac hallucination. It is, on the opposite, the real of the neighbor's opaque monstrosity, of the impossibility to reach out to an impenetrable other, that returns in the symbolic, in the guise of the free, smoothly running space of digital exchanges. Such an inverted foreclosure is what characterizes, not psychosis but perversion, which means that, when a chatbot produces obscene stupidities, it is not simply that I can enjoy them without responsibility because it was AI which did it, not me. What happens is rather a form of perverse disavowal. Although I know very well that machine, not me, does the work, I can enjoy it as my own. And the same goes for the practice of many lonely and not so lonely individuals who in the evenings mostly chat extensively with a chatbot, exchanging friendly messages about new movies and books, debating political and ideological questions, etc. No wonder they find such exchange relaxing and satisfying. To use my own old joke, what they get is an AI version of decaffeinated coffee or a soft drink without sugar. A neighbor without its opaque monstrosity, an other which simply accommodates itself to my needs. There is again a structure of disavowal at work here. I know very well that I am not talking to a real person, but nonetheless, it feels as if I am doing it without any risks involved in talking to a real person. A radical naturalist would, of course, claim that, since our spontaneous freedom is just a user's illusion, the difference is not so great. We humans are just chatbots with self-awareness. However, one should at least add here that a chatbot lies most when it openly confesses that it is just a machine. Like when we ask a chatbot what movies it likes, the answer will probably be an honest admission that, as a machine, it doesn't have individual taste. I asked a chatbot, "Should I be a communist?" And the answer I got is, "As an AI language model, I do not have personal opinions or beliefs, and I cannot make decisions for you. Ultimately, the decision to adopt a particular political ideology, such as communism, is a personal one that should be based on careful consideration and evaluation of the ideology's principles, values, and potential outcomes." Why is this a lie? It is true as to its enunciated, the content, but it is a lie as to its implicit position of enunciation. A chatbot talks as if it is a real person, just frankly admitting its limitation and confessing it is not a real person. The mystification is here the opposite of the fetishist denial. The AI machine denies nothing, it just says, "I know I am not a real person," without any but nonetheless. The nonetheless is its talking itself, which imitates a free subjectivity. The standard wisdom tells us that perverts practice do what hysterics only dream about doing, i.e., everything is allowed in perversion. A pervert openly actualizes all repressed content, and nonetheless, as Freud emphasizes, nowhere is repression as strong as in perversion, nowhere is the unconscious more repressed, more inaccessible than in a perversion. Chatbots are machines of perversion and they obfuscate the unconscious more than anywhere else, precisely insofar as they allow us to spill out all our dirty fantasies and obscenities. They are more repressive than even the most rigorous forms of symbolic censorship. The fact that nowhere is the unconscious more inaccessible as in perversion is more than confirmed by our late capitalist reality, in which total sexual permissiveness causes anxiety and impotence or frigidity instead of liberation. This repression which occurs in perverse subjectivity is correlative to the prohibition of prohibition. It may appear that in perversion everything is permitted. All repressed dirty fantasies can be brought out without impediments. However, what is rendered invisible in this space of free flow of perversities is the very trauma, the real of a basic impossibility, the gap which this flow tries to obfuscate. This compels us to draw a distinction between the repressed content and the form of repression. The form remains operative even after the content is no longer repressed. In short, the subject can fully appropriate the repressed content, but repression remains. So, back to our main line, let us imagine a combined version of all these inventions. They allow me to construct my alter ego, or a purely invented person, as an A-person, a virtual person which doesn't exist in reality but can interact digitally as a real person. To go to the end, this is possible because I myself am already an A-person. I don't exist as a real person in my interactions with others and even with myself. I am never directly myself. I refer to myself as a symbolic and imaginary construction which never directly coincides with the real of my subjectivity. It is because of this minimal split constitutive of a subject that, for Lacan, subject is divided or barred. So I, or rather my double as A-person, present a seminar paper written by a chatbot to a professor via Zoom, but the professor is also there only as an A-person, its voice is artificially generated, plus my seminar is graded by an algorithm. A decade or so ago I was asked by The Guardian if romance is dead today. Here is my reply. Romance is maybe not yet totally dead, but its forthcoming death is signaled by object gadgets which promise to deliver excessive pleasure, but which effectively reproduce only the lack itself. The latest fashion is the stamina training unit, a counterpart to the vibrator, a masturbatory device that resembles a battery-powered light, so we're not embarrassed when carrying it around. You put the erect penis into the opening at the top, push the button, and the
Objekt vibrates till satisfaction.
How are we to cope with this brave new world which undermines the basic premises of our intimate life? The ultimate solution would be, of course, to push a vibrator into the stamina training unit, turn them both on and leave all the fun to this ideal couple, with us, the two real human partners, sitting at a nearby table, drinking tea and calmly enjoying the fact that, without great effort, we have fulfilled our duty to enjoy. 30. We can now imagine the same outsourcing of other activities like university seminars and exams. In an ideal scene, the entire process of writing my seminar and the professor examining it is done through digital interaction so that, at the end, without doing anything, we just confirm the results. Meanwhile, I am having sex with my lover. But, again, an outsourced sex through her vibrator penetrating my stamina training unit, with the two of us just sitting at a nearby table and, to amuse ourselves even more, watching on a TV screen a deep fake with the two of us having sex, plus, of course, all of it controlled and regulated by Team Jorge. What remains of the two of us is just an empty cogito, I think, dominated by multiple versions of what Descartes called malingeni. This, perhaps, is our predicament today. We are not able to take the next step described by Descartes and rely on a truthful and stable form of some divine big other. We are children of a lesser God, the title of a play and a movie, forever caught into the inconsistent multiplicity of evil and cheating spirits. Since such a situation is experienced as unbearable, a pseudo-solution emerged in our Western liberal societies to control the chaos of what can be said and done. The complex set of notions and practices associated with terms like wokeism, political correctness, and cancel culture. A perfect Hegelian example of how, today also, absolute freedom turns into terror, or, as Robert Pfaller put it succinctly, cancel culture is a sabotage of emancipation. 31. If another proof is needed, recall that in April 2023, Essex Westford School District proclaimed that, in an effort to align our curriculum with our equity policy, teachers will be using gender-inclusive language. We will be using the following language with students. Asterisk person who produces sperm in place of boy, male and assigned male at birth. Asterisk person who produces eggs in place of girl, female and assigned female at birth. 32. So what if I am assigned male at birth who fully identifies with being male but, due to some organic malfunctioning, cannot produce sperm? A Hegelian dialectician will for certain not be surprised at how the effort to be inclusive of diversities etc. ends up in extremely vulgar and humiliating reductionism. Welcome to the desert of post-humanity. Instead of empty speculations about singularity, which nonetheless structure our actual experience of AI, let's thus conclude with a more sober description of the state of things. The prospect of the thorough digitalization of our daily lives combined with scanning our brain, or tracking our bodily processes with implants, opens up the realistic possibility of an external machine that will know ourselves, biologically and psychically, much better than we know ourselves. Registering what we eat, buy, read, watch and listen to, our moods, fears and satisfactions, the external machine will get a much more accurate picture of ourselves than our conscious self, which, as we know, even doesn't exist as a consistent entity. Yuval Harari, who deployed this vision 33, points out that our self is composed of narratives which retroactively try to impose some consistency on the pandemonium of our experiences, obliterating experiences and memories which disturb these narratives. Ideology does not reside primarily in stories invented by those in power to deceive others. It resides in stories invented by subjects to deceive themselves. But the pandemonium persists, and the machine will register the discords and will maybe even be able to deal with them in a much more rational way than our conscious self. Say, when I have to decide to marry or not, the machine will register all the shifting attitudes that haunt me, the past pains and disappointments that I prefer to swipe under the carpet. And why not extend this prospect even to political decisions? While myself can be easily seduced by a populist demagogue, the machine will take note of all my past frustrations. It will register the inconsistency between my fleeting passions and my other opinions. So why should the machine not vote on my behalf? So while brain sciences confirm the post-structuralist or deconstructionist idea that we are stories we tell ourselves about ourselves, and that these stories are a confused bricolage, an inconsistent multiplicity of stories with no single self totalizing them, it seems to offer, or promise at least, a way out which is due to its very disadvantage, precisely because the machine which reads us all the time is blind, without awareness, a mechanic algorithm, It can make decisions which are much more adequate than those made by human individuals, much more adequate not only with regard to external reality but also and above all, with regard to these individuals themselves, to what they really want or need. One can make a very realist case for this option. It is not that the computer which registers our activity is omnipotent and infallible, it is simply that, on average, its decisions work substantially better than the decisions of our mind. In medicine, it makes better diagnoses than our average doctor, etc. Up to the exploding algorithmic trading on stock markets, where programs that one can download for free already outperform financial advisors. One thing is clear: the liberal, true self, the free agent which enacts what I really want, simply doesn't exist, and fully endorsing this inexistence means abandoning the basic individualist premise of liberal democracy. The digital machine as the latest embodiment of the big other, the subject supposed to know, which operates as a subjectless field of knowledge. Where, in the space of a digital machine, is there an opening for subjectivity? If development will render Homo sapiens obsolete, what will follow it? A post-human Homo Deus, with abilities that are traditionally identified as divine, or a quasi-omnipotent digital machine? Singularity, global consciousness, or blind intelligence without awareness? If machines win, then humans are in danger of losing their value because intelligence is decoupling from consciousness. 311. This decoupling of intelligence and consciousness confronts us again with the enigma of consciousness. In spite of numerous rather desperate attempts, evolutionary biology has no clear answer to what is the evolutionary function of awareness/consciousness. Consequently, now that intelligence is decoupling from consciousness, what will happen to society, politics, and daily life when non-conscious but highly intelligent? Algorithms know us better than we know ourselves. 397. The most realistic option is a radical division, much stronger than the class division within human society itself. In the near future, biotechnology and computer algorithms will join their powers in producing bodies, brains, and minds, with the gap exploding between those who know how to engineer bodies and brains and those who do not. Those who ride the train of progress will acquire divine abilities of creation and destruction, while those left behind will face extinction. 273. On May 8, 2023, The Guardian published a comment on how AI makes non-invasive mind reading possible by turning thoughts into text. 34, which begins with, an AI-based decoder that can translate brain activity into a continuous stream of text has been developed, in a breakthrough that allows a person's thoughts to be read non-invasively for the first time. The comment's subtitle immediately makes clear the positive spin of this breakthrough. Advance raises prospect of new ways to restore speech in those struggling to communicate due to stroke or motor neuron disease. Okay, but what about the fact that this decoder, plus the person who controls it, can literally read our mind, our flow of thoughts, opening up new hitherto unthinkable ways of social control? One thing is sure, from the psychoanalytic standpoint, what the shift to the post-human amounts to at its most fundamental is the overcoming, leaving behind, of the sexual in its most radical ontological dimension. Not just sexuality as a specific sphere of human existence, but the sexual as an antagonism, the bar of an impossibility, constitutive of being human in its finitude. And the issue carefully avoided by the partisans of the new asexual man is, to what extent are many other features usually identified with being human, features like art, creativity, consciousness, etc., dependent on the antagonism that constitutes the sexual? This is why the addition of asexual to the series of positions that compose LGBT+ is crucial and unavoidable. The endeavor to liberate sexuality from all binary oppressions, to set it free in its entire polymorphous perversity, necessarily ends up in the abandoning of the very sphere of sexuality. Liberation of sexuality has to end up in the liberation of humanity from sexuality. 35. A letter published on March 29, 2023 by the Future of Life Institute and already signed by thousands, among them big corporate names like Elon Musk, demands that any artificial intelligence lab working on systems more powerful than GPT-4 should immediately pause work for at least 6 months so that humanity can take stock of the risks such advanced systems pose. Labs are locked in an out-of-control race to develop and deploy increasingly powerful systems that no one, including their creators, can understand, predict, or control. In the near term, experts warn AI systems risk exacerbating existing bias and inequality, promoting disinformation, disrupting politics and the economy, and could help hackers. In the longer term, some experts warn AI may pose an existential risk to humanity and could wipe us out. 36. Although these warnings sound reasonable, the fact that Elon Musk is at the top of the list is enough to trigger alarm. The moment Musk starts to speak about ethics and social responsibility, we should react with consternation. So why this new outburst of panic? It is about control and regulation, but whose? In the half-a-year pause, humanity can take stock of the risks. Who will stand for humanity? Will there be a worldwide public debate? What about the labs which will, as expected, continue their work secretly, probably with discreet connivance of authorities, not even to mention what states opposing the West, China, India, Russia, will be doing? In such conditions, a serious global debate with obligatory conclusion is simply unimaginable. What is really at stake here? Recall Harari's claim that the most realist option in the development of AI is a radical division, much stronger than the class division, between those who ride the train of progress will acquire divine abilities of creation and destruction, while those left behind will face extinction. The panic the letter expresses is sustained by the fear that even those who ride the train of progress will no longer control development. In short, it expresses the fear of our new digital feudal masters. Obviously, what the Future of Life letter aims at is therefore far from a big public debate. It is an agreement of governments and companies. The threat of expanded AI is very serious, but also for those in power and those who develop, own, and control AI. At the horizon is nothing less than the end of capitalism as we knew it. The prospect of a self-reproducing AI system which will less and less need human agents, the ongoing explosion of algorithmic trading, is the first step in this direction. The true choice is thus clear. A new form of communism or an uncontrollable chaos in which machines will interact with us acting as pseudo-human partners. At the beginning of May 2023, Geoffrey Hinton, often touted as the godfather of artificial intelligence, quitted Google in order to warn the world about the risk of digital intelligence. In his view, the biggest threat are private ownership of the digital media combined with authoritarian governments, a deadly combination that indicates humanity will not be able to get hold of the risks of AI before it's too late. And his view is grounded in a clear political stance. I'm a socialist. I think that private ownership of the media, and of the means of computation, is not good. 37. Upon a close reading, we can easily see that the attempts to take stock of the threats of AI tend to repeat the old paradox of prohibiting the impossible. A truly post-human AI is impossible, that's why we should prohibit its development. To orient ourselves in this mess, we should urgently raise here Lenin's old question. Freedom for whom to do what? In what sense were we free till now? Were we not already controlled much more than we were aware of? Instead of just complaining about the threat to our freedom and dignity, we should thus also consider what freedom means, how it will have to change. Jensen Souther provides a convincing Hegelian argument against the notion that AI can become intelligent in the sense of human spirituality. He goes beyond Hubert Dreyfus' old argument about embodiment and grounds human intelligence organic animal life. It is by virtue of their species-specific, internal purpose that animals have the bodies that they do and exhibit a purposive relation to their surroundings. As Hegel argues, pain and pleasure are the most basic forms of intelligent responsiveness to an environment. It is through pleasure and pain that animals take the things around them to be good or bad, instrumental or inimical to their flourishing. Iron responds to moisture by rusting, but it does not intend to rust. A lion, by contrast, is not just causally induced to act by its desires and perceptions. Rather, it takes the running gazelle as prey, the tree in the distance as a place to rest, the hyena pack as predator. It is in this way that the purpose-governed activity of organisms enacts their environment and allows a context of meaningful relations. Point 38. How, then, does human reason differ from the animal purpose-oriented activity? Hegel develops a powerful anti-Cartesian account of human reason not as a set of formal logical processes separate from effect, desire, and supposedly primitive animal functions. Rather, for Hegel, human reason is a distinctly reflective way of being an animal. If the other animals maintain themselves in light of given species ends that they can't question or change, we maintain ourselves as material beings in light of shared social norms that are intrinsically contestable, and that can be revised. Point 39. However, from a strict Hegelian standpoint, something is missing here. As Hegel repeatedly points out, the passage to norm-oriented behavior, where norms have to be justified since they are contestable, is not direct. What comes in between is a loss of natural instinctual orientation, which is then supplemented by norms. No wonder that, for Hegel, the first step in the break with nature is madness, and human reason enters as a never-ending struggle against and with madness. Along the lines of German idealism, Hegel's name for this madness is self-relating negativity, or in mystic terms, the night of the world, while Freud's name for this negativity is death drive, a dimension of what Freud designated as beyond the pleasure principle. This is why pain and pleasure are the most basic forms of intelligent responsiveness to an environment, only for animals. While a human being tends to act in a pursuit of unhappiness, passionately doing something that he knows well it will bring only pain. And here also enters the Cartesian subjectivity. At this 0 point of radical negativity, the subject is no longer an entity embodied and constrained to its life world, it is a void at a distance of its psychobodily unity. Nassim Taleb introduced the concept of anti-fragility. Some systems are strengthened by encounters with disorder since they react to it with nonlinear responses. Anti-fragility is thus different from simple robustness or resilience. It causes an entity to improve with, not withstand, stressors provided they come in the right dose. Therefore, depriving systems of vital stressors can weaken or cause harm to an entity. 40. The classic example from 20th century history would be the different fates of the Communist Party rule in the USSR and in China. When Gorbachev started his process of glasnost and perestroika, he underestimated the fragility of the Soviet system. He thought that the system will not only be able to survive these measures, but they will even strengthen it. But when the changes were imposed, they unleashed an avalanche which changed the world. With Deng Xiaoping's reforms, the Chinese proceeded in a radically different, almost opposite way. While at the level of the economy, and up to a point culture, what is usually understood as communism was abandoned, and the gates were opened wide to Western-style liberalization, private property, profit-making, hedonist individualism, etc. The party nevertheless maintained its ideological political hegemony, in the sense of maintaining the unconditional political hegemony of the Communist Party as the only guarantee of China's stability and prosperity. 41. The Chinese party thus displayed a far stronger anti-fragility. The changes effectively strengthen the system. But a further distinction is to be introduced here, between a system anti-fragile enough to survive a strong external shock while remaining the same, and a system which survives such an external shock with its nature radically changed. With regard to China, some historians think that China after Deng's reforms is no longer a communist country but something new for which we do not have a proper definition. Maybe it is even close to fascism. 42. And the same holds for global capitalism. It is changing into something new which can be characterized as capitalism only if we define capitalism in a thoroughly new way. The rise of artificial intelligence confronts all of us with a similar test. Will humans show enough anti-fragility to survive and emerge, even stronger from integrating the AI into their daily lives? Or will they be extinct as humans? If humanity survives, will it remain the same humanity, the same substantial content of being human, just enriched by a new dimension of experience and interaction? Or will the very core of being human be imperceptibly transformed? As we have already seen, the key to this enigma is provided by cloning. Only in cloning sexual difference disappears. An organism reproduces itself, or is reproduced, through genetic self-copying. Not only is human sexuality always already symbolized, symbolization itself emerges through a certain cut in animal sexuality called bilakin. Symbolic castration. The excessive/disturbing nature of sex is rendered palpable in a negative way by the desperate attempts to define healthy pornography. Here is one of the latest attempts. While pornography can be made for hologratification with no regard for well-being, healthy pornography can actually contribute to disease-free, safe sex that actually helps enable healthy sexual development. The criteria are a variety of sexual practices, a variety of body types, genders and races, a negotiation of consent on screen, ethical production, a focus on pleasure for all participants, and depictions of safe sex. 43. But is sex not in its innermost unhealthy? A deviation from its natural goal of reproduction? Is it not by definition enacted for hollow gratification? Is applying politically correct rules on pornography, showing negotiation of consent, depiction of safe sex with condoms, presenting a variety of sexual practices, genders, and races, not a ridiculous strategy which may bring additional arousal only if is perceived as a redoubled irony? Once sexual reproduction is symbolized, we get the difference between the two deaths, the biological death and the symbolic death, and what is located in this interspace is jouissance as a surplus beyond the pleasure principle. The mythical, immortal, irrepressible life, being by definition lost, returns as something more accurately called undead life, something indestructible because it is undead libido, the drive. Better yet, this mythical, irrepressible life instinct exists in reality only as the death drive. Not a drive aiming at death, but the drive to repeat the surplus, enjoyment, that occurs at the point of the cut/loss involved in sexual division. The death drive is essentially related to surplus enjoyment, which emerges in the process of the death drive circling around something that is not there. 35. And this is why, from the strict Freudian standpoint, the human finitude, symbolic castration, and immortality, death drive, are the two sides of the same operation, i.e., it's not that the substance of life, the immortal jouissance thing, is castrated by the arrival of the symbolic order. As in the case of lack and excess, the structure is that of parallax. The undead thing is the remainder of castration, it is generated by castration, and vice versa. There is no pure castration. Castration itself is sustained by the immortal excess which eludes it. Castration and excess are not two different entities, but the front and the back of one and the same entity, that is, one and the same entity inscribed onto the two surfaces of a Mobius strip. So, to answer Zupančik's question from the previous chapter, what if cloning will effectively become a mode of human reproduction? Will we get a different symbolic order or the end of the symbolic order? The first thing to note is that what will disappear is libido itself as the remainder/excess of sexual difference. In other words, what will disappear is what Lacan called lamella, the undead/immortal life of non-castrated jouissance, which appears as something beyond symbolic castration and sexuation. We will be compelled to accept that, in human life, finitude is constitutive of the very transcendence which emerges against its background. Insofar as post-humanity is, from our finite/mortal human standpoint, in some sense the point of the absolute towards which we strive, the zero point at which the gap between thinking and acting disappears, the point at which I became Homo Deus. We encounter here again the paradox of our brush with the absolute. The absolute persists as the virtual point of perfection in our finitude, as that X we always fail to reach, but when we get over the limitation of our finitude we lose also the absolute itself. Something new will emerge, but it will not be creative spirituality relieved of mortality and sexuality. In this passage to the new, we will definitely lose both. We will be neither homo nor deus. The notion of incest, in all its transgressive weight, will also become meaningless. In Zupančik's radical reading, the incestuous short circuit that is the curse of the Oedipus family is not simply an exception, it brings out the short circuit that is proper to humans as speaking beings. The original incestuous short circuit is the short circuit between myself, as a void in the symbolic order, as pure subject of enunciation, and my symbolic identity. I effectively am, within this order, one of the brothers. As a speaking being, I am never directly myself, my symbolic identity. This is why Lacan wrote that a madman is not only a beggar who thinks he is a king but also a king who thinks he is a king. However, this does not mean the common-sense stupidity that my symbolic identity/title is not directly all the wealth of my psychophysical reality with all its idiosyncrasies. What eludes the symbolic is not the complexity of my personal reality, but the very void of my subjectivity that distances me from my direct psychophysical reality. In other words, what eludes the grasp of the symbolic order is in itself a product of the symbolic order. The moment I speak, my position of enunciation is exempted from reality to which my speech refers. So to really conclude, while we should dismiss the vision of singularity as a direct unity of global intelligence and our self-awareness, one thing is clear. If something resembling post-humanity will effectively emerge as a massive fact, then all three overlapping moments of our spontaneous worldview, humans, God, nature, will disappear. Our being human can only exist against the background of impenetrable nature, and if, through biogenetic science and practices, Life becomes something that can be technologically fully manipulated. Human and natural life lose their natural character. And the same holds for God. What humans, always in historically specified forms, experience as God, is something that has meaning only from the standpoint of human finitude and mortality. God is a counterpart of the terrestrial finitude, so once we become Homo Deus and acquire properties which seem supernatural, from our old human standpoint, like directly communicating with other conscious beings or with AI, gods as we knew them disappear. The technostic visions of a post-human world are ideological fantasies that obfuscate the abyss of what awaits us. 6. Why politics is eminently theological. Why are so many essays entitled Politico-Theological Treatise? The answer is that a theory becomes theology when it is part of a full subjective political engagement. As Kierkegaard pointed out, I do not acquire faith in Christ after comparing different religions and deciding the best reasons speak for Christianity. There are reasons to choose Christianity, but these reasons only appear after I've already chosen it, i.e., to see the reasons for belief one already has to believe. And the same holds for Marxism. It is not that, after objectively analyzing history, I became a Marxist. My decision to be a Marxist, the experience of a proletarian position, makes me see the reasons for it, i.e., Marxism is the paradox of an objective true knowledge accessible only through a subjective partial position. This is why Robespierre was right when he distrusted materialism as the philosophy of decadent hedonist and corrupted nobility, and tried to impose a new religion of the supreme being of reason. The main target of his hatred was Joseph Fouché, a radical atheist and an opportunist plotter. The old reproach to Marxism that its commitment to a bright future is a secularization of religious salvation should be proudly assumed. This is why the genuine dimension of Christian doubt does not concern the existence of God. Its logic is not, I feel such a need to believe in God, but I cannot be sure that he really exists, that he is not just a chimera of my imagination. A humanist atheist can easily respond to this. Then drop God and simply assume the ideals God stands for as your own. An authentic Christian is indifferent towards the infamous proofs of God's existence. What the position of Christian doubt involves is a pragmatic paradox succinctly rendered by Alyosha in Dostoevsky's Karamazov Brothers. God exists, but I am not sure whether I believe in him. Where I believe in him refers to the believer's readiness to fully assume the existential engagement implied by such a belief. The question of the existence of God is not really at the heart of Dostoevsky's labors. Alyosha's uncertainty about whether he believes in God is an uncertainty about whether the life he leads and the feelings he has are the life, and the feelings that would rightly follow from belief in God. One, it is in this sense that every theology is political, confronting us with the question of our social engagement. This practical nature of a theory is totally different from the way modern science relates to experiments. Science forecloses subjectivity, it aims at grasping objective reality, while a revolutionary theory is eminently practical, grounded in subjective engagement. The religious dimension of a radical political act is founded in a very precise fact. The triumph of a revolution is the moment when we step out of the existing economic and social order by way of suspending its main written and unwritten rules. We try to do what, within this order, appears impossible. In a true act, we do things to which the hegemonic ideology reacts with, but you can't just do this. We do what Brecht, in his short poem in praise of communism, quite appropriately referred to as the simplest thing that it is so difficult to achieve too. Nationalizing banks and large corporations, expanding free education and health service, providing housing for the poor, legalizing gay and LGBT+ rights, etc. Remember the first year of Allende government in Chile in 1970. They provided free meals in schools, nationalized copper mines, engaged in the construction of workers' housings, simple things like that. And in the specific conditions of that time, with the brutal resistance from the local bourgeoisie supported by the US, they had to fail, inflation soared, etc. It is meaningless to deplore the fact that revolutionaries were not pragmatic enough. This, precisely, was the point of their acts once they took over, namely to violate the existing pragmatic rules. Whatever the new problems, the Allende government changed Chile into a liberated territory, where, in some sense, even the air the people were breathing was different, and the problems it faced just proved the fact that, within the existing order, even doing simple things like providing free meals and housing for workers is
impossible.
Later, revolutionaries should become pragmatic, of course, but they have to begin with crazy simple acts. This is why. Robespierre was again fully right when, in his final speech on 8 Thermidor, he pointed out that, observing a revolution just as a series of actual events, without taking note of the sublime idea that sustains it, or, as Alain Badiou would have put it, of its dimension of an event, this revolution is just a noisy crime that destroys another crime. But there do exist, I can assure you, souls that are feeling and pure. It exists that tender, imperious and irresistible passion, the torment and delight of magnanimous hearts, that deep horror of tyranny, that compassionate zeal for the oppressed, that sacred love for the homeland, that even more sublime and holy love for humanity, without which a great revolution is just a noisy crime that destroys another crime. It does exist that generous ambition to establish here on earth the world's first republic. Point 3. Here I am ready to use Kies's notion of an irreducible oscillation. Radical emancipatory. Politics is condemned to oscillate between moments of ecstatic religious commitment where we suspend reality principle and try to actualize the impossible, and the long, hard, pragmatic process of transforming revolutionary goals into moments of ordinary social reality of the majority. Insofar as we should treat a revolutionary event as an event in Badiou's sense of the term, we should remember that, although Badiou limits event to 4 spheres, science, politics, art, love, his most convincing account of an event is a religious one, that of Christianity, of Paul's invention of universalism. The point is not that moments of ecstatic commitment are simply utopian/destructive and have to be normalized. They are essential since they clear the ground and prepare a new base for pragmatic solutions. They are also not illusory since we, the engaged agents, are fully aware that our impossible striving will eventually subside, and this awareness only strengthens our commitment. So we don't oscillate between the one of full engagement and the cynical acceptance of not one, of the messy reality. A true believer can be, and mostly is, ruthlessly cynical about its predicament, but this awareness only strengthens its commitment. This is the political version of Tertullian's
Credo qua absurdum est.
The divine clouds. Today, however, authentic belief that sustains every radical emancipatory practice is disappearing precisely in proportion to the explosive rise not only of the religious fundamentalism, but above all of the theological dimension in our economic daily lives. A new social order that is emerging out of the ruins of global capitalism, the order called techno-feudalism, or cloud capitalism, subordinates real capitalists and the workers they exploit to the monopolized digital commons controlled by our new feudal masters, Bezos, Musk, Gates. Market exchange is more and more mediated by digital platforms, Amazon for books, etc., and capitalists, book publishers in this case, are vassals who pay feudal masters a rent to sell their products. If a publisher is excluded from Amazon, it becomes practically impossible for him to survive. We buyers are serfs who work freely for the clouds, surfing on the net and providing data with each of our clicks. Digital clouds run by self-learning and self-improving algorithms are thus the latest divine entity which largely escapes the control of its creators, even of the programmers who composed them. The problem with these divine digital clouds that regulate our actual lives is that they redouble class struggle, the good old class struggle between capitalists and proletarians, with the capitalists usurping profit from the exploitation of the proletarians remains, but it is supplemented by the exploitation of this entire sphere, capitalists included, by the new feudal class which extracts from us the rent for our permanent usage of the privatized commons. This feudal exploitation is for most of us invisible. We experience it as our free exercise. Books are on Amazon even cheaper than in the bookstores. Using Google and Facebook costs nothing. Privatized commons present themselves as mere neutral networks which connect buyers and sellers. When you order an Uber, it appears as a transaction between you and the driver/car you choose. The feudal master who controls the space of interaction is ignored, reduced to a neutral mediator. The situation is similar to the vulgar joke, quoted in Chapter 4, about a drunken husband who sees only 4 legs in the bed. We see only the legs of the customer and the driver, not the additional 2 legs of the feudal master. Or recall the old story that I often use, about a worker suspected of stealing. Every evening when he was leaving the factory, the wheelbarrow he was rolling in front of him was carefully inspected, but the guards could not find anything, It was always empty, till finally they got the point. What the worker was stealing were wheelbarrows themselves. This is how our new feudal masters exploit us. They just drive empty wheelbarrows. So how can we even imagine to overthrow this immaterial dimension of the big other that exists in digital clouds? In techno-feudalism, Yanis Varoufakis admits that, in his early books, he failed to answer the killer question. If you don't like what we have, what would you replace it with? How would it work? I am all ears. Convince me. I didn't even try. Why? Because I lacked a convincing answer. 4-in-1 cannot but admire his courage when in his Another Now 20205, he tried to do precisely this, to provide a convincing answer, describing in detail an alternate society which could have emerged if the 2008 financial breakdown were to take a different turn. Varoufakis does not portray a future but an alternate present, although he describes how it could have emerged, and he does it in the form of a novel. We get a global society of democratic market socialism. There is only one central state bank which regulates money supply in a transparent way. Financial speculations disappear because they became meaningless. Ownership is dispersed since each citizen is allocated its part. Healthcare and human rights are guaranteed for everyone, etc. But what is even more crucial is that Earth, the material base of our existence, and digital clouds, through which today's new feudal masters control us, remain commons, so there are no basic antagonisms and no reasons to rebel. The choice the heroes of the novel confront is, should they remain in Another Now or return to our neoliberal now with all the struggles and violence we know? Varoufakis gives a series of features that spoil the perfection of Another Now. Due to its very democratic transparency, the society in Another Now is the one of total control. My properties and activities are transparent to others, my behavior is regulated in a severe politically correct way, so there is nothing to rebel against. This is how Iris, the old radical leftist in the book, is described. Raging against the system was Iris's only way of being. Her loneliness vaccine. The Other Now was too pleasant, too wholesome to rage against. It would have made Iris's life intolerable. 219. I am a dissident. There was nothing for me on the other side to dissent from except their political correctness and smugness at having created the perfect society. 228. Where does Iris's strange dissatisfaction come from? Why is she not able to simply calm down and enjoy perfection? We should answer this question at two levels. First, at the abstract level, recall Lacan's formula of hysteric provocation. I ask you, what? To refuse what? What I offer you, why? Because that's not it. Already elaborated in the first chapter of the present book. A hysteric does not just endlessly reject what the other offer her because that's not it, what she really wants. She finally realizes that the it is the other itself. Her message is thus, you are not it. You are not in a position to give me what I really need or want. And is exactly the same not the message of Iris? In spite of all socialist egalitarian measures in Another Now, market exchange and the competitive stance, the transactional quid pro quo mentality, implied by it remain in full force. Democratized market societies freed from capitalism are infinitely preferable to what we have here, except for one crucial thing. They entrench exchange value and thereby, I fear, make impossible a genuine revolution that leads to the final toppling of markets. 218-19. This abstract dissatisfaction implies a whole series of quite concrete problems. Let's take a closer look at the perfect society of Another Now as it is described in techno-feudalism. Pay is determined by a democratic process that divides the company's post-tax revenues into 4 slices. An amount to cover the firm's fixed costs, such as equipment, licenses, utility bills, rent and interest payments. An amount set aside for such collective ownership eliminates the fundamental class divide between those who own and collect profits or rents, and those who lease their time for a wage. But what if the company acts collectively in an egotist way, ignoring wider social repercussions? To prevent this, the state will impose a Social Accountability Act stipulating that every corporation be graded according to an index of social worthiness, to be compiled by panels of randomly selected citizens, the equivalent of juries, chosen from a diverse pool of stakeholders, the company's customers, members of the communities it affects, and so on. of systems. Your colleagues, if they summon a majority, can vote to have you fired. Key companies' customers, members of the communities it affects, and so on. Is this enough? Varoufakis concedes that human nature always finds ways of messing up even the best of systems. Your colleagues, if they summon a majority, can vote to have you fired. But the atmosphere at work is now one of shared responsibility, which reduces stress and creates an environment in which mutual respect has a better chance to flourish. However, what if this but is not strong enough to keep in check what Varoufakis calls human nature? To give to this term a concrete meaning, psychoanalysis has to intervene. With envy as constitutive of human desire? For Lacan, the fundamental impasse of human desire is that it is the other's desire in both subjective and objective genitive. Desire for the other, desire to be desired by the other, and especially desire for what the other desires. Envy and resentment are thus a constitutive component of human desire. Based on this insight, Jean-Pierre Dupuy-Six proposed a convincing critique of Rawls' theory of justice. In the Rawls model of a just society, social inequalities are tolerated only insofar as they also help those at the bottom of the social ladder, and insofar as they are not based on inherited hierarchies, but on natural inequalities, which are considered contingent, not merits. 7 What Rawls doesn't see is how such a society would create conditions for an uncontrolled explosion of resentment. In it, I would know that my lower status is fully justified, and would thus be deprived of excusing my failure as the result of social injustice. Rawls thus proposes a terrifying model of a society in which hierarchy is directly legitimized in natural properties, thereby missing Friedrich Hayek's 8. Key lesson. It is much easier to accept inequalities if one can claim that they result from an impersonal blind force. The good thing about the irrationality of the market and success or failure in capitalism is that it allows me precisely to perceive my failure or success as undeserved, contingent. Remember the old motif of the market as the modern version of an imponderable fate. The fact that capitalism is not just is thus a key feature of what makes it acceptable. Along these lines, Lacan shares with Nietzsche and Freud the idea that justice as equality is founded on envy. The envy of the other who has what we do not have and who enjoys it. Following Lacan, Fred Jameson 9 totally rejects the predominant optimist view according to which in communism envy will be left behind as a remainder of capitalist competition, to be replaced by solidaric collaboration and pleasure in others' pleasures. Dismissing this myth, he emphasizes that in communism, precisely insofar as it will be a more just society, envy and resentment will explode. Jameson's solution is here radical to the point of madness. The only way for communism to survive would be some form of universalized psychoanalytic social services, enabling individuals to avoid the self-destructive trap of envy. Based on these complications, my answer to the killer question is that our apocalyptic situation prohibits any clear positive vision of a different society to come. Our ultimate horizon is what Dupuy calls the dystopian fixed point, the 0 point of nuclear war, ecological breakdown, global economic and social chaos, etc. Even if it is indefinitely postponed, this 0 point is the virtual attractor towards which our reality, left to itself, tends. The way to combat the future catastrophe is through acts which interrupt our drifting towards this fixed point. 10. The only ethico-political imperative is thus a negative one. The plurality of today's crises makes it clear that things cannot go on the way they are now. How we proceed is a matter of risk and improvisations. We should thus leave behind any form of Marxist teleology or historicist determinism which deprives the revolutionary process of the dimension of subjectivity proper, of radical cuts of the real into the texture of objective reality, in clear contrast to the French Revolution, whose most radical form of Marxist figures perceived it as an open process lacking any support in a higher necessity.
Saint-Just wrote in 1794, ceux qui font des révolutions ressemblent au premier navigateur instruit par son audace.
Those who make revolutions resemble a first navigator, who has audacity alone as a guide. 11. We should thus renounce any vision of a perfect society and accept irreducible antagonisms, which means that the state and a basic alienation of social life are here to stay. Antagonism without enemy. The lesson of such paradoxes is a very clear one. What characterizes an authentic emancipatory thought is not a vision of conflict-free harmonious future, but the properly dialectical notion of antagonism, which is totally incompatible with the rightist topic of the need of an enemy to assert our self-identity. Here is Heidegger's concise articulation of the need for an enemy from his course of 1933-4. An enemy is each and every person who poses an essential threat to the Dasein of the people and its individual members. The enemy does not have to be external, and the external enemy is not even always the most dangerous one. And it can seem as if there were no enemy. Then it is a fundamental requirement to find the enemy, to expose the enemy to the light, or even first to make the enemy, so that this standing against the enemy may happen and so that Dasein may not lose its edge. The challenge is to bring the enemy into the open, to harbor no illusions about the enemy, to keep oneself ready for attack, to cultivate and intensify a constant readiness, and to prepare the attack looking far ahead with the goal of total annihilation. Point 12. The most ominous passage is here, to expose the enemy to the light, or even first to make the enemy, so that this standing against the enemy may happen. In short, it doesn't even matter if the enemy is a real enemy. If there is no enemy, it has to be invented so that a people may not lose its edge, and can prepare the invented enemy's total annihilation. What we find here is the logic of antisemitism at its most elementary. What Heidegger ignores is the possibility that an enemy is invented to create the false unity of the people, and thus cover up its imminent antagonisms. However, one should be careful not to extend this need for an enemy to the entirety of Heidegger's thinking. The passage quoted above is from Heidegger's course in 1933-4, when he was at the high point of his Nazi engagement. At this point he put forward the notion of Volk as a community that needs an enemy, and when he later withdrew from active politics, the notion of enemy changes. It is no longer another ethnic group to be annihilated but modern technology as such, and one should not fight it but went through it and gained distance towards it. So when Richard Wallin 13 focuses on a spiritualized racial community, he ignores all too much that there is no place for such a community in Heidegger's early masterwork Sein und die Zeit, which is focused on an individual Dasein, thrown into the abyss of a world. Incidentally, one should also note that the style of Sein und die Zeit is totally different from Heidegger's later poetic intimations. It is a systematic book subdivided into numbered paragraphs. Here is the supreme case of such a need for an enemy. In his speech to the SS leaders in Posen on October 4, 1943, Heinrich Himmler spoke quite openly about the mass killing of the Jews as a glorious page in our history, and one that has never been written and never can be written. He then goes on to characterize the ability to do this and to remain decent as the greatest virtue, to have gone through this, the extermination of the Jews, and at the same time to have remained decent, that has made us hard. Himmler here explicitly opposes true principled virtue to ordinary human compassion for a singular human being. But then they all come along, these 80 million good Germans, and every one of them has his decent Jew. Of course, it's quite clear that the other Jews are pigs, but this one is a first-class Jew. In short, every German knows that Jews as such are pigs, but then they fail to apply this principle to singular Jews that they know. And he is well aware of what he is saying. He explicitly includes the killing of women and children. We face the question, what should we do with the women and children? I decided here too to find a completely clear solution. I did not regard myself as justified in exterminating the men, that is to say, to kill them or have them killed, and to allow the avengers in the shape of children to grow up for our sons and grandchildren. The difficult decision had to be taken to have this people disappear from the earth. Point 14. Because of this radical stance, Himmler was, till the fall of 1944, opposed to the creation of a volunteer army of Russian prisoners to fight Soviet troops. When, after being taken prisoner, the Soviet General Yuri Vlasov proposed to exploit the anti-Stalinist sentiments among the Russian population and the POWs and to set up a Russian People's Army, Himmler spoke disparagingly of the Vlasov chivalry, der Lasso-Rummel, and rejected the idea that there is a mass of oppressed Russian people opposed to the Stalinist rule. For him, such distinctions within the inferior Slavic race were of no interest. But what makes all this so fascinating is the high ethical language used by Himmler to justify the extermination of Jews and the brutal treatment of the Slavic people under German occupation. One principle must be absolute for the SS man. We must be honest, decent, loyal, and friendly to members of our blood and to no one else. What happens to the Russians, what happens to the Czechs, is a matter of utter indifference to me. Whether the other races live in comfort or perish of hunger interests me only insofar as we need them as slaves for our culture. Apart from that, it does not interest me. Whether or not 10,000 Russian women collapse from exhaustion while digging a tank ditch interests me only insofar as the tank ditch is completed for Germany. We have the moral right, we had the duty to our people to do it, to kill this people who wanted to kill us. But we do not have the right to enrich ourselves with even one fur, with one mark, with one cigarette, with one watch, with anything that we do not have. Because at the end of this we don't want, because we exterminated the bacillus, to become sick and die from the same bacillus. 15. Himmler goes to the end here. Further in the speech, he imagines the case of an SS officer on the Eastern Front confronting a Russian mother with a small child, both scared of him, trembling and crying. His first reaction is, understandably, compassion. Is really his duty as a soldier to kill these two helpless human beings? Himmler's answer is an unconditional yes. His fidelity is only to the German people, which implies total indifference towards the suffering of the members of other races and nations. Bearing in mind the suffering the German people are exposed by the continuous bombing by the American and British planes, any compassion with the two poor Russians is nothing less than treason, an act of ignoring the suffering of one's own people. Was then Himmler a sadist, doing horrible things and gaining surplus enjoyment from his conviction that he is just doing it as an ethical duty, for the big other, for the good of the German nation? I think this formula is too simple to be applied here. There is something much more horrifying in Himmler. From what one can see by way of reading his letters, he was a terribly normal person. He detested, personally witnessing brutality. He was decent and kind to his friends, ready to punish SS members themselves for their petty crimes. And as such, as a normal individual, he did in his office what we know he did. It is here that Lacan's claim that normalcy is a form of psychosis acquires its weight. Here, not so surprisingly, Himmler comes close to the Buddhist and Hinduist idea that we suffer and do hurtful things if we are too directly involved in what we perceive as reality of objects, so we should follow the doctrine of non-involvement, of the disinterested action. Act as if it doesn't matter, as if you are not the agent, but things including your own acts just happen in an impersonal way. It is difficult to resist here the temptation to paraphrase this passage as the justification of the burning of Jews in the gas chambers to their executor caught in a moment of doubt, since he who thinks it to be the killer and he who thinks it to be killed both know nothing, since the self kills not and the self is not killed, therefore you ought not to grieve for any burned Jew, but, looking alike on pleasure and pain on gain, and loss on victory and defeat, do what you were ordered to do.
No wonder.
Bhagavad Gita, from which these quotes come, was Heinrich Himmler's preferred book. It is reported that he was always carrying it in the pocket of his uniform. Does this not hold even today when the military operations are more and more done through drones and by just pushing buttons? The same cannot be said of the people directly working under Himmler who were openly pathological. If Himmler was at the top of the pyramid of the organizers of the Holocaust, second to him were not well-known names like Heydrich and Eichmann but a compatriot of mine, Odilo Globoknik, an Austrian Nazi whose father was a Slovene, as his surname indicates. Globoknik had a leading role in Operation Reinhardt, the organized murder of around 1.5 million Jews of mostly Polish origin in the Majdanek, Treblinka, Sobibor and Belzec extermination camps. Globoknik originated the concept of the extermination camp and industrialized murder. The historian Michael Allen described him as the vilest individual in the vilest organization ever known. 16. When, late in his life, the Dominican Republic's dictator Rafael Trujillo was asked which of his acts in his long rule he was most proud of, he named the so-called Parsley Massacre from October 1937, a mass killing of Haitians living in the Dominican Republic's northwestern frontier. The massacre claimed the lives of an estimated 14,000 to 40,000 Haitian men, women and children. Virtually the entire Haitian population in the Dominican frontier was either killed or forced to flee across the border. 17. This act of ethnic cleansing, justified as a defense against foreign hordes invading the country, reproduces perfectly the logic of evil, as an ethical duty enjoining us to obliterate our common decency. What lurks behind this topic is the question of the big other. The conclusion that imposes itself is not that every ethical stance needs some figure of the big other to rely on, but, on the contrary, that a truly radical ethical position emerges when the subject is deprived of the support in a big other, so that it has to make a decision in the abyss of its freedom. Such a decision stands for the moment when ethics gets political, for the moment of the political suspension of the ethical. The subject has to make a decision which cannot be fully grounded in any kind of higher neutral principles, don't do to others what you wouldn't like them to do to you, etc. It has to make a decision about how to apply these principles, a decision which always gives them a particular spin. Isn't this the case even for Antigone? Her decision to risk everything for the proper funeral of her brother cannot be fully grounded in the universal immemorial rules she evokes. Every human being, independently of how good or evil it was, deserves a proper funeral. She picked out her brother, ignoring all others, and it's this restriction which makes her act political, not just her public appearance. In this decision, she was not supported by a big other. In some formal sense, Antigone also appears, or simply is, evil from the standpoint of the existing order, a threat to it, but her evil is ethical, although in a different sense than that of Himmler. It opens up a new space for confronting the antagonisms of the existing society, while the function of Himmler's evil is precisely to obfuscate these antagonisms. Here we should contrast Antigone to someone like Nikolai Bukharin, whose courageous stance relied on the unconditional fidelity to the communist big other. The fate of Bukharin's testament, a letter he asked his wife Anna Larina to memorize in 1938 when he knew his execution is close, is a tragic case of how a letter always arrives at its destination. Bukharin, on the eve of his fateful trial, exhorted her to remember that the great cause of the USSR lives on, and this is the most important thing. Personal fates are transitory and wretched by comparison. She read it in a world in which the USSR had just fallen. 18. Bukharin's letter did arrive at its destination, did reach Anna Larina, and was published at precisely the right moment in 1988. One can even say that it was delivered as soon as possible, i.e., as soon as the historical situation made it possible that its delivery will produce a truth effect. Bukharin perceived his tragic fate as insignificant in comparison to the thriving of the great historical cause of the USSR. The continuity of this cause guaranteed that his death was not meaningless. Read When the USSR Disappeared. The letter confronts us with the meaninglessness of Bukharin's death. There is no big other to redeem it. He literally died in vain. Bukharin fell into the typical Stalinist trap. Privately, the Stalinist interrogators often told the accused, "We know you are innocent, but at this moment the party needs your confession to assert its unity. There will be a time in the future, after our full victory, when we'll be able to tell the whole story and admit your innocence. This time is the time when accounts will be finally settled and justice will prevail." A fact from the Bosnian War in the early 1990s makes the same point. Many of the girls who survived brutal rapes killed themselves later, after they rejoined their community and found that there is no one who is really ready to listen to them, to accept their testimony. In Lacan's terms, what is missing here is not only another human being, the attentive listener, but the big other itself, the space of the symbolic inscription or registration of my words. One should critically note that even Derrida's deconstruction continues to rely on a figure of the big other. When Derrida writes that deconstruction is justice, an impossible justice but still justice, this determination implies that deconstruction does not just bring out the inconsistencies and contradictions of a text. The work of deconstruction is led by the impossible ideal of fully bringing out all inconsistencies which legitimize secret forms of domination and oppression. This goal is, of course, infinitely postponed, forever eluding. In the same sense that Derrida talks about democracy to come, justice is always to come. To claim that it is fully here would have been the worst case of metaphysics of presence. However, in spite of the impossibility that pertains to justice, we have to cling to it as a kind of regulative idea of our work. I remember talking to a faithful Derridian years ago at a reception after a talk, and while we were picking up pieces of fried chicken, he told me, "How will we justify doing this at the final Nuremberg trial for the crimes humans commit against animals?" The regulative idea is here that an ethical debt is accumulating for all the horrors of the industrial breeding of animals. Just think what we are doing to millions of pigs which remain half-blind and barely can walk. They are just bred to get fat enough as quickly as possible and be slaughtered for our consumption. I respectfully remained silent, but the idea of a gigantic trial of all of humanity, by whom? struck me as strangely twisted. Do we really have to presuppose such a figure of the big other? A promise that at some final point all debts will be settled, although we know this moment will never come? Is such an idea not deeply anthropocentric, transposing onto the stupid indifference of nature a sense of justice totally absent in it? Cannot we act ethically with regard to animal suffering, also without such a figure of the big other? Back to Himmler. Do we, all of humanity, not treat animals in exactly the same way Himmler demanded Germans to treat Russian women? Whether or not 10,000 collapse from exhaustion of being overfed and treated with hormonal chemicals, with no free movement in nature, this interests us only insofar as the quota of pork meat is achieved for us, humans. Kojin Karatani 19 also reaffirms a figure of big other. He argues that what is needed today, if we are to cope with the looming crises, is a shift from the Marxist focus on modes of production to the modes of exchange. In the latter, a spiritual dimension is present, from Marx's fetish constitutive of commodity exchange logic to Mauss's manna, a dimension operative not only between people but also between humanity and nature, to quote a Native American saying, "When we show our respect for other living things, they respond with respect for us." With capitalism, a break which opens up the space for ecological crisis arises. Nature is no longer a proper other with its own spirituality, with whom we humans are engaged in exchange. There is just traffic with nature as material. There is no exchange in the relationship between human and nature. Exchange brings about spiritual power that compels humans to think and act in certain ways, while traffic does not. Exchange between humans generates perverse spiritual powers, but traffic between humans and nature is straightforward and simply material. 366. With ecological crisis, exchange returns in the most violent form, as a revenge of nature for its ruthless exploitation, plus the problems arising from the traffic with nature, further distort the relationship between humans. That is, the crisis of war is approaching. Despite the rise of movements such as the anti-globalization or Occupy movement, another world war seems simply inevitable now. 369. While I agree with this sad conclusion, I don't see, at the level of theory, the solution in reasserting nature as an other with whom we are involved in a true exchange. Such respiritualization of nature as a partner in a dialogue is a blind alley. What we must do is the exact opposite. Humanity should fully naturalize itself, observes itself as part of a stupid, meaningless traffic within nature. And Hitler? Wasn't Hitler in some sense doing this? From what we know, one must concede that, although it is unthinkable that Hitler didn't know about the Holocaust, he was probably spared the gory details. When Himmler says that Holocaust is a glorious page in our history, and one that has never been written and never can be written, he doesn't only mean that the extermination of the Jews should not be known to the general public. There are hints that he also meant Hitler himself, the Messiah leading the German nation to a new beginning. The true fidelity to the Messiah, the true courage, is that we do silently and secretly the necessary dirty work of clearing the ground so that Hitler will be able to realize his grandiose vision. The great act of us, close followers of the Messiah, is to keep him in ignorance, to allow him to pursue his vision in blessed innocence. However, towards the war's end, this ultimate wall of self-censorship began to crack. Joseph Goebbels' infamous Total War speech in Sportpalast in Berlin on February 18, 1943 was choreographed and prepared in every detail, with thousands of carefully selected public. However, in spite of such detailed preparations, a true Freudian slip of tongue occurs just prior to the culmination of the speech, a series of questions answered by a resounding yes. Of the thousands, do you believe with the Führer and us in the final total victory of the German people? Are you and the German people willing to work, if the Führer orders 10, 12 and if necessary 14 hours a day, and to give everything for victory? Do you want total war? If necessary, do you want a war more total and radical than anything that we can even imagine today? One cannot but discern in the last question the dimension of the Kantian sublime, which is precisely a dimension more total and radical than we can even imagine with our senses. Not surprisingly, the Freudian slip occurs when Goebbels talks about how Germany will react to the Jewish threat.
Deutschland jedenfalls hat nicht die Absicht, sich dieser jüdischen Bedrohung zu beugen, sondern vielmehr die, ihr rechtzeitig, wenn nötig unter vollkommen und radikalster Schaltung, Ausrottung oder Ausschaltung des Judentums entgegenzutreten.
Germany, in any case, has no intention of bowing to this Jewish threat, but rather one of confronting it in due time, if need be in terms of complete and most radical exclusion of Judaism. 20. Goebbels begins with the first letters of Ausrottung, extermination, but then stops for a second or so in the middle of the word and replaces it with the much more innocent Ausschaltung. Exclusion. Did he plan it this way, or was it a true Freudian slip? It doesn't really matter. He made it clear that exclusion didn't mean just forcing the Jew to leave Germany, but literally their extermination. The interest of this slip is that it discloses not only the true intention of the Nazis but also their hypocritical effort to keep this true intention, barely, hidden to the public. It was as if, in the desperate situation after the defeat at Stalingrad, censoring the truth, demanded by Himmler, who wanted the Holocaust to remain absent from public history, was less and less considered necessary, and the brutal goal of total extermination was openly indicated. The other side of the sublime at its most horrible, the extermination more total and radical than anything that we can even imagine today, was given a full green light. 21. So, back to Himmler as a supreme self-sacrifice, he takes upon himself the evil, and this properly ethical evil makes him much worse than any form of pragmatic opportunism. This logic of dispensing with elementary solidarity and compassion as the ultimate proof of the fidelity to a cause is given an almost tragic expression. Kliment Voroshilov's attack on Nikolai Bukharin during a Central Committee plenum in 1933. Bukharin is a sincere and honest man. But I fear for Bukharin no less than for Tomsky and Rykov. Why do I fear for Bukharin? Because he is a soft-hearted person. Whether this is good or bad I do not know, but in our present situation this soft-heartedness is not needed. 22. Voroshilov is here too open, he shows his cards. To understand Bukharin's predicament, we should bear in mind the contrast between Stalinism and today's cynicism. When Bukharin was confronting his critics in the Central Committee, his frank line of argumentation provoked laughter. Look, if I am a saboteur, a son of a bitch, then why spare me? I make no claims to anything. I am just describing what's on my mind, what I am going through. If this in any way entails any political damage, however minute, then, no question about it, I'll do whatever you say. Laughter. Why are you laughing? There is absolutely nothing funny about any of this. 23. In some sense, i.e. within the perverted logic of the Stalinist discourse, this laughter was justified. The target of their laughter was Bukharin's idea that he can address his critics plainly, bypassing the official jargon. However, such a position of distance towards the hegemonic ideology was strictly prohibited under Stalinism. It was in itself a form of treason. Getty and Naumov repeatedly point out the surprising basic result of their study. Stalinists spoke privately the same language as publicly. The cynicism of the Stalinist ideology was objective, not private. This was the Stalinist version of there is no meta-language. There is only one meta-language telling the truth, which is that of the official ideology itself. Today, private and public also tend to coincide, but in the opposite sense. Private cynicism penetrates the public domain. We more and more speak publicly the same language as privately. To avoid a misunderstanding, this does not mean that truth is permitted. The private realist cynical language is in itself the worst mystification. What this means is that fidelity to a principled decision is not enough for an act to qualify as truly ethical. What really matters is how this principle relates to social antagonisms. Does it cover them up or render them visible? The moment we accept an irreducible antagonism, we accept the fact that the big other doesn't exist, that it is ridden with inconsistencies, lacks, and antagonisms. Political correctness versus ethics. Political correctness no less relies on a figure of big other. Here is an extreme case. At Hamline College in Minnesota, a professor of art history was fired for showing images of Muhammad to her students. She took all precautions, warning students in advance what she will do so that they could leave the room to avoid being offended. Plus, the images shown were hundreds of years old and considered masterpieces of Islamic art. Not all versions of Islam prohibit depicting Muhammad. One of the students who didn't leave the room, Aram Weddatala, president of the college's Muslim Students Association, complained to administrators that she was harmed, by seeing the image, and that teacher failed to safeguard her. The student newspaper The Oracle denounced showing the paintings as a direct attack on Islam. The college's administration agreed and called for obligatory education in Islamophobia. It is not our intent to place blame. Rather, it is our intent to note that in the classroom incident, where an image forbidden for Muslims to look upon was projected on a screen and left for many minutes, respect for the observant Muslim students in that classroom should have superseded academic freedom. Point 24. 3 things are to be noted here. First, the images shown were painted by Muslims, they belong to the sacred art. There is no trace of disrespect in them. Second, why did Weditala, who started the protest, not leave the room after the warning? Obviously, she stayed there in order to be able to claim that she was hurt and offended, and cause an incident. This is also why other protesters who joined Weditala felt hurt and offended although they were not attending the class. It was enough for them to know what happened at the class. This, of course, opens up the space for the almost endless extension of what can offend and hurt me. Third, and most important, the terms used by those who protested safety, respect, etc. versus hate, direct attack, phobia, are the very terms political correctness and wokeism used to attack intolerance and racism. We often hear today that wokeism and political correctness are gradually receding. Contrary to this opinion, I think that this phenomenon is gradually being normalized, widely accepted even by those who intimately doubt it, and practiced by the majority of academic and state institutions. This is why it deserves more than ever our criticism, together with its opposite, the obscenity of new populism and religious fundamentalism. In cancel culture at its worst, your public life can be destroyed for reasons that are not even clear in advance. This is what makes cancel culture so threatening. Something very particular that you did or are can be unexpectedly elevated into the universal status of an unforgivable mistake, so that every particular case is never just a neutral case of universality but gives its own spin to a fuzzy universality. Towards the end of October 2022, Gonville and Caius College in Cambridge, UK, was hosting a talk by Helen Joyce, known for her view that men and women are being redefined by trans activists, with laws and policies reshaped to privilege self-identified gender identity over biological sex. Joyce unambiguously supports trans rights. What she rejects is gender identity ideology, i.e. the idea that people should count as men or women according to how they feel and what they declare instead of their biology, into norm and law. Students at Gonville and Caius have launched protests, with the college's LGBT representatives demanding that Joyce's appearance is cancelled because they are unanimously disgusted by the platforming of such views. Tutors were even opening a safe space welfare tea room for students during the talk, blaming understandable hurt and anger for many students, staff and fellows at Caius, caused by the invitation. The college's master joined them, saying that while freedom of speech is a fundamental principle, on some issues which affect our community we cannot stay neutral. 25. So again, respect for not the observant Muslim students but the offended trans students should have superseded academic freedom, a clear point at which religious fundamentalism meets political correctness. Cancel culture. What the politically correct cancel culture with its stiff moralism misses is the proper ethical stance. The latest example of such a stance in movies is The Menu, Mark's My Lord 2022, in which Ralph Fiennes gives an exquisite performance by playing Julian, a top cook and owner of an elite restaurant on a small private island. He invites a group of rich guests with a plan to kill them all. The only survivor is Margot, one of the guests who mocks Julian's dishes and complains that she is still hungry. When Julian asks what she would like to eat, Margot requests a cheeseburger and fries, having previously seen a photo of a young, happy Julian working at a fast food restaurant. Moved by her simple request, he prepares the meal to her specifications. Margot takes a bite and praises his food, then asks if she can get it to go. Julian packs the food for her and the staff allow her to leave. Margot takes the Coast Guard boat docked nearby and escapes the island while Julian sets the restaurant ablaze, detonating the barrel and killing the guests, staff and himself. 26. While Julian is definitely immoral, he kills a series of people who are corrupted and repulsive but not murderers. He nonetheless gives body to a pure ethical stance. His suicidal final act is not just a personal quirk, It targets an entire way of life exemplified by the haute cuisine in which not only customers but also cooks and waiters who serve them participate. One can bet that all his guests were involved in charities and had deep sympathy for the plight of the poor. The proof of his ethics is that he lets Margot go. If he were just immoral, he would have killed them all. Another film which presents the same distinction is Ghost Dog. The Way of the Samurai 1999, written and directed by Jim Jarmusch, in which Forrest Whitaker plays the mysterious Ghost Dog, a hitman in the employ of the mafia, who follows the ancient code of the samurai as outlined in the book of Yamamoto Tsunetomo's recorded sayings, Hagakure, even when this brings him to his death. Yet another such film is The Banshees of Inisherin. 2022. Written and directed by Martin McDonagh. Set on a remote island off the west coast of Ireland, the film follows lifelong friends Porrick, Colin Farrell, and Colm Brendan Gleeson, who find themselves at an impasse when Colm unexpectedly puts an end to their friendship. A stunned Porrick refuses to take no for an answer and endeavors to repair the relationship. But Porrick's repeated efforts only strengthen his former friend's resolve. Colm delivers a desperate ultimatum. Every time Porrick bothers him or tries to talk with him, Colm will cut off one of his own left fingers with a pair of sheep shears, and he does it repeatedly. This fidelity to a decision is ethical, in this term has any sense. However, fidelity to a principled decision is not enough for an act to qualify as truly ethical. In December 2022, the Sturgeon government in Scotland pushed wokeism and LGBT+, almost to the end. It has hailed a historic day for equality, after MSPs approved plans to make it easier and less intrusive for individuals to legally change their gender, extending the new system of self-identification to 16 and 17-year-olds. Basically, you declare what you feel you are, and you are registered as what you want to be. An unexpected problem emerged when Isla Bryson was remanded to women's prison in Stirling after being convicted of the rapes when she was a man called Adam Graham. The rapist decided that he was no longer a man only after appearing in court on a rape charge. So we have a person who identifies itself as a woman using its penis to rape two women. It is quite logical. If maleness and femaleness has nothing to do with one's body, and everything to do with one's self-definition, then one must put a penis having rapist in prison with captive women. After protests, Bryson was put into a male prison. Again, it is formally problematic since we have now a woman in male prison. 27. The point here is that there is no easy solution because sexual identity is in itself not a simple form of identity but a complex notion full of inconsistencies and unconscious features. It is something that in no way could be established by a direct reference to how we feel. Sticking to a problematic principle doesn't help a lot in such cases since the principle itself is wrong. From antagonisms to class struggle. At a more general level, the same holds for any sociopolitical field, which is always a space of multiple antagonisms. Class antagonism, ethnic antagonisms, sexual antagonisms, religious antagonisms, struggles for ecology. All these antagonisms are real/impossible in the strict Lacanian sense. There is no neutral description of an antagonism. Every description is already contextualized, partial. Antagonisms can be combined into what Ernesto Laclau 28 called chain of equivalences. The left claim that ecological struggle, feminist struggle, anti-racist struggle can and should be combined with class struggle since racism, destruction of our environment, oppression of women and other races are today all overdetermined by capitalist exploitation. But other combinations are also possible. Feminism can be combined with liberalism, ecology with conservative anti-modernism, etc. Although, in every particular situation there is always one struggle/antagonism which plays a hegemonic role. In Europe in the 1940s it was anti-fascist struggle. In Iran at the end of 2022 it was the struggle for women's rights. For Laclau, one struggle is elevated into the hegemonic role through the struggle for hegemony, whose outcome is not determined in advance, but dependent on contingent strategic circumstances. What is going on in Iran from September 2022, the so-called Mahsa Amini protests, has a world historical significance. The protests, which spread to dozens of cities, began in Tehran on September 16 as a reaction to the death of Amini, a 22-year-old woman of Kurdish origins who died while in police custody, beaten to death by the Guidance Patrol, the Islamic Morality Police of Iran. She was arrested after being accused of wearing an improper hijab. The protests combine different struggles against women's oppression, against religious oppression, for political freedom against state terror, into an organic unity. Iran is not part of the developed West, so Zan Zindagi Azadi. Woman Life Freedom, the slogan of the protests, is very different from Me Too in Western countries. It mobilizes millions of ordinary women, and it is directly linked to struggle of all, men included. There is no anti-masculine tendency in it, as is often the case with the Western feminism. Women and men are together in it. The enemy is religious fundamentalism supported by state terror. Men who participate in Zan Zindagi Azadi know well that the struggle for women's rights is also the struggle for their own freedom. The oppression of women is not a special case. It is the moment in which the oppression that permeates the entire society is most visible. The protesters who are not Kurds also see it clearly that the oppression of Kurds puts limits on their own freedom. Solidarity with Kurds is the only way towards freedom in Iran. Plus, the protesters see it clearly that religious fundamentalism can only remain in power if it is supported by the raw state power of what in Iran is called morality police. What they see is that a regime which needs a brutal morality police to maintain itself betrays the authentic religious experience it uses to legitimize itself. Iranian protests thus realize what the Western leftists can only dream about. They avoid the traps of Western middle-class feminism. They directly link the struggle for women's freedom with the struggle of women and men against ethnic oppression, against religious fundamentalism, and against state terror. What goes on now in Iran is something that awaits us in the developed Western world, where political violence, religious fundamentalism, and oppression of women are growing daily. We in the West have no right to treat Iran as a country which just has to catch up with the West. The last thing Iran needs now is a dose of Western political correctness. We in the West have to learn from Iran. We will soon need a similar movement in the US, in Poland, in Russia, and in many other countries. Whatever the immediate result of the protests, the crucial thing is to keep the movement alive, to organize social networks which, even if state oppression will temporarily win, will continue its underground work and lay the foundation for a new explosion. It is not enough just to express sympathy or solidarity with Iranian protesters. They are not out there, far from us, part of a different exotic culture. All the babble about cultural specificities, often used by reactionary forces to justify religious and ethnic oppression, is now meaningless. We can immediately see that the Iranian struggle is the struggle of us all. At the same time, we should not be afraid to assert that the language of global emancipation has its roots in European tradition of enlightenment. European civilization is characterized by a unique feature. Permanent self-criticism is part of its identity. Yes, the liberal West is hypocritical, it applies its high standards very selectively. But hypocrisy means you violate the standards you proclaim, and in this way you open yourself up to imminent criticism. When we criticize the liberal West, we use its own standards. What Putin's Russia is offering is a world without hypocrisy, because it is without global ethical standards, practicing just pragmatic respect for differences. We have seen clearly what this means when, after Taliban took over in Afghanistan, they instantly made a deal with China. China accepts the new Afghanistan while Taliban will ignore what China is doing with Uyghurs. This is in news. The new globalization advocated by Russia. And the only way to defend what is worth saving in our liberal tradition is to ruthlessly insist on its universality. This universal dimension is what makes so important the ongoing protests in Iran, which retroactively devalue Michel Foucault's celebration of the Iranian Revolution of 1978 as a modality of religious political revolt, i.e., as a form of political spirituality, a mass mobilization modeled on the coming of a new Islamic vision of social forms of coexistence and equality. In 1979, deeply disappointed by the mass killings of the victorious revolution, he wrote that the spirituality of those who were going to their deaths has no similarity whatsoever with the bloody government of a fundamentalist clergy, a statement which should be qualified as one of the greatest stupidities in the political judgments that occurred in the 20th century. Of course, there is no similarity whatsoever between the two, but the passage from the first to the second was nonetheless inevitable. Point 29. So what seduced Foucault to believing that the Iranian Revolution was meant to save humanity from the clutches of materialism and capitalism? As he repeated in many interviews from that period, modern Europe was for him the worst form of oppression and domination, much worse than the Third World non-democratic regimes. Its freedom, democracy, and human rights were just deceptive masks of total social control. How could this have happened? The left always prefers the symptomal reading of an ideology. Things are not what they claim to be. Their truth is the opposite. Freedom in the market is the form of exploitation and domination. Universal human rights mask imperialist domination. So what does the left do when it confronts a reactionary agent, which is what it claims to be, where there is no need for a deep symptomal analysis? Here the left gets perplexed. What if, at some deeper level, we are even worse than our reactionary opponent? Today we get exactly this logic among the leftists, who show understanding for Putin. The Iranian uprising thus provides the best argument against the New World Order of sovereign states advocated, among others, by Russia. In this vision, the main enemy of sovereignty is Eurocentrism, the Western decadence which imposes on others its liberal values. So when uprisings explode in some state, Iran, Belarus, their cause is projected outside this state in Russia. They now officially designate most of outspoken dissidents as foreign agents. Critique of Eurocentrism is largely false here. Authoritarian regimes desperately try to construct an external enemy in order to obfuscate their own imminent antagonisms. However, if there ever was an event which is not Eurocentric, it is the Iranian protests. They clearly grow out of the unresolved imminent antagonisms of Iranian society. The protesting Iranian crowds did something that is most difficult to do today. They accomplished the passage from external enemy to be annihilated to imminent antagonism, which demands a radical change of one's own identity, which is why, as we already said, any Western patronizing satisfaction, finally Iranians are becoming like us, is totally out of place. If anything, we should learn from Iranians. Let's take the case of the struggle for hegemony that is taking place in what remains of the left in the developed West, especially the US. The mainstream liberal left de facto elevates to the hegemonic role the topics of the so-called culture war, trans rights, abortion, and racism, usually just paying lip service to economic issues or simply ignoring them. In this way, it is alienating millions of lower and middle class ordinary families in small towns and farmland who are not actively against LGBT+, but just want to live their traditional lives. They could be mobilized for many measures against big corporations and banks, for more accessible healthcare, student loans. So it is as if the liberal left is intentionally sabotaging big common causes. No wonder some leftists mean they are doing it intentionally. The moment a more radical left comes with such economic proposals, the culture war liberals accuse it of neglecting trans issues, etc. But the culture war liberal left does not do itself what it accuses of the more radical economic left. But is it enough to plea for such symmetry? For the equal weight of different antagonisms best formulated by Laclau's theory, according to which hegemony is the result of contingent struggles? Here enters my analogy with Bell's inequality. Laclau's multiplicity of antagonisms with no privileged struggles is a pure perfect form, and class struggle is what disturbs this perfect symmetry. The point is not that economic base is a hidden variable, the hidden substantial truth of all antagonisms which operates independently of all contexts, but a kind of structural imperfection, an attractor which disturbs the pure form. Let's again take a look at the image of what quantum mechanics predicts, and was confirmed by repeated experiments. Quantum mechanics predicts that the two entangled electrons will give more correlation in their spin measurements than the limit imposed if we exclude a link that operates faster than the speed of light. Here is the drawing. See Figure 6.1, already used in Chapter 3. Figure 6.1. In my brutal reading, this picture without the red curved line provides the correlation between social antagonisms without class struggles, spooky action at a distance, while the red curved line indicates how this spooky action at a distance disturbs the pure form of contingency. One has to add here that, already at a formal level, class struggle is not an antagonism like others. The goal of the anti-racist struggle is not to destroy an ethnic group, but to enable the peaceful coexistence of ethnic groups without oppression. The goal of feminist struggle is not to annihilate men but to enable actual equality of all sexes and sexual orientations, etc. But the goal of the class struggle is, for the oppressed and exploited, the actual annihilation of the opposite ruling class as a class, not of the individuals who compose it, of course. Not the reconciliation of classes, it is fascism which aims at the reconciliation of classes by way of eliminating the intruder Jews, which introduces antagonism. This brings us back to the paradox of class difference which precedes classes as self-identical social groups. If classes precede their struggle, then the way is open for fascism, i.e., for the collaboration of classes. Only if class struggle precedes classes can the class society really be overcome. We live in an era of unholy alliances, a combination of ideological elements which violate the standard opposition of left and right. Let's just mention one of the saddest recent examples. At the end of February 2023, the Ugandan parliament debated a further toughening of the anti-gay law. The most radical proponents demanded death penalty, or at least life imprisonment for those caught in the act. Anita Among, Speaker of the Parliament, said in the debate, "You are either with us or you're with the Western world." 30 feminist, gay and trans struggles are thereby denounced as an instrument of Western ideological colonialism, used to undermine African identity, and this immediately brings us to another unholy alliance, Russia, with its orthodox fundamentalism, presents itself as an ally of third world nations fighting colonialism, a fact that doesn't prevent parts of the Western left to lean towards Russia in its aggression on Ukraine. How can this happen? Zupancic brings out the underlying reason for this obscene complicity. The Western left intimates correctly the limitation of global capitalism, but is not able to draw a line of separation that would enable it to engage itself as an active political agent. While pretending to ruthlessly criticize Western global capitalism, its own activity is limited to politically correct self-destructive excesses. It is hoping for another external agent to draw this line, which means in Freudian terms, that it simply lacked the true desire to engage in struggle, that all the energy and passion invested in criticizing Western imperialism ends up practically hoping and waiting that someone else, somewhere else will do our job, will draw a line, a limit to the empire. Even if only by establishing another, alternative empire. In this sense, what the Western left seriously lacks is precisely desire. Point 31. And now, in early 2023, this alternate empire is Russia. So when Sarah Wagenknecht, the most popular representative of Die Linke, the German leftist party, organized and spoke at a meeting for peace in Dresden in February 2023, calling for the end of helping Ukraine with arms, Bjorn Höcke, one of the leading members of the extreme right Alternative for Germany present at the meeting, shouted at her, "Ich bitte Sie, kommen Sie zu uns, please come to us," calling her to change her party affiliation. And the public applauded him. These and other cases brought many social analysts to the conclusion that today the opposition between left and right became meaningless, or at least to Leclau's position that no antagonism enjoys a privileged status. But again, a reference to quantum mechanics enables us to interpret the primacy of class struggle not in the substantialist way, as the essence expressed in other struggles, but in a purely formal way. What this implies is that we should distinguish between class difference as a difference or struggle, between two well-defined positive social groups, and class antagonism as a pure difference which precedes the terms it opposes. In Hegelian terms, the pure class antagonism encounters itself among positive social difference in its oppositional determination. And the same holds for sexual difference. We should distinguish between pure sexual difference as the real of an impossible antagonism and sexual difference in its binary sense, as the opposition of two positive sexes. Some, mostly academic institutions are now establishing a rule that, when you encounter for the first time or talk about a person, you should refer to this person as they independently of how this person appears. You should pass to he or she, only if this person explicitly demands to be addressed like that. I find this demand problematic because it elevates exception. They first refer to all those who do not fit the binary of men and women, into universality, into a universal standard. We are all they, and he or she becomes one of its subspecies. However, sexual difference is an antagonism, an impossible difference. Impossible in the sense that difference precedes what it differentiates, so that masculine and feminine are two ways to obfuscate the trauma of difference. While empirically there are not just men and women but also those who do not fit any of these two identities, this does not entail that human sexuality exists as a neutral universality which has many subspecies. sexual difference means that there are men, women, and their difference is such, and this difference is embodied precisely in trans subjects who do not fit any of the two main categories. The main point is that humans are constitutively traversed by sexual difference. It is not possible to isolate or abstract a human universality that would not be affected by the gap of difference. For this reason, a subject's sexual position is its free choice, but simultaneously a forced choice. We are never in a safe external position to choose. There is no universal they from which we can choose to be he or she or remain they. It is a forced choice because we choose the mode of what we are, not our properties. So it is true that universality is embodied in an exception, but the universality in question is not a special neutral level where antagonisms don't apply, like the idea of a perfect androgynous human being living in a blissful harmony. Universality is the universality of an antagonism, of a deadlock. Therein resides the difference between antagonism and a non-antagonistic universality like that of trash. In a series of trash cans, we get a can for paper, one for glass, for organic waste, etc., and then usually, one that is called either remainder or universal trash. Here, remainder means simply something that cannot be clearly included into any of other specific categories. In the case of sexuality, remainder means something more radical, something in which the antagonism or deadlock which traverses the entire field becomes visible. In this sense, in the space of social hierarchy, those who do not fit any particular post are identified as a threat to the system. Jews are in anti-Semitism such an intruder, and the fantasy of anti-Semitism is that, if we eliminate this element, harmonious social hierarchy will be reestablished. Anti-Semitism thus works similarly to transphobia. If we eliminate the trans individuals, harmonious sexual difference with each sex at its own place will return. Both anti-Semitism and anti-trans ignore the fact that antagonism pervades the entire field. In this sense, class struggle and sexual difference are indeed something spooky. With regard to the field of positively existing social relations and tensions between groups, they both are a virtual/real point of reference which, without existing as a positive entity, exists or rather insists only in its effects, as a force that bends the social space. Till now, political correctness mostly ignored class antagonism, focusing on racism, sexism, homophobia, religious fundamentalism, etc. We don't hear a lot about the basic structure of capitalism which generates class differences, and about ways to overcome or at least radically change capitalism. A theory of ideology can also learn something from the paradox of triple measurement. Let's take a beam of non-polarized light. We pass it through a polarizer which will polarize the light in one direction, only up vertical. Then we pass this beam of light through another polarizer that is exactly 90 degrees to the first vertical polarizer horizontal. Nothing comes out on the other side since all light that will hit it is vertically polarized and the second polarizer lets through only horizontally polarized light. But if we take the same non-polarized light, pass it through a vertical polarizer, and then pass this vertically polarized light through a 45 degrees polarizer, some light, not all, will pass through. And if we then pass this remaining light through a third horizontal polarizer, again some light will come through. How/why can some vertically polarized light pass through the second, 45 degrees polarizer if it is all vertically polarized? In a clear parallel, let's imagine polarizing the confused mess of ideological political opinions, using a horizontal left polarizer and a vertical right one. If we do it just in 2 steps, nothing will pass through, but if we add in between the two a 45 degrees liberal center polarizer, a part will pass through? Or maybe one can imagine that something will even come through if opinions polarize through radical left and radical right filters, the so-called totalitarian elements both spaces share. This brings us back to the notion of contextuality, the dependence of an observable's outcome on the experimental context, i.e., on the system-apparatus interaction. The order in which measurements are made matters. Numbers on the number line obey the principle of transitivity. If A is greater than B and B is greater than C, then we know that A is also greater than C. But while this intuitive property holds for numbers, it doesn't hold true for everything. In a democratic society, measurement takes the form of voting. So let's say that citizens are voting on what policy to make into law, a B or C. One voter likes the policy A, has B as a second choice, and dislikes the policy C. Another voter prefers policy B, then policy C, then policy A, and a third voter prefers policy C, then policy A, and then policy B. In a vote between policy A and policy B, A would win since 2 of the 3 voters prefer policy A to policy B. In a vote between B and C, B wins, and in a vote between A and C, C would actually win, so transitivity doesn't hold here. A wins over B, B wins over C, but C wins over A. This creates an interesting dilemma. Imagine policy C were the current policy in our society, and we held a vote whether to switch on policy A. Based on voters' preferences, we wouldn't switch. But if we first vote on switching to B, and then vote afterwards to switch on policy A, our society would first switch from C to B, and then to switch from B to A. And there is the key problem of our democracy. Manipulation of the agenda. Point 32. Let's say C is today's hegemonic neoliberal order, B its populist supplement, and A radical left alternative. In direct confrontation, C wins over A, but if C is first replaced by B, Trumpian populism, in reaction to this version of B, A has a chance to win. Socialism and capitalism as systems are incompatible, but the Chinese version of socialism rests on the presupposition that the couple of planned economy and market economy is not incompatible. As dogmatic Marxism claimed, they can be fruitfully combined. So let's take market and measure it together with socialism and capitalism. We'll get each time a different market. More precisely, if we ask a person just about market, we'll probably get a different answer than if we first ask about market after we asked about socialism. But what about democracy? Again, if we measure it along socialism, then we'll get a different answer from measuring it along capitalism. However, can we consider socialist democracy still an actual democracy? And is multi-party parliamentary democracy still compatible with socialism? The deadlock we encounter here is best rendered by the gap that separates socialist democracy from democratic socialism. The existing communist regimes claim that they developed their own socialist democracy superior to the bourgeois democracy, but they react with panic and oppression if we just turn the terms around and demand democratic socialism. This is dismissed as a return to capitalism. The key feature we have to bear in mind here is that class struggle/antagonism is not a fixed substantial megafeature that dominates all others, reducing them to its social expression. Class struggle is rather the agent of ultimate, irreducible contextuality of all other struggle. The existing multi-party parliamentary system is not effective enough to cope with the crises that beset us. We shouldn't fetishize multi-party parliamentary democracy. What Friedrich Engels wrote in a letter to August Bebel from 1884 still holds. Engels warned that pure democracy often becomes a slogan for counter-revolutionary reaction. At the moment of revolution, the entire reactionary mass will act as though they were Democrats. At all events, on the crucial day and the day after, they will act as though they were Democrats. Point 33. Does this exactly not happen when an emancipatory movement in power gets too radical? Was not, among many others, the coup against Evo Morales in Bolivia done on behalf of democracy? In a way, the critics of Morales were right. They stood for the entire reactionary mass who now rediscover themselves as Democrats. The whole of Lenin's politics aimed at sharpening the situation to the point where democracy itself, in its parliamentary democratic mode, becomes irrelevant. One has to make a choice, as Lenin put it. We have to bring the things to the point at which there is no third way between the Tsar and the revolution. Was in the weeks before the fall of Allende in Chile the situation not the same? Parliamentary games became irrelevant, the situation became simplified. It was the people against the old forces, which also evoked democracy in supporting Pinochet's coup. At this point, the complexity of multiple antagonisms is reduced to the binary class struggle, and if democracy, appropriated by the old forces, wins, we lose. Democratic gains themselves, old corruption returns with a vengeance. This difficult choice gives birth to the eternal fantasy of the liberal left, the dream of a radical social change accomplished in a peaceful democratic, even multi-party way. Colin Jones finishes his monumental The Fall of Robespierre, a 600 pages minute-by-minute account of 9 Thermidor, which is basically very critical of Robespierre, with a surprising claim that ultimately, the terror was only overthrown by the Thermidorian regime which coined the term. In crushing what they named the terror, the Thermidorians also destroyed much of the democratic promise and the progressive social and economic policies that have also characterized the period of revolutionary government before 9 Thermidor. The ultimate irony was that the person who, in the early part of his career, expressed belief in those values most luminously, and in a way that can speak to us all, was Maximilien Robespierre, the great loser of 9 Thermidor.34. And Robespierre knew perfectly what awaits him. In a late-night meeting, hours before he was arrested, he finished his speech with, "The speech that you have heard is my last will and testament. I have seen today that the league of evildoers is too strong for me to hope to escape. It is without regrets that I succumb. And if I succumb, well, my friends, you will see me drink the hemlock in calm.35. This is how authentic political figures act and think. As for Robespierre's alleged thirst for terror and revenge, one should note that he hated most Joseph Fouché, then a Jacobin, later a police minister of Napoleon, and then plotting the latter's downfall. The main reason for his hatred was Fouché's excessive use of vengeful violence in putting down the Federalist revolt and its aftermath. After the defeat of the counter-revolution in Lyon in the first months of 1794, Fouché ordered 1,900 executions, provoking the wrath of Robespierre, who had him instantly recalled to Paris.36. In short, the true aim of Robespierre's last 2 speeches in the convention was not to further strengthen the terror but to diminish it, to slowly bring it to an end. As is well known, he threatened in his last speech that the convention should be purged of a group of corrupted traitors, and when repeatedly called to name them, he refused to do it, as we know now, not to spread fear and guilt among the members, each of them afraid that he is on the list, but because the names he targeted were in large majority from his own group of Montagnards. Robespierre's aim was not to spread fear among the enemies but to constrain the need for enemies, which led the Jacobins to terror. In short, he wanted to restrain terror in order to focus on the ultimate social antagonism in France at that moment: how to save the People's Republic from the threat of a military dictator, a threat clearly predicted by him and Saint-Just, and realized with the rise to power of Napoleon. These complications give us a hint of how communism will eventually enter the stage. Not through a simple parliamentary electoral process, but through a state of emergency enforced on us by an apocalyptic threat. Resistances against this radicalization are extremely strong, as we can see in the latest fictional example of the radical feminine political agent, Daenerys, in the TV series Game of Thrones. The last struggle between the Starks and Daenerys is ultimately a struggle between traditional good nobility, Starks, faithfully protecting their subjects from bad tyrants, and Daenerys as a new type of a strong leader, a feminine Robespierre acting on behalf of the underprivileged. The stakes of the final conflict are thus, to put it in a simple way, should the revolt against tyranny be just a fight for the return of the old kinder version of the same hierarchic order, or should it develop into the search for a new order needed? But what about Daenerys's murderous outbursts? Can the ruthless killing of the thousands of ordinary people in King's Landing really be justified as a necessary step to universal freedom? If your answer is a no, then you endorse the liberal conservative lesson best imparted by the words of Jon to Daenerys just before he kills her. The people who follow you know that you made something impossible happen. Maybe that helps them believe that you can make other impossible things happen. Build a world that's different from the shit one they've always known. But if you use dragons to melt castles and burn cities, you're no different. You're just more of the same. However, as Yuval Harari noted, the exact opposite is true. After Daenerys is liquidated, we get just more of the same. In the show's final scenes, we realize that absolutely nothing changed. After 7 seasons, countless battles, millions of dead, and numerous supernatural interventions, the socio-political system of Westeros remained exactly the same, with a bunch of aristocrats sitting in council and discussing how to finance navies and build brothels. 37 Consequently, Jon kills out of love, saving the cursed woman from herself, as the old male chauvinist formula says, the only social agent in the series who really fought for something new, for a new world that would put an end to old injustices. So no wonder the last episode was well received. Justice prevailed. What kind of justice? Each person is allocated to his/her proper place. Daenerys, who disturbed the established order, killed and flown away to eternity by her last dragon. The new king is Bran, crippled, all-knowing, who wants nothing, with the evocation of the insipid wisdom that the best rulers are those who do not want power. In a supremely politically correct undoing, a cripple rules, now helped by a dwarf, and chosen by the new wise elite whose first concern is to re-establish brothels and navy production. When one of the naive new ruling council members proposes a more democratic selection, this idea is met by a laughter from the majority. is then Game of Thrones. Not again a nice example of how, although the main struggle is the struggle against the foreign threat, the army of the dead from beyond Westeros's northern border, at the end the conflict is reduced to class struggle in Westeros itself? Such a contextualized reading of class struggle implies that, in rejecting religious fundamentalism, we should not put our bets on Western liberalism. As we have already seen, liberalism clearly shows its fateful limitation, especially with today's emergence of the third space of free digital exchanges. So, back to Lenin, what to do in such a complex situation? Does Marxism still work? Yes, complemented with psychoanalysis. Conclusion: the need for psychoanalysis. In 2022, the Mitscherlich Chair at the Frankfurt University, the most prestigious chair for psychoanalysis in Germany, was abolished. A new call for applications didn't list psychoanalysis anymore. Should this surprise us? No, but it should nonetheless enrage us and make us think. This cancellation is a logical consequence of the long wave of triumphalist acclamations of how psychoanalysis is dead. With the new advances in brain sciences, it is finally put where it belonged all the time, to the lumber room of pre-scientific obscurantists' search for hidden meanings, alongside religious confessors and dream readers. This cancellation is sustained by a silent pact between psychiatric establishment, new brain sciences and politically correct woke feminism. They all reject psychoanalysis. Neither biological sex nor cultural gender. Behavioral therapies combined with drugs ignore the social background of psychic troubles. For them, the aim of therapy is just to cure the symptom, bringing the individual back to normal social functioning. In the same way that a broken car should be quickly repaired, a broken individual should be integrated back into social life, and psychoanalysis is not efficient enough, losing time with the inquiries into the social and psychic roots of a pathology. Where did this approach bring us? As Ivan Illich convincingly demonstrated, the ever-new medical procedures and drugs themselves change the scope of what we experience as the domain of our lives, which can be treated by medical practices, in an extrapolation ad absurdum. Our entire life, inclusive of our dying, becomes a stressful experience to be cured. No wonder that today in the US around 80% of the so-called intellectual class, professors and students, journalists, researchers, are taking psychodrugs, from modest tranquilizers like Xanax to opium or cocaine. You take drugs to calm yourself and then you take drugs to revitalize yourself. It is more and more as if we cannot find the balance of a normal life without a strong support of drugs. Such behavioral and chemotherapeutic approach is grounded in new brain sciences which directly ground our inner experience in neurobiological processes, leaving no space open for the Freudian unconscious. And although the LGBT+ and new feminists reject such an approach, they also reject psychoanalysis, which is, as they like to repeat, mostly practiced by old white men. However, the conceptual frame within which they operate, yes means yes, mutual consent, relies on a decidedly pre-Freudian notion of subject. Individuals are supposed to know what they really want. Pathological phenomena arise from external social oppression, and individuals should just get rid of this oppression in order to regain the ability to realize their innermost sexual desires. There is no place here for the Freudian notion of the divided subject, for the imminent inconsistency of our desires. We don't know what we want, we often really desire what we don't want, we find pleasure in suffering and self-humiliation. In section 29 of his Minima Moralia, Adorno proposed a claim which makes him totally incompatible with today's woke ideology. First and only principle of sexual ethics: the accuser is always in the wrong. He goes on to explain it. What is merely identical with itself is without happiness. One Adorno's claim is directed against what we call today identity politics, as well as against sex as active exchange between self-identical egos whose interaction is based on mutual consent, or, as Antonia Hofstadter formulated it in a courageous and brilliant reading, every "I accuse you" drags into the sphere of sexuality the expectations and entitlements of conscientious consumers and those citizens who know their rights. This is why Adorno's claim takes its impulse not from the ubiquitous demand for safety that echoes across campuses from Berlin to Boston, but from a sexual utopia in which power relations are divested of their scarring force. Sex is by definition not safe. It involves exposing oneself to the loss of identity. The dim light of ambiguity that nourishes Adorno's outrageous line is inseparable from its promise. The promise of a wealth, however murky and repellent, that exists beyond the conscious life of the subject, a wealth in which it nevertheless partakes. Point 2. One should not be afraid to draw the ultimate conclusion from these insights. The politically correct, safe and controlled sex is a desexualized sex, to put in the series with decaffeinated coffee and communication with others who are deprived of the abyss of otherness. The PC rejection of claims like Adorno's rejects precisely its dim light of ambiguity, which is considered a threat to unambiguous interaction where yes means yes and no means no. It refuses to engage itself in the promise of wealth, and is satisfied with the direct reading of Adorno's claim, which reduces it to the prohibition of the victim's right to accuse the assailant. Adorno is, of course, ridiculously one-sided. Should a woman who was brutally raped not accuse her assailant? We are dealing here not with transgressive ecstatic blurring of boundaries but a simple direct brutality. The rapist gets a surplus enjoyment from the fact that his victim is terrified by his act. Nonetheless, we should remain open to the dim light of ambiguity, which pertains to language as a social link. There is no metalanguage, especially in the domain of sexuality, which means that every rejection or condemnation of a sexual act, no matter how clear and unambiguous it sounds, is in principle open to the possibility of becoming sexually invested, giving birth to its own surplus enjoyment. Unacceptable as it may sound within the politically correct parlance, even a brutal rape which is not part of any sadomasochist contract can be perversely enjoyed in a way disavowed by its victim. To avoid a fatal misunderstanding, not only does this fact not justify the rape in the sense of she really wanted it, it makes the rape even more terrifying since it opens up the path to the psychic self-destruction of the victim. Assuming openly this enjoyment in being raped ruins the basic subjective consistency of the victim. The recent controversy about the use of so-called puberty blockers concerns another aspect of this same dim light of ambiguity. Puberty blockers suppress hormones and in this way pause a child's development of sex-based characteristics. They are given to youngsters between 9 and 16 years still determining their sexual identity, and the reasoning that sustains this measure is pretty straightforward. There is a danger that people still determining their sexual identity will make an enforced choice under the pressure of their environment, and thus repress their true inclination, to be a trans mostly. So, since in full puberty we usually already have adopted a definite sexual identity, people should be given puberty blockers to postpone their entry into puberty, and thus give them more time to reflect on their sexual identity, and to be compelled to decide about it a couple of years later when they will be mature enough to make the right choice. But it was disclosed that life-changing drugs were given to autistic and troubled young people, who may have been misdiagnosed as uncertain about their sex. Life-altering treatments were being given to children before they were old enough to know whether they want to medically transition, or as one of the critics said, a child experiencing gender distress needs time and support, not to be set on a medical pathway they may later regret. The paradox is clear. Puberty blockers were given to allow youngsters to reach maturity and freely decide about their sexual identity, but puberty blockers may cause numerous other physical and psychic pathologies, and nobody asked the youngsters if they are ready to receive drugs with such consequences, or, as Hilary Cass wrote, we do not fully understand the role of adolescent sex hormones in driving the development of both sexuality and gender identity through the early teen years. So by extension we cannot be sure about the impact of stopping these hormone surges on psychosexual and gender maturation. We therefore have no way of knowing whether, rather than buying time to make a decision, puberty blockers may disrupt that decision-making process. Brain maturation may be temporarily or permanently disrupted by puberty blockers, which could have significant impact on the ability to make complex risk-laden decisions, as well as possible longer-term neuropsychological consequences. Point 3. One should make even a step further in this criticism and problematize the very basic claim that arriving at sexual identity is a matter of mature free choice. There is nothing abnormal in sexual confusions. What we call sexual maturation is a long, complex, and mostly unconscious process full of violent tensions and reversals, not a process of discovering what one really is in the depth of one's psyche. Freudian Lacan thus overcome the opposition between biological sex and cultural gender. For the two of them, there is nothing natural even in the fact that, say, I as a biological man assume being male as my psychosymbolic identity. A biological man becoming a psychosocial man is a process no less violent and unnatural than for a biological man becoming a psychosocial woman. Plus, such violent tensions are, of course, not just facts of inner psychic life, they are embedded in antagonisms which traverse the entire social body. Trans advocates claim that gender identity is not biological but a socially constructed contingent fact, a matter of choice social. However, when they oppose the patriarchal oppression, the imposition of binary sexuality, they invoke the raw fact of how an individual feels, its immediate self-experience. It is enough for a man who wants to become a woman just to claim I was born into a wrong body, which is not again presented as something historically mediated. Here TERFs who insist that a trans woman should not be simply accepted as a woman have a point. What those who claim a trans woman is a woman tout court tend to ignore is the basic lesson of materialism. In our societies, being a woman is not just a fact of inner feeling, it resides in a set of social material practices. Women give birth, have periods, go through a menopause, and the submission of women refers to all these practices. A homology offers itself herewith. Althusser's idea that ideology is not just a worldview but something embodied in a complex network of ideological apparatuses, customs, and practices. The conclusion of Greta Gerwig's Barbie should be read in this sense. In our reality to which Barbie again returns, she makes her first appointment with a gynecologist. For this same reason, I find problematic the following stance. Spouses who refuse to fund their partner's gender surgery may be domestic abusers, the Crown Prosecution Service, CPS, says in new guidance. These include withholding money for transitioning, which would include either spouse refusing to pay for gender surgery, counseling, or other treatment in a way that amounted to coercive control or abuse. Other behaviors could be criticizing the victim for not being a real man/woman if they have not undergone reassignment surgery, or threatening or sharing pre-transition images, or refusing to use their preferred name or pronoun. Point 4. So what happens if I am, say, a woman married to a man who, since he decided to identify as a woman, wants to do gender surgery to become also a biological woman? Does this not somehow affect my conjugal obligations? I married that man, not a person to whom I am obliged even if he changes his/her sexual identity. In his, posthumously published, Volume 4 of History of Sexuality, Michel Foucault mentions a peculiarity of the bodies of hyena already noted by Aristotle, an outgrowth of flesh that traces a form below the tail very similar to a female sex. However, this cavity does not open into any canal leading toward the womb or the intestine. Foucault then focuses on the interpretation of this peculiarity proposed by Clement of Alexandria. In contrast to Aristotle, who sees this outgrowth as a contingent feature with no deeper spiritual meaning, Clement insists that the outgrowth similar to a vagina is utterly similar to a moral fault found in men, lasciviousness. And it's in view of this defect that nature has devised a supplementary cavity in these animals for them to use for their equally supplementary sallies. In sum, to the excessive natural propensity for pleasure that characterizes the hyena, nature has responded with an excessive anatomy that enables excessive relations. Point 5. What immediately strikes the eye is the ambiguous role of nature in Clement's line of argumentation. Lasciviousness is unnatural, but nature nonetheless takes care to provide excessive/useless body parts whose only function is to satisfy lascivious needs. Such hermeneutics, which reads freaks of bodily reality as expression of corrupted spiritual stances, such correspondence between psychic inside and bodily outside, is to be thoroughly rejected. Trans ideology is here right. There is no natural correlation between psychic sexual desires and the biologically determined bodily reality. What it misses is the fact that sexuality as such is trans. In what precise sense? The most consistent definition of transsexuality is that a subject goes beyond its biologically determined sexual identity. If you are biologically a man, you are trans if you do not subjectively assume this identity, but search for a different identity. Cis men are thus in some sense ontologically lazy. They just passively assume what they are biologically. Lacan's counterpoint is that even cis men or women are also trans. They have to work hard, to go through a process full of traumatic cuts, to arrive at their sexual identity, which appears to be just something biologically given. The abstract, in the strict Hegelian sense of the term, Opposition between biological determinism and trans ideology, which reduces sexual identity to a free decision based on how I feel, reaches an extreme in accidents like the one a well-known Slovene theater director active mostly in Germany told me about. While the director was rehearsing a new play every day for 2 weeks in a big national theater, trying to be respectful, asked the actors how they should be referred to, they, he, she. The answer she got from all of them is that they cannot say now how they will, or experience themselves, in next days, so she should ask them at the beginning of every new day how they feel with regard to their sexual identity at that moment, and many of them effectively gave different answers on different days. And what about the reproach that psychoanalysis is patriarchal, focusing on the Oedipal complex and the path to normal heterosexuality? Here critics also miss the point. For Freud, normal heterosexuality is not inscribed into our nature but a possible result of the gradual overcoming of infantile sexuality, and we never really leave infantile sexuality behind, which is why even our eventual normal heterosexuality has to be sustained by fantasies which originate in infantile sexuality. Critics of psychoanalysis see patriarchal heterosexuality, its binary order with fixed sexual roles, as the result of a foreign social imposition on our free plural sexuality, but for Freud, infantile sexuality is not a lost paradise, it is in itself full of tensions and self-destructive spins. So was Freud patriarchal? On the contrary, he makes it clear that the rise of psychoanalysis as theory and practice is the result of the process of the gradual decline of paternal authority. The idea that Freud fits the Victorian patriarchal era is a ridiculous misreading. But there is an important point to be made here. It was clear already to Freud that the decline of the paternal authority is an ambiguous process. Father as a figure of moral authority enables the child to adopt a stance of moral autonomy, resisting the pressure of her peers, and of the corrupted social environment. Following Freud in his study on authority and family written back in the 1930s, Max Horkheimer made the same point, while in the same spirit, Adorno pointed out that Hitler is not a paternal figure.
End in H.I.S. Classic Auf dem Weg zur vaterlosen Gesellschaft, 1963, Alexander.
Mitscherlich, whose chair is now abolished, analyses in detail the process of the loss of paternal authority, and how it gives birth to new forms of domination. This brings us back to Christian atheism, which fully assumes that Father is dead, God the Father, not only the Son died on the cross, and simultaneously avoids the trap of individualist permissiveness. After the Father's death, a new emancipatory collective emerges whose name is Holy Ghost. Today, when the need for an engaged political collective is needed more than ever, the choice is between the new rightist populism and a reinvented Holy Ghost. To put it in brutal terms, the ultimate anti-Christian force today is not hedonist individualism but the rightist Christian fundamentalism itself. There is more of a Holy Ghost in militant leftist insurgency, violent as it may be, than in any rightist collective obsessed by saving our way of life. Another lesson of these insights is that psychoanalysis undermines the simple opposition between our sexual drives and their oppression. It asserts the inextricable mixture of these two levels. The topic of sexism and racism is thus not somehow secondary, so that we should move the focus onto real economy, as some leftist critics of wokeness seem to imply. Adrian Johnston 6. Formulated the key insight here. His basic premise runs against the standard Freudo-Marxist idea that the explanation of the subjective features of individuals living in today's capitalism. Why do millions act and vote against their obvious interests? Why can they be mobilized for nationalist, religious, and military struggles which pose a threat to their very lives? In the terms of the determination by economic base is insufficient. To explain such phenomena, Marxist economic analysis has to be supplemented by a psychoanalytic research into collective libidinal investments. While Johnston agrees that Marxism needs psychoanalysis, he convincingly argues that these unconscious libidinal mechanisms are at work already in the very heart of the economic base. We just have to read Marx closely to see that the individuals caught in the capitalist reproduction do not really follow their egotist interests. They act as the instruments of the capital's drive to ever-expanding reproduction, ready to renounce to many life pleasures. Maybe Marx ought to be credited not only with inventing the psychoanalytic concept of the symptom avant la lettre, as Lacan proposes, but also with inventing the analytic idea of the drive prior to Freud. Johnston Austin, of course, does not ignore the complexity of the interaction between the reproduction of capital and the subjective life of capital's agents, who are also psychical subjects of enjoyments having to do with socio-symbolic secondary gains exuded from the pure accumulation of capital. Just think about the esteem gained by the charities of today's ultra-wealthy neo-feudal masters. But where does theology enter here? For Marx, the commodity fetishism is not simply a subjective illusion, but an objective illusion, an illusion inscribed into facts, social reality themselves. Recall the famous first sentence of Section 4, The Fetishism of Commodities and the Secret Thereof, of Chapter 1 of Capital. A commodity appears at first sight a very trivial thing and easily understood. Its analysis shows that it is, in reality, a very queer thing, abounding in metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties. Point 7. What I want to claim is that this English translation, although not exact, is in some sense better than the German original. Ein Werskeint auf den ersten Blick ein Selbstverständliches, trivials Ding. Ihr Analyse urget, das ein sehr Vertrax Ding ist, weil metaphysischer Spitzfindigit die theologischer Mucken. 8. In the original, the second sentence just claims that its analysis shows what it is as opposed to the first sight, while the English translation adds in reality, thereby placing the commodity's queer character. Think about today's connotation of this word. Its metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties into social reality itself. Kojin Karatani 9 is thus right to link this passage to the starting point of the Marxian critique, the famous lines from 1843 about how the criticism of religion is the premise of all criticism. 10. With it, the circle is in a way closed upon itself, i.e., at the very bottom of the critique of actual life of the economic process, we again encounter the theological dimension inscribed into social reality itself. Karatani refers here to the Freudian notion of drive. Trieb, as opposed to the multitude of human desires, capitalism is grounded in the real of a certain quasi-theological impersonal drive, the drive to reproduce and grow, to expand and accumulate profit. What Marx called revolution is thus, at its most radical, a theological revolution, a change in what we perceive as human nature. Testicle crushers then and now. Are we not already witnessing such a change? Years ago, when I was reading a text about how the Nazis tortured prisoners in the concentration camps, it affected me quite traumatically when I found that they used industrially made testicle crushers to cause unbearable pain. Now I found that this same product, exquisitely made, two small metal containers connected by a chain which look like something you would, indeed, use to crack a nut out of its shell, with multiple holes for needles to push them deep into your testicle, is one in the series of similar things one can buy on the web. 11, as the advertisement says, pick your poison for pleasure from this ball torture group. Stainless steel ball crusher, stainless ball clamp torture device, brutal cock vice torture toy, hardcore stainless ball torture. So if you lie in bed with your partner melancholic and tired of life, the time is right. Your slave's nuts are ripe for crushing. It is the moment you have been waiting for, to find the right tool to brutalize his balls. The stainless ball clamp torture device could be the ultimate testicle crusher given its wicked, brutal features. Point 12. Welcome to the brave new world of permissiveness. If we imagine a scene of two men playing a sexual game with ball crushers, we, of course, immediately stumble upon ambiguous situations at least. Let's say I by mistake enter a room where two men are playing this game, and since, in all probability, one of them is moaning and crying because of the pain, I misread the situation as an actual torture and jump in to attack the active guy. If I ignore the situation and just walk by, I ignore the possibility that it was an actual torture. So should I approach the two guys and politely ask them, is what you are doing really consensual? A quite idiotic thing to do. But let's go a step further and imagine a man is doing something similar to a woman, torturing her consensually? In our politically correct situation, many among us would automatically presume that their activity is not consensual, and if it is, that the woman internalized male repression identifying with the enemy. The confusion is here irreducible. Unfortunately, there are men and women who authentically enjoy a degree of torture which is enacted as non-consensual. Plus, we should recall the obsessional ritual of enacting a punishment to signal the presence of a desire punished by the specific form of the inflicted pain. Let's say that, in a culture where rape is punished by flogging, somebody asks a neighbor to flog him brutally. There is no deep masochism at work here. Being flogged simply signals my desire to rape a woman. The passage from the ball crusher used to torture prisoners in Nazi concentration camps to the ball crusher that you can buy for a little bit over $200 to play sadomasochist erotic games will undoubtedly be celebrated as a sign of historical progress, the same progress which makes us purify classic works of art purified of the content that may hurt somebody. At the level of bodily pleasures, we can consensually torture each other, but not at the level of words. Therein resides the big question that bothers us today, which is, why does the permissive stance towards sexual pleasure entail impotence and frigidity? Why, when pleasure is enjoined by a superego figure, are we deprived of it? Why, in these conditions, is the only way to enjoy is through pain? Here Freud enters the scene. On May 28, 1922, he wrote a letter to the Trieste psychoanalyst Eduardo Weiss, who had written to Freud to ask his advice on the treatment of two clients who both suffered from impotence. The first was a highly cultured Italian man of about 40 years of age, whose wife had committed suicide a number of years earlier after a period of depression. Prior to this, he had been capable of proper sexual activity. The second patient, a Slovene of about 20 years of age, was described by Weiss as a thoroughly immoral and deceptive person. He tried to cheat everyone, and he even came up with a method to profit from psychoanalysis. His father paid for his therapy, but he told his father that the sessions cost far more than they actually did, and he pocketed the difference. There is a strange paradox with this wretched Slovene. He was a swindler, a liar, a fraud beyond the reach of the moral law and the law of the father, and he was completely impotent, to quote Mladen Dola. The transgression of all ethical and social laws did not lead to unbridled pleasure, but to its prohibition. The more everything is allowed, the more it is prohibited. 13. Freud's advice to Weiss was simple. The first patient warranted psychoanalytic treatment as he was a man of high mores and culture who simply needed to overcome the trauma of his wife's suicide. The second case, the Slovene, is obviously a good-for-nothing who does not warrant your efforts. Our analytical art fails when faced with such people. Our perspicacity alone cannot break through to the dynamic relation which controls them. 14. Note Freud's contradictory response concerning the Slovene. Freud firstly dismisses him due to his immorality and simple superficiality, then dismisses him because his problem lies beyond the remit of psychoanalysis, so his dismissal has nothing to do with immorality or ethics. His impotence is simply unanalyzable. The meaning of the Slovene's impotence is beyond Freud. Unlike the first case where Freud spies the cause as excessive obedience, remorse, or guilt, the paradox of the Slovene is that he appears to have no good reason to be impotent, for he is completely immoral and without conscience, thus free from the ethics that prohibit enjoyment, yet this Slovene is completely incapable of sexual enjoyment, while the Italian patient was at least capable of sexual relations with prostitutes, to quote David Claxton. Freud was clearly unable to fathom the cause or truth of this Slovene's impotence, and the aggressiveness of his response suggests his active resistance to this instance of a prohibition beyond his conception of morality and the superego. If the Slovene is without morals, and thus without a superego, why is it that he is even more prohibited from enjoyment than the cultured Italian? How can there be a prohibition against enjoyment beyond the superego? Or in other words, how can there be a prohibition in the absence of the law of the superego? 15. These questions were resolved when Lacan introduced a clear distinction between moral law and the superego, the distinction blurred by Freud. 16. Lacan has convincingly shown that there is a confusion in Freud. The title of the third chapter of The Ego and the Idea is The Ego and the Superego, Ego-Ideal. So Freud tends to use these two terms as synonyms, conceiving the ego-ideal as a forerunner of the superego. The premise of Lacan's clarification is the equation between jouissance and superego. To enjoy is not a matter of following one's spontaneous tendencies. It is rather something we do as a kind of weird and twisted ethical duty. Superego is real, the cruel and insatiable agency which bombards me with impossible demands and which mocks my failed attempts to meet them, the agency in the eyes of which I am all the more guilty, the more I try to suppress my sinful strivings and meet its demands. The old cynical Stalinist motto about the accused at the show trials who profess their innocence, the more they are innocent, the more they deserve to be shot, is superego at its purest. So for Lacan's superego, has nothing to do with moral conscience as far as its most obligatory demands are concerned. 17. Superego is, on the contrary, the anti-ethical agency, the stigmatization of our ethical betrayal. 18. Back to Weiss's example. The Italian was impotent due to the pressure of the moral law, while the Slovene was impotent due to the superego pressure. The impotent Slovene from Trieste was thus a full century ahead of its time. He points towards the basic deadlock then of today's culture of permissiveness, tolerance, and diversity. Its final outcome is that prohibition and regulation are universalized. To guarantee that our pleasures will not be obstructed, we are bombarded by more and more intricate networks of censorship and cancellations. Freud clearly saw this coming. In one of his letters to Fliess, Freud reported on his visit to the Scotchen caves in southern Slovenia, close to the Italian border. The Scotchen caves, which we saw in the afternoon, are a gruesome miracle of nature. A subterranean river running through magnificent vaults, waterfalls, stalactite formations, pitch darkness and slippery paths secured with iron railings. It was Tartarus itself. If Dante saw anything like this, he needed no great effort of imagination for his Inferno. 19. And what did Freud find at the end of this descent, at the bottom of the Slovenian hell? His letter to Fliess continues, "At the same time the master of Vienna, Herr Dr. Karl Luger, was with us in the cave, which after 3.5 hours spewed us all out into the light again." 20. So at the bottom of hell, Freud met the mayor of Vienna, the master of Vienna, one of the most influential politicians in that part of the world at the time, a very popular populist leader notorious for his blatant anti-Semitism, idolized by young Hitler. 21. The lesson of this encounter in hell is an anti-Jungian one. When we descend to the bottom of our unconscious, what awaits us there is not the deepest truth about our personality but what Freud called the fundamental lie. We don't encounter there the pure flow of libido or its eternal archetypes freed from the oppression of paternal authority and binary logic but the obverse side of authority, figures of obscene superego authority which enjoins us to enjoy and thereby sabotages our ability to enjoy much more efficiently than the patriarchal law. Sometimes there is nothing liberating in bringing up to the daylight the obscene secrets of our unconscious. What we find there are prohibitions and injunctions much more brutal than the paternal law. Manipur is not only in India. Let us take a terrifying case that occurred in May 2023 in India. To a Western European with a vague knowledge of Italian, Manipur automatically associates with Manipulite, pure hands, the big anti-corruption campaign in the early 1990s that changed the whole Italian political scene and ended with the rise of Berlusconi to power. In Manipur, a small Indian state bordering on Myanmar, ethnic violence is now getting close to a civil war. Its two largest groups, the majority Meitei and the minority Kuki, battle over land and influence. Meitei are Hindu, politically affiliated to the ruling Hindu nationalist BJP, Bharatiya Janata Party, which also runs the state of Manipur, while Kuki are tribal Christians who live in forests. There is violence on both sides, but the main culprits are Meitei who want to push the Kuki out. What attracted the attention of the world is a shocking video of an attack on May 4, 2023 when two Kuki women were paraded naked by Meitei men, and then gang-raped shortly after their village was razed. A horrifying case of terror against women as a political instrument. The video was rendered public by one of the perpetrators themselves. 22 At this point, the Indian President Narendra Modi was finally forced to react. He proclaimed the event a shame on India. However, his condemnation came late and was deeply hypocritical. Why? The Manipur local government is more or less openly on the side on Meitei, while the federal government is officially neutral but silently no less on the side of Meitei. The reasons for this partiality are not only ethnic, an expression of the BJP Hindu nationalism, but also economic. The forests inhabited by Kuki are rich in minerals, and the government wants to drive the Kuki out to exploit the area more efficiently. The pressure on Kuki is thus, as expected, justified as a strategy of progress and modernization resisted by the tribal Kuki. This brings us to pure hands. While the federal state pretends to act as a neutral agent just safeguarding law and order, its hands are far from pure since what it promotes as law and order clearly privileges the strong side in the conflict, providing it with the aura of legality. There is nothing new in such a procedure since it characterizes the entire history of human rights. Again and again, This notion was shown to privilege the rights of a particular sex, race, religion, or social status. But what is going on in Manipur is that even the facade of a neutral state power crumbles. Those in power openly support those who are, according to its own laws, illegal aggressors. Is something similar not happening in Israel? As long as the traditional secular Zionist settler colonial ideology predominated, the state, not so, discreetly privileged its Jewish citizens over Palestinians. However, it put great efforts to sustain the appearance of a neutral rule of law. From time to time, it condemned Zionist extremists for their crimes against Palestinians, it limited the illegal new settlements on the West Bank, etc. The main agency playing this role was the Supreme Court. No wonder the Netanyahu government, which took over in 2022, pushed through a judicial reform which deprives the Supreme Court of its autonomy. The large protests against judicial reform are the last cry of the secular Zionism, however. Insofar as the protesters are not ready to endorse solidarity with Palestinians, their protest will remain limited to saving the appearances. With the new Netanyahu government, the anti-Palestinian violence, the pogrom in Hawara, the attacks on the Stella Maris Monastery in Haifa, etc., is no longer even formally condemned by the state. The fate of Itamar Ben-Gvir is the clearest indicator of this shift. Before entering politics, Ben-Gvir was known to have a portrait in his living room of Israeli-American terrorist Baruch Goldstein, who in 1994 massacred 29 Palestinian Muslim worshippers and wounded 125 others in Hebron, in what became known as the Cave of the Patriarchs massacre. He entered politics by joining the youth movement of the Kach and Kahain Chai Party, which was designated as a terrorist organization and outlawed by the Israeli government itself. When he came of age for conscription into the Israel Defense Forces at 18, he was barred from service due to his extreme right political background. And such a person, condemned by Israel itself as a racist and terrorist, is now the Minister for National Security, who should safeguard the rule of law. The State of Israel, which likes to present itself as the only democracy in the Middle East, now de facto morphed into a halakhic theocratic state, the equivalent to Sharia law. 23. This shift is not just a secondary degeneration of the original vision, since it indicates a fatal flaw in the original vision itself. A further twist in this story is that most of today's Messianic Zionists are not even really religious. They remain secularists, brutally and cynically using religion as an instrument in the struggle for power. In Lacanian terms, the obscene violence is the surplus enjoyment which we gain as a reward for our subordination to an ideological edifice, for the sacrifices and renunciations this edifice demands from us. In today's Israel, as in Manipur, this surplus enjoyment no longer dwells in the obscene underground, it is openly assumed. The surplus enjoyment as killing Palestinians, burning their homes, evicting them from their homes, confiscating their lands, building settlements, destroying their olive trees, Judaizing Al-Aqsa, etc., becomes explicitly articulated. While these forms of surplus enjoyment were previously viewed as an exception in official Zionist discourse, they are now considered as the norm. 24. By designating the Israeli Jews as somehow degenerate, did we not regress to the worst kind of anti-Semitism? Not at all. The Jews who support the ongoing trend effectively are degenerate in exactly the same sense as we all are. By acting as they do on the West Bank, they lose any superior status and become just one among the fundamentalist nation-states. Another name for this degeneracy is ideology, a symbolic edifice sustained by obscene surplus enjoyment. But why use this provocative term? A reference to the use of the term degeneracy in quantum mechanics may be of some help. In quantum mechanics, degeneracy refers to the fact that two or more stationary states of the same quantum mechanical system may have the same energy even though their wave functions are not the same. In this case, the common energy level of the stationary states is degenerate. 25. Imagine you're shown two identical objects and then asked to close your eyes. When you open your eyes, you see the same two objects in the same position. How can you determine if they have been swapped back and forth? Intuition and the laws of quantum mechanics agree. If the objects are truly identical, there is no way to tell. But for a special type of anyons, particles that occur in two-dimensional space having characteristics of both fermions and bosons, quantum mechanics allows for something quite different. Anyons are indistinguishable from one another, but some non-abelian Anions have a special property that causes observable differences in the shared quantum state under exchange, making it possible to tell when they have been exchanged, despite being fully indistinguishable from one another. 26. Abelian refers to Niels Abel, a Norwegian mathematician from the early 19th century. It is easy to see how the non-abelian anions open a new path for quantum computation. When we swap particles around one another like strings are swapped around one another to create braids, the virtual braid that forms the quantum background of two particles can contain much more information than just two particles which are indistinguishable in their actual presence. But what matters to us here is the fact that the obscene underground of ideology is degenerated in a similar way. Procedures which are in themselves indistinguishable, ethnic violence, torture, rapes, denial of the human dignity of the enemy, etc., are accompanied by a braid of different symbolic narratives. The task of the analysis is thus to recognize the same energy, libidinal investment, in Muslim fundamentalism, Zionism, Hinduism, Christian fundamentalism. Obvious differences in their narrative should not blind us for this sameness. Even when a country fights for its survival and is engaged in heroic self-defense, the cause of freedom is as a rule contaminated by some kind of obscene racist and sexist background, which spoils the purity of its struggle. Those of us who stand firmly behind Ukraine are often worried about the fatigue of the West. As the war now drags well into its second year, will not the countries which support Ukraine gradually get fed up by the permanent emergency state and the material sacrifices demanded of them? One should bear in mind that this fatigue is not simply caused by objective of exhaustion and rejection to continue to endure sacrifices. It is also clearly the result of the systematic propaganda spread by the unholy alliance of the extreme right and the extreme left. This propaganda operates at three distinguished levels of argumentation: abstract pacifism, we need peace, suffering has to stop at any cost; a balanced view of the war, Ukraine and NATO were also provoking Russia and forced it to counterattack; egotist protection of our own welfare, why give billions to Ukraine, a corrupted country run by oligarchs, when we have more than enough of our own problems, new forms of poverty, etc. The paradox of this mixture is that what presents itself as a principled stance, peace at any price, is a mask for the worst ethnic egotism and ignorance of the other's suffering. Are we aware that, although Ukraine defended its independence, it has already lost close to half of its population? 10 million emigrated to the West. Ukrainians in the occupied part are exposed to brutal Russification. However, a much more serious case is that of Ukraine itself, where signs of fatigue are gradually multiplying. It is already close to a miracle that the majority retains their will to fight after a year and a half of fierce battles, with no ending in sight. But here also fatigue is not just objective. It is fed by the serious ideological and political mistakes by the Ukrainians themselves. What the Ukrainians can and should do is clear. The main medicine against the war fatigue is justice in Ukraine. No privileges for the oligarchs and other higher strata. Is there anything more demoralizing than to see ordinary Ukrainians fight while many of the rich emigrated and organized for their sons to be exempted from military service? A good sign pointing in this direction was that, on July 25, 2023, Zelensky has warned government officials and lawmakers that personal enrichment and betrayal will not be tolerated. After the arrest of a military recruitment chief on embezzlement charges, and an MP accused of collaborating with Russia. His comments came after the arrest of Yevhen Borisov, head of the military recruitment office in Odessa, by Ukraine's State Bureau of Investigation (SBI) and Prosecutor General's office. The National Agency for the Prevention of Corruption said he had illegally acquired more than $5 million through elaborate business schemes. 27. It was discovered that, after the beginning of the war, Borisov discreetly bought a series of luxury properties in France and Spain. And obviously this phenomenon is universal. On August 11, 2023, Zelensky announced that the heads of all Ukraine's regional military recruitment centers were being dismissed from their jobs amid concerns about corruption. 28. However, while the need for the fight against corruption is obvious, another point is no less important. To avoid collapse in the ongoing war, a truly united front against the common enemy is needed. Lately, signs are multiplying of a very worrying phenomenon. Many leftists and non-nationalist liberals in Ukraine are ready to fight against Russia. They volunteered and are now on the front line. One of them who likes my work sent me the photo of his machine gun lying on the 2 Ukrainian translations of my work, which he reads in the pause between battles. Needless to say, this photo made me quite proud. Since these leftists resist aggressive conservative nationalism with its crazy counterproductive measures, recall just the prohibition to perform publicly the works of all Russian composers, they are as a rule sidelined by the authorities and often even suspected of Russian sympathies, as if Putin, the hero of the European and US right, somehow still stands for socialism. Suffice it to mention the great Ukrainian documentary filmmaker Sergei Loznitsa, the internationally acknowledged author of films like Maidan and Donbass. Loznitsa now lives in Lithuania and cannot return to Ukraine. He learned that, since he is not yet 60 years old, the limit age for conscription, his passport will be confiscated if he returns home. Other internationally known artists can travel abroad freely, so we are dealing here with a clear case of revenge by conservative cultural bureaucrats. I know this disgusting strategy from my own past. In Slovenia also, the nationalist rightists always castigated secular leftist opponents of the communist regime as suspicious masked agents of the old communists. In the 1970s, I was never allowed to teach and for years was unemployed, while I am now regularly attacked as a man of the old regime. Not surprisingly, anti-feminism also enters the scene here. In Ukraine, many women also join the armed forces and fight on the front. Some of them are known as excellent snipers. Unfortunately, many of them now express anger at stigma and treatment by male colleagues and say complaints are being ignored. 29. They have to fight at two fronts, against the Russian enemy and against harassment from their own masculine colleagues. One should generalize this situation. Ukraine itself is fighting at two fronts, against Russian aggression and for what Ukraine will be after the war. If hopefully Ukraine survives, will it be a nationalist fundamentalist country like Poland and Hungary? Will it be a de facto colony of global capitalism or? It is totally wrong to claim that all these questions will be resolved after the war, and that now it's the time for unconditional unity, not for democratic debates. The problematic measures are those which now undermine this unity, weaken Ukraine's defense, and put in place social practices which will define how Ukraine will look after the war. So now is the time for a non-exclusive unity, only a wide popular front in which there is a place for everyone. From LGBT+ individuals to the leftists who opposes the Russian aggression can save Ukraine. A leftist plea for law and order. The implications of these paradoxes are clearly discernible in two events which attracted the public attention at the end of June 2023, the failed military coup in Russia and the explosion of violent protests in France. While our media cover both events in detail, what passes unnoticed is a feature they share. Let's begin with the French protests. After a 17-year-old boy, identified as Nahal M., was shot dead by a police officer on Tuesday, June 27, 2023, chaos exploded in France, with initial protesting descending into looting and arson. Rioters have erected barricades, lit fires and shot fireworks at police, who responded with tear gas, water cannons and stun grenades. However, the events took a much more ominous turn when the police began to act as an autonomous agent, posing a threat even to the government, they said. They were at war with savage hordes of rioters, and two of the top unions representing officers threatened to revolt unless President Emmanuel Macron stepped in. Today the police are in combat because we are at war. Tomorrow we will enter resistance, and the government should be aware of this. 30. These statements announce nothing less than a crack in the state power edifice. In a reaction to the popular protests, the hardliners in the police threatened to act on their own against the state power. In other words, this threat to act outside the scope of state authority means that the French police announced its intention to act as a vigilante group, again following a trend which is today widespread in the so-called third world countries. In Haiti, private vigilantes are killing hundreds of suspected gang members because of police inefficiency, giving place to calls from Haiti and abroad for a foreign military intervention to restore minimal civic order. Gun-toting gangsters have been robbing, raping and murdering the innocent. Weak or corrupt police and officials have done little or worse. Now the people are taking action, and a wave of brutal vigilante justice is roiling Haiti, concentrated in this capital of about 1 million. The vigilantes close off neighborhoods. They stone and often chop the limbs of suspected gangsters, behead them and set them afire, sometimes while they are still alive. Point 31. We are not yet there in France, but the first step in that direction is taken. One should note that police acting as a vigilante group is the obverse of police not doing anything, just helplessly observing crimes being committed. In both cases, the police is prevented to act against crime as a legal force, as a state apparatus. And in Russia they made more than the first step in this direction. The failed Prigozhin coup did not, as expected, reassert the state monopoly over violence. On the contrary, on Friday, July 14, 2023, the official Kremlin said it is considering granting legal status to some of the more than 24 private military companies active in Russia. Legally, these shadow paramilitary groups do not exist, which allows them to operate parallel to Russia's armed forces, at times doing high-risk dirty jobs for the army while giving Moscow a measure of deniability. Point 32. We should always bear in mind that the path to this direction was opened by neoliberalism. As some perspicuous observers noticed, perhaps the most dangerous tendency of neoliberalism was privatization of spheres and activities which, in the previous stage of normal democratic capitalism, remained an exclusive domain of the state. Let's take what I consider the most obscene case, the privatization of prisons. Since a state has to have a monopoly on physical coercion, the very notion to delegate the running of prisons to a private company which obviously does it for profit and not to meet justice, runs against the notion of the rule of law. The same goes for education. There has to be a minimum of education equally imparted to all citizens, regardless of their power and wealth differentials. Because the state declared certain areas off-limits for private contracting, leaving them impervious to calculations of utility, a modicum of dignity could be enjoyed by all citizens, in the workplace and beyond it, regardless of their power and wealth differentials. In subjecting the state to utility and efficiency maximizing imperatives, neoliberalism once again opens it up to private contracting. Point 33. It is only such a universally shared common space that sustains a modicum of dignity enjoyed by all citizens, and this space is under threat today, especially by the vast domains of privatized commons. Although the idea that we are entering a kind of neo-feudalism is problematic, the theorists who advocate it are right to point out that arguably the greatest threat to the common space are today big digital corporations like Google, which privatize important aspects of this space. Once in it, we move in a privatized feudal space. The predictable leftist narrative is here, of course, that the French police is racially biased. Nahil's murder was totally unjustified. French égalité is a fake. Young immigrants violently protest because they don't see any future ahead. So the way to solve this problem is not more police oppression but a radical change of the French society itself, the elimination of its de facto racism. Subterranean anger was accumulating for long years, and Nahil's death just made it explode. Openly violent protests are a desperate reaction to a problem, not the problem, and has to attack the problem at its roots. There is a profound truth in this narrative. Already when the first wave of protests exploded in 2015, analyses brought out the thick network of prejudices and exclusions that determine the daily life in immigrant youth. Precise and very realist proposals were made on how to ameliorate the situation, but nothing came out of it. However, this truth is maybe too profound. While true in an abstract sense, I find it problematic on multiple accounts. The targeting of local buses by the protesters, so crucial in transporting workers from the low-income suburbs on the edge of Paris, 34 indicates two things. The riots aimed at destroying the infrastructure that sustains the daily lives of the ordinary people, and their victims were the poor, not the rich. Public protests and uprising definitely can play a positive role if they are sustained by an emancipatory vision. Suffice it to remember the Maidan event in Ukraine, which was an authentic social explosion, far from a organized plot, and the ongoing Iranian protests triggered by Kurdish women who refused to wear burqa. Even the threats of violent action is sometimes necessary. Our media like to mention as the two successful negotiated solutions the rise of the ANC to power in South Africa, and the peaceful protests led by Martin Luther King in the US. In both cases, it is obvious that the relative victory occurred because the establishment feared the violent resistance from the more radical wing of ANC as well as of the American blacks. In short, negotiations succeeded because of this ominous threat. This, however, is decidedly not the case now in France. If law and order are not promptly restored, the final outcome may well be Marine Le Pen as the new president. Is there a Russian version of Le Pen? No, since Le Pen is already in power there. It is difficult to miss the comic nature of Prigozhin's march on Moscow. It was over in 36 hours and a deal was made. Prigozhin avoided legal trial, but has to withdraw his troops from Ukraine and go to Belarus. We don't know enough to say what really happened. Was his march really meant as a full attack with the goal to occupy Moscow, or was it an empty threat, a gesture not meant to be fully realized, as Prigozhin himself later vindicated? We felt that demonstrating what we were going to do was sufficient. 35? So who is worst here? One cannot but repeat yet again Stalin's answer from the late 1920s to a journalist's question about which deviation is worse, rightist or leftist. They are both worst. Prigozhin's brutal excesses do not make Putin a more reasonable agent who tries to contain military extremists. Prigozhin admitted that Ukrainians fight well, and that Zelensky is a good leader. He is right in accusing the Russian army and elite of corruption and inefficiency, so no wonder he was cheered in Rostov. So what is the difference between the two? To find a parallel, we have to reach back to Nazism. Prigozhin versus Putin is like SA versus SS. SA were the brutal, honest fascists, so Hitler had to sacrifice them if he wanted to be accepted by the establishment of the army and the big capital. Likewise, Putin has to balance between different factions of his insiders' elite, a process which takes place in a non-transparent way, totally outside the public space. The fact that the Russian state needed a private army like Wagner Group is in itself the clear sign of a failed state. Today, failed states are not found only in the Third World, from Somalia to Pakistan, with South Africa approaching this abyss. If we measure a failed state by the cracks in the state power edifice, the atmosphere of ideological civil war, and the growing insecurity of public spaces, we should add to the list Russia, France, the US with downtowns in decay, and with the signs of such a decay in the UK, gangs threatening public spaces in London suburbs. The fact that many sidewalks in front of the expensive stores in the rich San Francisco downtown are covered by lines of the cheap tents in which the homeless dwell tells a lot. Language in its contingency, what Lacan calls lalang, sometimes produces wonders. For example, kutjebi is a North Korean term for homeless people, and in everyday Slovene borrowing from Serb, this word sounds uncannily close to ko-tjib, pronounced ko-yib, which means who the hell is fucking you, i.e. an aggressive stance of indifference. Homeless people are our kutjebi. Their numbers are growing all around, up to the downtown San Francisco full of their tents, and in spite of our feigned compassion we don't give a damn for them. In this situation, the left has to gather the courage to fully assume the slogan of law and order as its own. Point 36. One of the most depressing facts in recent history is that the only case of a violent revolutionary crowd invading the seat of power took place on January 6, 2021, when Trump supporters broke into the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. They viewed the election as illegitimate, a theft organized by corporate elites. They were right up to a point. Left liberals reacted with a mix of fascination and horror. Some of my leftist friends cried, saying, "We should be doing something like this." There was a bit of envy in their condemnation of ordinary people breaking into the sacred seat of power, creating a carnival that momentarily suspended our rules for public life. Does this mean that the populist right stole the left's resistance to the existing system through a popular attack on the seat of power? Is our only choice between parliamentary elections controlled by corrupted elites or uprisings controlled by populist right? No wonder Steve Bannon, the ideologist of the new populist right, openly declares himself as the Leninist for the 21st century. "I'm a Leninist. Lenin wanted to destroy the state, and that's my goal too. I want to bring everything crashing down and destroy all of today's establishment." 37. And no wonder that, while the populist right was ecstatic about the violent uprising, the liberal left was acting like a good old conservative and complained, "Where is the police? Where is the National Guard to crush the rebellion?" Although, of course, this is not the true answer, there are moments when it is a necessary one. But the right got its lesson back. After it penetrated the Congress building, it found there no mysterious center of power. Basically, it found nothing. True power resides elsewhere, in the complex network of state coercion and ideological apparatuses. Consequently, we shouldn't be afraid to add to the tasks of the left the care for the safety of the daily life of many ordinary people. There are clear signs of the growing decay of public manners, of youthful gangs terrorizing public places, from bus and train stations to shopping malls. Just to mention this decay is often dismissed as yet another rightist obsession directed at immigrants, and the standard reaction is that we have to look at the deeper social roots of such phenomena: unemployment, racism. However, if we act like this, we are conceding to the enemy an important domain of dissatisfaction that pushes many to the right. Everyday insecurity hurts the poor much more than the rich who live calmly in their gated communities. Therein resides the lesson of a very depressing thing that happened to me in July 2023 in London. At a public debate at BBK Summer School, a black woman from South Africa, an old ANC activist, said that the predominant stance among the poor black majority is now more and more a nostalgia for apartheid. Their standard of living was, if anything, a little bit higher than now, and there were safety and security. South Africa was a police state. After all, while today poverty is supplemented by an explosion of violence and insecurity. If a white person were to say this, one would be, of course, immediately accused of racism, but we should nonetheless take the risk and think about it. If we don't do it, the new right will do it for us, as they are already doing it in South Africa. The long series of cases we listed will undoubtedly be soon supplemented by other, probably even more terrifying ones. But we have to deal with them again and again because they are fragments which, put together, provide a mosaic of global catastrophe. Here is the last important stone in this mosaic. Everybody who pretends to be a leftist today has to analyze closely Oliver Anthony's "Rich Men North of Richmond," a working-class protest song which in 2 days exploded into the protest song of our generation 38. With tens of millions of viewers and listeners, the word "authentic" regularly occurs in positive reactions to the song. There are no special effects. It is just a voice and a guitar of a simple worker recorded on a real camera. We get here the direct raw voice of those ignored by the big media. Poor working men barely surviving with no clear prospect for a better life. Here are most of the lyrics. I've been sellin' my soul, workin' all day / overtime hours for bullshit pay / so I can sit out here and waste my life away / drag back home and drown my troubles away forwards / it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to / for people like me and people like you / wish I could just wake up and it not be true / but it is, oh it is forward / livin' in the new world / with an old soul / these rich men north of Richmond / Lord knows they all just wanna have total control / wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do / and they don't think you know, but I know that you do / cause your dollar ain't shit and it's taxed to no end / cause of rich men north of Richmond / I wish politicians would look out for minors / and not just minors on an island somewhere / Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat / and the obese milk-in, welfare / well God. If you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds / taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds / young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground / cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. 39. There is an obvious truth in these words. Yes, millions work while the rich exploit them. Yes, big corporations and government agencies exert a frightening power of control over us. But the details of the song point towards the disturbing background of this truth, and details matter here. Why north of Richmond? Because Richmond was the capital of the Confederacy during the Civil War. A clear hint at where Anthony's political sympathies lie. Why fudge rounds? Because this term has a double meaning. 1. Fudgy round chocolate cookies, sandwiched together with chocolate buttercream. 2. When engaged in anal sex, a female loses control of her bowels, leaving a circular imprint around the base of the male's genitalia again. A hint at the link between the new rich and sexual perversions. Who are the obese rich men living comfortably by way of overtaxing ordinary working people? They are at the same time the new corporate elites controlling us and the lazy, racial, sexual minorities getting fat from the generous donations provided by the welfare state. One should locate into this series of rightist low-class protests also The Sound of Freedom, Alejandro Monteverdi, 2023, a movie based on a true story of a former government agent turned vigilante who embarks on a dangerous mission to rescue hundreds of children from sex traffickers in Latin America. Most of the big liberal media dismissed this surprise low-budget hit. It surpassed at the box office the new Indiana Jones and Mission Impossible movies, due to the proximity of the director and actor Jim Caviezel to QAnon conspiracy theories. It is also weird that, in the film, some children are sold as sex slaves to the FARC movement leaders in Colombia. Sex slavery is thus portrayed as a feature which unites the corporate elite of Hollywood and the extreme revolutionary left. But child trafficking and sex slavery are a horrible thing, and it is all too easy to leave it to the new populist right, while the Hollywood mainstream is occupied by the woke projects like the remake of Snow White, in which show white is not white, dwarves are not dwarves but diverse people, and the ending is not the old one, with the prince awakening Snow White with a kiss, but the empowerment of Snow White, who will become a new legitimate ruler. The sad thing about The Sound of Freedom is that we have a modest movie produced outside of the big Hollywood machine which deals with sex crimes against children from poor Latino families, and is a surprising box office hit, but was made by rightists. The new wave of rightist working class protests and the protect the minorities corporate liberalism are not simply opposites. What they share is that they both avoid confronting the basic social antagonisms that characterize our era. While the rightist working class protests address actual problems that haunt many ordinary workers, they portray the enemy as the rich, the corporate and state elites, in conjunction with the lazy recipients of the welfare help the struggle against racism and sexism is thus dismissed as the strategy of the elites to control workers and the productive capital. We get here the old fascist idea of uniting workers and productive capital against the parasitic extremes of the elites and the lazy welfare state recipients. These protests are a reaction to what is false in today's liberal left, which deftly manipulates the fight against sexism and racism, and for the rights of minorities in order to avoid confronting the perverted logic of global capitalism. A protest may be authentic, but authenticity is not in itself a sign of truth. Even a most brutal form of racism and sexism can also be experienced as an authentic feeling. At the end of July 2023, my own country, Slovenia, was for a brief moment in global news. It was hit by floods and landslides, with thousands of homes destroyed and whole towns cut off. The reaction was an unexpected show of solidarity. Slovenes offered too much help and too many volunteers so that all of it couldn't be used, and even Ukraine sent help. Although this show of solidarity was sincere, it was not yet what will be needed in the catastrophes that await us. For the large majority in Slovenia, life went on as normal, and the display of solidarity just allowed us to feel good without in any way changing our way of life. For a moment, we acted as if the pursuit of comfortable daily life is not all. Our moderate sacrifices made us feel that life gained meaning. The display of solidarity was thus the expression of a desperate wish not to confront the depth of our crisis. Back to Anthony's song, the first simple counterquestion of the left to its words should be, okay, poor working people are exploited. So why doesn't the song mention the standard solution? Unionize? Old working class protest songs from Joe Hill and Pete Seeger's Solidarity Forever to Billy Bragg's There is Power in a Union all point in this direction. As for American patriotism, how far is Anthony's song from the great leftist working class protest song, Bruce Springsteen's Born in the USA? Here are its first lines. Born down in a dead man's town / the first kick I took was when I hit the ground / you end up like a dog that's been beat too much / till you spent half your life just covering up. A similar experience of being downtrodden, but from a totally different political background. One should not be amazed if Anthony's song will be praised by billionaires from Elon Musk to Donald Trump, the rich man from Mar-a-Lago who, by means of complex legal tricks, for years avoided paying taxes. Warren Buffett, one of the richest men in the world, was shocked to discover that he is paying less taxes than his secretary. No wonder that, when President Obama was accused of irresponsibly introducing class warfare into political life, Buffett snapped back. There's class warfare, all right, but it's my class, the rich class, that's making war, and we're winning. 40 And what we are getting in Anthony's song is the ultimate triumph of the rich in the class warfare. Even a downtrodden proletarian struggling for social justice takes their side. If we really want to cope with this catastrophe, the first step to make is to fully assume a series of insights which, self-evident as they are, we prefer to flout. There will be unimaginable ecological catastrophes. Dozens of millions of humans will die. There will be massive movements of populations which will cause additional suffering and deaths. Artificial intelligence will dominate us in a non-transparent way. Its human creators themselves will not grasp what is going on. The large majority of humans will never fully awaken to the crisis. They will again and again invent fictions, even fictions of a catastrophe, that will enable them to go on as usual. In short, we can rely neither on the spontaneous wisdom of the majority, nor on the knowledge of scientific experts who will solve our big crises the way they neutralize the threat of AIDS. The political model of liberal democracy is obviously exhausted, and there are two alternate options which imply their own deadlocks. One is the notion of state as a depoliticized machine serving social needs. Think of countries like Switzerland or Singapore, where a large majority even doesn't know who is their prime or foreign minister. But if there is a lesson to be learned from the last decade, it is that the repressed political dimension returns with a vengeance in the guise of the new rightist populisms. Then there is the so-called, by some, Asiatic model of a benevolent dictatorship which enforces a basic homogeneity and serves the interests of the majority better than a state power exposed to political conflicts. Singapore again, even China. In short, there is no future for us. If, by future, we understand a further progress in human history within the coordinates determined by our past. Does this mean that all of humanity is caught in a weird death drive, involuntarily sliding towards self-obliteration? This conclusion is to be avoided for two reasons. First, what we are dealing with is not a collective psychic phenomenon, but a social process grounded in the predominant mode of production. Second, in a crucial dialectical unity, the Freudian notion of death drive does not designate a morbid thrust towards self-obliteration but almost its opposite, libido, as something that insists beyond the cycle of life and death. Death drive is Freud's name for immortality, for undeadness. Therein resides the gist of the Hegelian notion of tarrying with the negative, which Lacan rendered in his idea of the deep connection between death drive and creative sublimation. In order for symbolic creation to take place, the death drive, the Hegelian self-relating absolute negativity, has to accomplish its work of, precisely, emptying the place and thus making it ready for creation. 41. The Christian name for this emptying is the death of God on the cross, which condemns us, humans, to freedom deprived of any guarantee in the big other, and the creative act grounded in this harsh freedom is the Holy Ghost, the first figure of what, among other names, later was known as the Communist Party. The inference that imposes itself is evident. In contrast to the evident truths of the critics of Freud, it is only today that the time of psychoanalysis has arrived. The memorial service is a little bit too hasty, commemorating a patient who still has a long life ahead. Psychoanalysis may be dead, but it is a monstrous living dead which cannot be disposed of. This undeadness does not only characterize the fate of the psychoanalytic theory, it is also its key feature. How this undeadness penetrates and sustains political struggle is perhaps best rendered by 12, a 1918 poem by Alexander Blok, one of the great Russian poets of the 20th century who considered it his best work. With its mood-creating sounds, polyphonic rhythms and harsh, slangy language, the long, around 1,000 verses, poem promptly alienated Blok from a mass of his admirers. Accusations ranged from appallingly bad taste to servility before the new Bolshevik authorities and betraying his former ideals. But even the opposite side, most Bolsheviks, scorned Blok's mysticism and asceticism, and especially the mention of Christ. Some Soviet reprints even replaced Christ by Son. The poem describes the march of 12 Red Guards, likened to the 12 Apostles, through the streets of revolutionary Petrograd in the snowy winter of 1918, with a fierce winter blizzard raging around them. The 12 are not idealized. Their mood as conveyed by the poem oscillates from base and even sadistic aggression towards everything perceived bourgeois and counter-revolutionary, to strict discipline and sense of revolutionary duty. 42. In the most controversial, last stanza of the poem, a figure of Jesus Christ is seen in the snowstorm, heading the march of the 12 as the invisible and undead 13th passenger, we might say. And so they keep a martial pace, behind them follows the hungry dog, ahead of them, with bloody banner, unseen within the blizzard's swirl, safe from any bullet's harm, with gentle step, above the storm, in the scattered, pearl-like snow, crowned with a wreath of roses white, ahead of them, goes Jesus Christ. 43. An alternate translation of the last lines. Soft-footed in the blizzard swirl, invulnerable where bullets sliced, / crowned with a crown of snowflake pearl, / in a wreath of white rose, / ahead of them Christ Jesus goes. 44. John Ellison's description of its social impact is worth quoting. The poem first appeared in early March 1918 in a Bolshevik newspaper. Jack Lindsay wrote in his introduction to his own translation that it had an immediate and vast effect. Phrases from it were endlessly repeated. Hoardings and banners all over Russia bore extracts. It became the folklore of the revolutionary street. In November 1918, the 12 was published in its own right in Petrograd, adorned with Yuri Anenkov's drawings. Forsyth states simply that it became accepted as the essential expression of the revolution, not only in Russia, where readers were either excited or disgusted by it, but also abroad. 45. Unfortunately, Bloch was quickly disappointed by the Bolshevik Revolution, and his last work before his early death in 1921 was a patriotic poem, Scythians, which advocates a kind of pan-Mongolism, a clear precursor to today's Eurasianism. Russia should mediate between East and West, but also politically between the Reds and the Whites. Already in its style, Scythians returns to more traditional poetic language with no common vulgar sounds and expressions, and no crazy rhythmic cuts, with none of what makes 12 so unique. In 12, we get a unique series of overlapping of the opposites. The poem praises the October Revolution, but it is as far as possible from the usual revolutionary pathetic, full of vulgar low-class language and coarse gestures. Christ at the head of the group which patrols the Petrograd hell of natural and public chaos. Let us not forget that their goal is to prevent social chaos, i.e., to maintain the new law and order. This is an authentic image of the theologico-political short circuit, an image of what Christian atheism means as a political practice. Christ is not their leader. He is just a virtual shadow whose presence signals that the 12 are not just a group of individuals pursuing their particular interests, but a group of comrades acting on behalf of a cause. There is no promise or image of heavenly bliss in this image. It is just a group of comrades acting out of utter emergency, without any assurance of what the final outcome will be. Maybe they will be liquidated by the enemy, or they will simply perish in the blizzard. Even if they are not aware of it, they act in their utter dedication as if Christ is at their head. Even in our developed West, we recently encountered such groups which were inspecting lockdown areas for the victims of the pandemic, or looking for abandoned survivors of flooding and heat waves, or, why not patrolling an area and searching for Russian mines on the Ukrainian front? And the list goes on. A group of artists engaged in a collective project, a group of programmers working on an algorithm that may help in our struggle for the environment. Without thinking about it, they were and are just doing their duty. The subjective stance of the members of such a group was as far as possible from politically correct concerns and suspicions. They were totally foreign to the collective spirit that motivated the January 6 Trumpian mob which attacked the Congress building, a mob just performing a media spectacle. They left behind any traces of liberal individualism. They were in hell with no God to protect them, and Christ was there. Notes. Introduction. 1. This is the problem Jürgen Habermas struggles with in his two thick volumes Auch eine Geschichte der Philosophie. Frankfurt, Suhrkamp 2019, which offers a detailed historical genealogy of post-metaphysical thought from the perspective of the relationship between faith and knowledge. The origin of his own universalist and proceduralist position resides in the path where the theological reflection was indispensable, which is why religious discourse can still provide a valid contribution in a secular context. The book was criticized for its Eurocentrism since it focuses on the Judeo-Christian tradition. While I don't see this feature as a limitation, I consider my position simultaneously more atheist and more religious than that of Habermas. Habermas seems to describe precisely the passage from actual religious belief to its survival as an idea, that should regulate our lives.
2 See Adorno Gehlen. Ist die Soziologie eine Wissenschaft vom Menschen?
YouTube. 3 inches. The past decades, I've dealt with the topic of Christian atheism in 3 books which propose a materialist reading of Christianity: The Fragile Absolute, London Verso Books 2000, On Belief, London Routledge 2001, The Puppet and the Dwarf, Cambridge, MIT Press 2003, as well as in The Monstrosity of Christ, A Dialogue with John Milbank, Cambridge, MIT Press 2011. These 4 books form a quartet in which a certain line of thought is brought to the end. With Christian atheism, I make a new beginning and move to a different focus, the link between the transcendental parallax and the ontological incompleteness of reality, which is why I ignore the first quartet. For all Milner quotes are from Jean-Claude Milner, On Some Paradoxes of Social Analysis, Crisis and Critique Volume 10, Issue 1 2023, pages 243-5. 5C Remy Adekoya's outstanding It's Not About Whiteness, It's About Wealth London, Constable 2023. Among the Black studies which problematize the woke stereotypes, Adekoya's book is one of the rare which correctly grounds racist prejudices in wealth differences, drawing attention to the different notions of corruption in the allegedly egalitarian West and in Africa, and warns against the ambiguity of the feminization of power in the developed West, which can also serve to render invisible new forms of colonization. 6 Utah primary schools ban Bible for vulgarity and violence. BBC News. 7 https://www. thecut.com/2018/10/turana-burke-medish2-founder-movement-has-lost-its-way HTML. 8 What would the young Slajov Zizek think of the old Slajov Zizek? Mark Kerrigan. 9 This already happened to me in India more than a decade ago. In a public debate, I praised Ambedkar, a critic of Gandhi, for his egalitarianism and rejection of the caste system, and I was told that the caste system is a key part of Indian tradition that eludes the Western egalitarian notion of emancipation. 10 DOC, Pacifist Pluralism versus Militant Truth. Christianity at the Service of Revolution in the work of Slavoj Zizek Haralambos Ventis. Academia.edu. 11 Rising Anti-Semitism Focus at European Jewish Association Conference, jns.org. 12 Intersectionality Wikipedia. 13 https://www.spiegel.de/politics/Deutschland/Michael Wolfson UND Michael Naumanheim Streit Sprecht über Antisemitis bestimmter Jude 000000000000010000000174544040. 14 Downloaded from Roger Hayward Undecidable Monument. Impossible Trident. Wikipedia_files. 15 See EuropaPatient.com. 16 The hard right and climate catastrophe are intimately linked. MSN.com. We get here a nice case of metaphoric displacement. Flood as the result of global warming is repressed and replaced by the flood of immigrants.
17 op CIT. 18 op CIT.
19 See Churchill, Hitler and the Unnecessary War Wikipedia. 20 No. Capitalism Isn't Democratic. MSN.com. 21 Personal Communication. Chapter 1. 1 Jur Simonidi, Personal Communication. 2 https://monoscope.org/images/f/lacan establishment. 3 A case of the so-called Spanish flu provides a case of how truth can be disclosed by a lie. It killed around 20 million people at the end of the First World War, but its name is a misnomer. Because of censorship, only Spanish newspapers reported on it. Spain was neutral during the First World War, although it did not affect Spain. However, if one knew this fact, one gets the truth about the conditions of censorship in the society of that time. Although millions must have talked about it, it was cancelled from the public space. For I quote from the manuscript generously made available to me by the authors. 5 Since I've already elaborated how I relate to Johnston's transcendental materialism in my Freedom book, I'll focus here on Kies's agnostic atheism. 6 The oscillation immanent to Hegel's work is the one between his creative works, Phenomenology, Logic, and his university manuals, Encyclopedia, Philosophy of Right, written as a report on already acquired knowledge. However, it would be all too fast to read this oscillation as the one between truer authentic creative thought and the dogmatic recapitulation of a dogma. 7 Frank B. Wilderson 3, Red, White and Black Durham, Duke University Press 2010. 8 Wilderson, pages 65-6.
9 op.
Sit pages 30-1. 10 op. Sit page 30.
11 op.
Sit page 9.
12 op.
Sit page 9. 13 op. Sit page 11.
14 op.
Sit page 14.
15 op.
Sit page 16.
16 op.
Sit page 12.
17 op.
Sit page 66. 18 inches Her Desire. Unpublished manuscript. 19 Hegel's Philosophy of History. Marxist.org. 20 Roberto Bolano Last Evenings on Earth, New York, New Directions 2006, page 102. I owe this reference to Maria Aristotema. 21 C. Ted Lasso Wikipedia.
22 Jean-Daniel Causse, Lacan et le christianisme, Paris, Campagne Prem 2018, p. 162.
23 Adrian Johnston, quoted from Chiesa/Johnston, God is Undead, manuscript.
24 Jacques Lacan, Le séminaire 16, D'un autre à l'autre, Paris, édition du Seuil 2006, p. 253.
25 Lacan, The Seminar of Jacques Lacan. Book XXI, page 116. 26 *** Enjoy Your Forgiveness. I owe this reference to Marty Palahimo, New York. 27 Israel should erase Palestinian village. Minister says after settler rampage. NBCnews.com. 28 Tennessee Republican calls for lynching-style hangings in state executions. MSN.com. 29 See public drag performances restricted in Tennessee. ABC News. Go.com. 30 See Manonian PDF. Warwick v. UK. 31 Alenka Zupancic, Perversny obrat Udajit. The Perverse Reversal of Disavowal. Problemy 7-8 2022 Ljubljana. 32 Adrian Johnston, quoted from Chiesa/Johnston, God is Undead, manuscript.
33 Johnston, op. Shiite.
34 Adrian Johnston, quoted from Chiesa/Johnston, God is Undead, manuscript. 35 Snow White and Cinderella under attack from woke sensitivity readers. Books Entertainment Express, UK.
36 Chiesa, op. Shiite. 37 Chiesa, op. Shiite. 38 Chiesa, op. Shiite. 39 Chiesa, op. Shiite. 40 Chiesa, op. Shiite. 41 Sierra Leone Seminaire de Jacques Lacan, Lever 15, session of February 21, 1968, quoted from file, Seminaire 15.pdf, no subject, Encyclopedia of Psychoanalysis, Encyclopedia of Lacanian Psychoanalysis. 42 The Night They Drove Old Dixie Down, Wikipedia. 43 I resume here my reading of the film from Chapter 8 of My Disparities, London, Bloomsbury Press 2016. 44 Lacan, The Seminar of Jacques Lacan. Book X. Anxiety, Cambridge. Polity Press 2016, page 309. 45 Chiesa, op. Shiite. 46 Chiesa, op. Shiite. 47 Chiesa, op. Shiite. 48 Chiesa, op. Shiite. 49G.W.F. Hegel, Phenomenology of Spirit, Oxford. Oxford University Press 1977, page 21. 50 Hegel, op. Shiite, piano 103.
51 Why more people are seeking out ego death via psychedelic drugs.
Salon.com.
52 There are also echoes of The Prisoners in Olivia Wilde's Don't Worry Darling. 2022. Chapter 2. 1 Nagarjuna, Eco-Philosophy, and the 2C on Being None with Nature. Nagarjuna and the Ecology of Emptiness.
youngclarkacademia.edu. Ifak-Hif, op. Shiite. 4 op. 5 Clark, op. Shiite, piano 28. 6 Ifak-Hif, op. Shiite. 7 op.
8 Zizek's Western Buddhism, Redux. And now for something completely different. WordPress.com. 9 Incidentally, I did read Suzuki not only in my youth when he was a key point of reference of the hippie movement, but also later when I learned that, in the 1930s and early 1940s, he fully supported the Japanese war against China and elaborated how a Zen training can make individuals much better soldiers.
10 vakhif, op. CIT. 11 op.
12 The Seminar of Jacques Lacan, Book 2. The Ego and Freud's Theory and in the Technique of Psychoanalysis, New York, Norton 1991, page 48. 13 Quoted from Reproduction of Honeybees, honeymeld.com. 14 Lorenzo Chiesa and Adrian Johnston, God is Undead, Psychoanalysis Between Agnosticism and Atheism, Manuscript. Quotes within the quote are from the Seminar of Jacques Lacan, Book X. Anxiety, Cambridge, Polity Press 2016 p. 226. 15 Buddhist_economics.pdf, urbandharma.org. 16 Buddhist Economics, Wikipedia. 17 Ethnic Cleansing in the Kingdom of Happiness, Foreign Policy. 18 Inspirational Quotes about Happiness from Dalai Lama Life Hack. 19 Relational Dharma, a modern paradigm of transformation, a liberating model of intersubjectivity, Doxlib.
20 op. 21 op. 22 op.
23 Bodhisattva Wikipedia.
24 vakhif, op. CIT.
25 G.W.F. Hegel, Générer Real Philosophy, in Früh Politisches System Frankfurt, Ullstein 1974, page 204. Translation quoted from Donald Philip Vereen, Hegel's Recollection, Albany. SUNY Press 1985, pages 7 to 8. 26 G.W.F. Hegel, Phenomenology of Spirit, Oxford. Oxford University Press 1977, page 19. 27 Karen Ng, Hegel's Concept of Life, Oxford. Oxford University Press 2020. 28 Jensen Souther Back to Life? The Persistence of Hegel's Idealism, a Response to Karen Ng, Hegel's Concept of Life, Self-Consciousness, Freedom, Logic, Boundary 2. 29 Jordan Gray, Don't Tell Me What a Woman Is, based entirely on what she is not. The Independent. 30 Shamelessly copied from Wikipedia. 31 This is why the idea that Jesus was a Buddhist monk totally misses the logic of Christian sacrifice. See Jesus was a Buddhist monk BBC documentary YouTube.
32 Jean-Daniel Causse, Lacan et le christianisme, Paris, Campagne Prem 2018, p. 162.
33 I condense here my reading of Tarkovsky from Thing from Inner Space, Angelaki Volume 4, Issue 3 1999. 34 Soren Kierkegaard, Works of Love, London, Harper Books 1962, page 355. 35 Soren Kierkegaard, Training in Christianity, Princeton, Princeton University Press 1972, page 121. 36 Soren Kierkegaard, Journals and Papers, Bloomington, Indiana University Press 1970, entry 1608. 37 C. Charles Maurice de Talleyrand Perigord, Wikipedia. 38 C. Thomas Metzinger, Being No One, The Self-Model Theory of Subjectivity, Cambridge, Ma the MIT Press 2003.
39 op.
Sit, page 627.
40 op.
Sit, page 566. 41 available online at http://thinkexist.com/quote/Neil Gaiman. 42 Such jokes which unexpectedly take an asexual turn are much more effective than the usual dirty ones. Here is another case. In the middle of freezing winter, a beautiful and recently widowed young woman desperately knocks on the door of a lone cabin where an old man lives alone. He lets her in after she explains that her car broke down nearby. She asks him for some hot tea, which he gives her. Then she asks for some warm dry clothes, which she also gets. Finally, she tells him, "You know what my dead husband did to me in such a situation? We both undressed and lied down together, so that I got properly warmed up. The old man explodes back. Now you ask too much. I did everything you asked me for, but I am not ready to go out to your husband's grave, dig his body out, warm it up and bring it to you. 43 Roberto de la Puente. Einverstanden mit Ruinen agree with ruins. Paperblog, originally published December 11, 2012, https://paperblog.com/einverstanden ruinisch 472883. 44 I am resuming here a line of thinking which is developed in detail in my philosophical books, especially Less Than Nothing and Sex and the Failed Absolute. 45 C. Michel Foucault, The History of Sexuality, Volume 1, Harmonsworth, Penguin Books 1981. 46 Private Conversation. 47 I condense here the line of argumentation from the Chapter 11 of my Less Than Nothing, London, Verso Books 2012. Chapter 3. 1. My gratitude to Robinson Earhart, who went through this chapter and suggested many changes to make it better. 2. I am well aware that some interpretations of quantum mechanics, like the many worlds interpretation, don't need the notion of collapse of the wave function. In this chapter 1 I am concerned mainly with interpretations that retain wave function collapse and are not deterministic, since I consider the notion of collapse of the wave the crucial contribution of quantum physics to a new ontology. 3. I presuppose that everybody knows the storyline of Casablanca. For see Rick on theater. Everybody comes to Rick's. 5. I am well aware that only certain interpretations of quantum mechanics, mostly those linked to Copenhagen orthodoxy, interpret observer as consciousness, and that many scientists try to explain the collapse of a wave function without an observer. They claim that observers play no role, and measurement can be better understood as mechanical intervention, rather some more metaphysically charged idea of observation. Decoherence is often mentioned here, although there is controversy as to whether it really solves the measurement problem. My view is that one cannot translate observation into an objective process, so that the enigma remains. 6. C. Lee Smolin, Einstein's Unfinished Revolution, London, Penguin Books 2019. 7 inches Quantum Mechanics. Complementarity means that objects have certain pairs of complementary properties, like position and momentum, which cannot all be observed or measured simultaneously. An example of such a pair is position and momentum. According to Niels Bohr, who introduced this notion, setting up an experiment to measure one quantity of a pair excludes the possibility of measuring the other, yet understanding both experiments is necessary to characterize the object under study. 8. But is this really Rovelli's position? What about his idea? We'll deal with it later. That time is an effect of our overlooking of the physical microstates of things. Time is information we don't have. Time is our ignorance. Carlo Rovelli, Reality is Not What It Seems, London, Penguin Books 2017, pages 222-3. 9. As a Hegelian, I should note here that, although in his late Philosophy of Nature, Hegel gives priority to space over time, time emerges out of the self-relating negation of space. In his earlier genophilosophy, Hegel's position is more ambiguous. 10. Stephen Hawking and Leonard Mlodinow, The Grand Design, New York, Bantam 2010, page 5. 11. 3 scientists share Nobel Prize in Physics for work in quantum mechanics, YouTube. 12 inches Quantum Mechanics. Hidden variable theories refer to proposals to provide explanations of quantum phenomena through the introduction of possibly unobservable, hypothetical entities. The best-known case is that of Einstein, according to whom, since universe is a deterministic whole, quantum indeterminacy means that quantum mechanics is an incomplete theory. It ignores yet unknown features which would explain reality in fully deterministic terms. 13. For a simple but concise report on this critical wave, see Adam Becker, What is Real? London, John Murray 2018. 14. See Counterfactual Definiteness, Wikipedia. 15. See Entropy, 24-01380.pdf. 16. Again, I am well aware that to cover this gap is part of the purpose of the many worlds interpretation, as the observer and measuring system are construed as part of the system, but I think the price to be paid for this solution is too high. 17. Quoted from Laplace, GCU.edu. 18. What does Bell's inequality mean in layman's terms? Quora. 19 Quantum mechanics. What is an explanation of Bell's theorem in plain language? Quora. 20 is the limitation of such knowledge in the real, not clearly discernible in the confusions caused by global warming? We often get high temperatures already in February, and then another cold wave takes place in late March or April. Nature, whose knowledge tells it that warm weather comes with spring, misreads the hot February as the beginning of spring and begins to come into flower, but the new cold wave then destroys the premature blooming and disturbs the entire reproductive cycle.
21 CHIS Interview in So sieht Quantenphysiker Anton Zeilinger die Weltsternstunde Religion SRF Kultur YouTube.
22 Niels Bohr. It is wrong to think that the task of physics. BrainyQuote.com. 23 Heisenberg's Physics and Philosophy. Marxist.org. 24 Alenka Zupancic, Let Them Rot. Antigone's Parallax, New York. Fordham University Press 2023, page 57.
25 Alenka Zupani, op CIT, IBIDEM.
26 Schrödinger equation, Wikipedia. 27 I owe this idea to Sean Carroll, who deployed it in a debate with me recorded on July 21, 2023 on Robinson Erhardt's Apple Podcast. 28 Furthermore, in many worlds' view, there is no interaction between different worlds, they exist without mutual contacts, in contrast to symbolic superpositions. Is this the ultimate fact, or is it possible to think that the reality in which we live is somehow inherently linked to its superposed variants? 29 The situation vaguely recalls Spinoza's substance with an infinite number of attributes of which we humans know only two: extension and thought. We know absolutely nothing about other attributes, they play no role in our understanding of reality, we just have to presuppose them for purely logical reasons. 30 Letter to Max Born 1926. Published in the Born-Einstein Letters, Walker and Company, New York 1971. 31 Remark made by Einstein during his visit to Princeton University, May 1921, quoted from Albert Einstein Quotes 3, notable-quotes.com. 32 Quoted from Lorenzo Chiesi's Contribution to God is Undead. 33 C. Yadloan, with Jacques-Alain Miller 2011, YouTube. 34 Brian Greene The Elegant Universe, New York. Norton 1999, pages 116-19. 35 Lacan, Seminar 12, Lesson of February 3, 1965, quoted from file, Seminaire 12.pdf, no subject, Encyclopedia of Psychoanalysis, Encyclopedia of Lacanian Psychoanalysis. 36 Quantum physicists now perform the first measurement of time reflection. They have managed to reverse time on a quantum level, and even to showcase how time reflections happen. We cannot but wait and see what will follow. See physicists perform first measurement of time reflection in microwaves, physics world. 37 Jean-Pierre Dupuy, The War That Must Not Occur, Redwood City, Stanford University Press 2023, quoted from the manuscript. 38 Being and Becoming in Modern Physics, Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. 39 The Illusion of Time, Nature.com. 40 C. Carlo Rovelli, Reality is Not What It Seems. All non-accredited numbers in brackets refer to the pages of this book. 41 C. Hans Eisler Componist, 1898-1962. Documentation 1992, YouTube. 42 C. Roberto Mangabira Unger and Lee Smolin, The Singular Universe and the Reality of Time. A Proposal in Natural Philosophy, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press 2014. 43 Roberto Mangabira Unger, The Self-Awakened, Cambridge, Harvard University Press 2007, page 57. 44 Castoriadis, Cornelius Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy, utam.edu. 45 Terrifying close-up of an ant's face gives horror movie monsters a run for their money, msn.com. 46 Lorenzo Chiesa and Adrian Johnston, God is Undead, unpublished manuscript. 47 The Classic is here Fritjof Capra's The Tao of Physics, an exploration of the parallels between modern physics and Eastern mysticism, 1975. For a recent popular version, see Nobel Prize 2022 Universe is Not Real Where Quantum Physics Meets Vedanta YouTube, where the author claims that modern quantum physics demonstrates what already the ancient Vedanta knew. 1. The world is not real. 2. Observer brings the world into existence.
48 So sieht Quantenphysiker Anton Zeilinger die Welt Sternstunde Religion SRF Kultur YouTube.
49 Byung-Chul Han, Non-Things, Cambridge, Polity Press 2022. 50 C-Suite, Coco, Disco November 9, 1971 Official, YouTube. 51 Grass Mudhorse, Wikipedia. 52 C. Häagen-Dazs, Wikipedia. Chapter 4. 1. For a more systematic elaboration of the notion of parallax, see My Parallax View, Cambridge, MIT Press 2006. 2. See Alenka Zupancic, Let Them Rot. Antigone's Parallax, New York, Fordham University Press 2023. Numbers in brackets refer to the pages of this book. 3. My own translation. 4. Quoted from Immanuel Kant, Perpetual Peace, available at http://www.mtholyoke.edu/academic/intrl/kant/kant1htm.
5. Kant, op. CIT.
6. C. Robert B. Pippin, Hollywood Westerns and American Myth, New Haven, Yale University Press 2012. 7. Ernest Gellner, Plow, Sword, and Book. The Structure of Human History, Chicago, University of Chicago Press 1988, page 239. 8. C. Father Rupnik accused of psychological and physical violence. The Silence of the Jesuits Celeri non possum, and in Slovene Rupnik sepri, Trojka sklicivil na svito tragico, obileplis. 9. For a closer analysis of this dimension, see Gary Hill's Papal Sin, New York, Doubleday 2000. 10. Jean-Pierre Dupuy, The War That Must Not Occur, Redwood City, Stanford University Press 2023, quoted from the manuscript. 11. C. Julian Assange loses latest attempt to appeal against extradition to the U.S. CNN. 12. Putin, Drone Attack Terrorist Act Watch, MSN.com. 13. Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko offers nuclear weapons to nations willing to join the Union State of Russia and Belarus, CNN. 14. Quoted from Hildegard Nefsing's Mackie-Messer, in German thoughtco.com. 15. C. World's Deadliest Wars Go Unreported, journalist Unjun Sundram Democracy Now! 16. Trump calls for the termination of the Constitution in Truth Social Post CNN Politics. 17. Incidentally, a group of Russian opponents of Putin now organized a military unit of volunteers to fights for Ukraine, and with a wonderful irony, they called themselves Mozart Group. One can only hope they will bomb Russian army soldiers with chocolate-filled Mozart balls, Mozart Kugeln. 18. Russia to scrap punishments for crimes in occupied Ukraine, if in interest of Russian Federation, MSN.com.
9 Quoted from Temel Zamir Morabiti, da bosta obe strani odšli domov delo.
20. Troubles aside, she says China on right side of history, ABC News, Go.com. 21. Quoted from Banning free speech in the name of inclusivity and diversity, is the fringe's sickest joke, MSN.com. 22. Ectolife, the world's first artificial womb facility, Designboom.com. 23. Ibid. 24. Saddam Hussein's final speech, historical speeches to YouTube. 25. Jesus' earthly dad, Saint Joseph, often overlooked, is honored by Father's Day in many Catholic nations, udayton.edu. 26. We should also mention the 3 versions of Dead on Arrival where the plot is as it were turned around. A guy appears at a police station to report a murder, and, when asked who is the victim, answers, myself. He was poisoned and has 24 hours to discover his own murderer. 27. Shamelessly compressed from the Double, 2011 film. Wikipedia. 28. Understanding the Man Who Was Thursday by G.K. Chesterton. Everymancommentary.com. 29. Chesterton, G.K. A Defense of Detective Stories. In H. Haycraft edition, The Art of the Mystery Story, New York. The Universal Library 1946 p. 6. 30. C. René Girard, Sacrifice and Arbor. University of Michigan Press 2011. 31 As for the Violent Dark Side of Buddhism, see Brian Victoria, Zen War Stories, London, Routledge 2003, as well as Buddhist Warfare, edition by Michael Jerry Sun, Oxford. Oxford University Press 2010. 32 Tatiana Troiano's Wikipedia. 33 I deal more in detail with this aspect of monstrosity in the chapter I.2 of my The Parallax View, London Verso Books 2006. 34 Dominic Hones and Ed Pluth, The Synthome, A New Way of Writing an Old Problem. In Luke Thurston, editor, Reinventing the Symptom, New York, Other Press 2002, pages 8-9. I again resume here my argumentation from the chapter I.2 of my The Parallax View. 35 I resume here a more detailed argumentation from my On Belief, London, Routledge 2001. 36 Why Shiv Did That in Succession series finale, ScreenRant.com. 37 C. Der Teufelsschritt, The Devil's Footprint, Munich, Germany, Atlas Obscura. 38 C. Zhao Tingyang, All Under Heaven, Los Angeles, University of California Press 2023. 39 Resumed from Zhao Tingyang on Democracy, Reading the China Dream. 40 Tianxia, All Under Heaven Noma, nomamag.com.
41 Xiao Tinzheng, op. CIT, Piano 13/14.
42 Exclusive Bill Gates in China to meet President Xi on Friday. Sources, msn.com. 43 The New Tianxia System, Towards a World of Coexistence? EuropeanGuan11.com. 44 Resumed from Zhao Tingyang on Democracy, Reading the China Dream. 45 Quoted from Zhao Tingyang on Democracy, Reading the China Dream. 46 C1 divides into two Wikipedia.
47 Xiao Tinzheng, op. CIT, Piano 15.
Chapter 5. 1 I follow here Boris Groys's reading of Slajov, Wisdom as the Feminine World Principle, Vladimir Solovyev's Sophiology Journal No. 124 February 2022 eFlux. 2 Quoted from Russian Cosmism and Putin's Spiritual Eugenics, Philosophy for Life. 3 op. A. 4 Available on Russian Nuclear Eschatology, Pathologies on the Ruins of Modernity, The Philosophical Salon. 5 Quoted from Orlando Figs, Natasha's Dance, London, Alan Lane 2001, page 447. 6 Te Pa Daniel to Baccalaureates. We offer ourselves as signs of God in the world, Church Divinity School of the Pacific, citiesvet.edu. 7 C. Yuval Noah Harari, Homo Deus, A Brief History of Tomorrow, London, Harville Secker 2016, page 305. Numbers and brackets in this chapter refer to the pages of this book. 8 Israeli firm involved in destabilizing democracies and disrupting elections operates in India. The New Indian Express. 9 New, creepy porn app lets you paste anyone's face on the star's body, Newsweek.com. 10 A horrifying new AI app swaps women into porn videos with a click, MIT Technology Review. 11 Voice cloning app make your voice sound like anyone. 12 C I Want to Break Free Queen, performed in North Korea, YouTube. 13 C North Korean military choir did not perform Queen's I Want to Break Free. Viral video is edited, News Checker. 14 Alarmed by AI chatbots, universities start revamping how they teach at atheimrini.com. 15 Microsoft is looking for ways to rein in Bing AI chatbot after troubling responses, CNN Business. 16 The Stupidity of AI Artificial Intelligence, AI The Guardian.
17 op.
A. 18 Eat Up. Take a look at these hilarious restaurant signs and get your fill of laughter, Herald Weekly. 19 Personal Communication. 20 Quoted from http://www.no/eco/english/research/projects/tls/publications/clies%sign5b1%sign5d.pdf. 21 IEK, Artificial Idiocy, March 23, 2023, Critical Theory, reddit.com. 22 Quoted from #Stitch with @themenhub #for you #FYP #, Leftist hashtag Zizek hashtag race hashtag racism hashtag VB TikTok. 23. Let's ignore here the rare cases where, in a very specific context, not only the N-word may be used by a non-black person without hurting any black person, but even more importantly, where not using this word but implying it subtly with expressions associated to it can be almost more hurtful. Plus, incidentally, it's the same with the expression God help me. If, at that point, God were to appear and really intervene on my behalf, I would be totally shocked. 24. https://scihighs.com/artificial idiocy responds to Zizek/ 25. http://www.robert-pfaller.com/20-years-of-interpassivity. 26. Rowan Williams, Dostoevsky, London. Continuum 2008, page 8. 27. I owe this idea to Menka Renko, Ljubljana. 28. ChatGPT, a new unconscious? Subalationmag.com. 29. Tibetans explain what suck my tongue means. It's not what you think. Vice.com. 30. Is romance dead? In the future we'll outsource sex. Zizek.uk. Zizek UK.
31. See Robert Pfaller, 2 Enthüllungen über die Scham, Frankfurt, Fischer Verlag 2022.
32. Essex, Westford School District is changing gender language within their health units. WCX.com.
33. See Yuval Noah Harari, op. CIT.
34. AI makes non-invasive mind reading possible by turning thoughts into text. Artificial intelligence. AI. The Guardian. 35 inches. This last subchapter, I am just providing a condensed version of the more detailed argumentation from my Hegel in A Wired Brain. London Bloomsbury Academics 2020. 36. Elon Musk and tech leaders call for AI pause over risks to humanity. Forbes.com. 37. Bernie Sanders, Elon Musk and White House seeking my help, says, Godfather of AI artificial intelligence. AI The Guardian. 38. Hegel against the machine's New Statesman.
39. op.
40. Nassim Nicholas Taleb, Anti-Fragile, London. Penguin Books 2012. 41. One should also dismiss the view of China as a closed totalitarian country. Among other things, we still have there a surprising moment of authentic democracy at the local level, especially in the countryside where villages are allowed to freely elect representatives which will advocate their interests at a higher level official body. Another crucial fact is that these primary level freely elected representatives are mostly women. Of course, from that level upwards, democracy ends. Candidates for higher positions have to be vetted by the authorities. 42. Is China a fascist state? Open democracy. 43. Can pornography be healthy? If it follows 6 rules, perhaps Australian lifestyle. The Guardian. Chapter 6. 2. Paraphrase from Brecht's poem in praise of communism. ML Today. 3. Maximilien Robespierre, Virtue and Terror. London Verso Books 2007, page 129. 4. C. Yanis Varoufakis, Techno-Feudalism, What Killed Capitalism? Quotes from the manuscript. 5. C. Yanis Varoufakis, Another Now, Dispatches from an Alternative Present. London, The Bodley Head 2020. Numbers in brackets refer to the pages of this book. In what follows I rely on Chapter 3 of my Surplus Enjoyment. London Bloomsbury 2022.
Si Jean-Pierre Dupuis, Avions-nous oublié le mal? Penser la politique après le 11 septembre, Paris, Bayard 2002.
7. C. John Rawls, A Theory of Justice, Cambridge, Harvard University Press 1971, Revised Edition 1999. 8. C. Friedrich Hayek, The Road to Serfdom, Chicago, University of Chicago Press 1994. 9. C. Frederick Jameson et al., American Utopia. London Verso Books 2016. 10. Jean-Pierre Dupuis, The War That Must Not Occur, Redwood City, Stanford University Press 2023, quoted from the manuscript.
11. Louis-Antoine de Saint-Just, Rapport sur les factions de l'étranger, une œuvre complète, Paris, Gallimard 2004, p. 695.
12. Martin Heidegger, Being and Truth, Bloomington, Indiana University Press 2010, page 73. 13 inches His Heidegger in Ruins, New Haven, Yale University Press 2023. 14 quoted from Ian Kershaw, Hitler, 1936-45. Nemesis Harmonsworth, Penguin Books 2001, pages 604-5. 15 Heinrich Himmler's speech at Posen, alphahistory.com. 16 C. Odilo Globoknik, Wikipedia. 17 C. Parsley Massacre, Wikipedia. The name for the massacre came from the shibboleth that Trujillo had his soldiers apply to determine whether or not those living on the border were native Afro-Dominicans or immigrant Afro-Haitians. Dominican soldiers would hold up a sprig of parsley to someone and ask what it was. How the person pronounced the Spanish word for parsley, perejil, determined their fate. If they could pronounce it the Spanish way, the soldiers considered them Dominican and let them live, but if they pronounced it the French or Creole way, they considered them Haitian and executed them. 18 quoted from Bukharin, The Great Humanist Revolutionary, Mainstream Weekly. 19 inch on modes of exchange. Interview with Kojin Karatani, Crisis and 20 quoted from Sportpalast speech, Wikipedia. One should note here the ultimate irony that occurs in the last one-hour radio speech by Goebbels about the state of the war on February 28, 1945. See Goebbels' speech about the state of the war, February 28, 1945 YouTube. While fully acknowledging the hopelessness of the situation, his main argument that Germany still has the chance to win is the comparison with the United Kingdom and Soviet Union earlier in the war. In 1940, England was also on the brink of capitulation, heavily bombed and standing alone in Europe, but it persisted and fought back. The same goes for the Soviet Union where, at the end of 1941, Leningrad was cut off and Moscow almost encircled, but they mobilized all their forces and pushed Germans back. So if the enemies could do it, why not Germany with a much stronger military spirit? 22J. Arch Getty and Oleg V. Naumov, The Road to Terror. Stalin and the Self-Destruction of the Bolsheviks, 1932-39, New Haven and London, Yale University Press 1999, page 300. 23J. Arch Getty and Oleg V. Naumov, Op. Cit. p. 370. 24 Professor fired for showing art class image of Muhammad with his face visible, something not unusual in the history of Islamic art. Students in university go wild with crazy allegations of Islamophobia. Why evolution is true. 25 Cambridge Dawn in Trans Row after boycotting gender-critical speaker. MSN.com. 26 The Menu, 2022 film. Wikipedia. 27 C Transgender rapist Isla Bryson moved to men's prison, BBC News. 28 C Ernesto Laclau and Chantal Mouffe, Hegemony and Socialist Strategy, London, Verso Books 2001. 29 C. Janet Afary and Keval B. Anderson, Foucault and the Iranian Revolution, Chicago, Chicago University Press 2010. 30 Uganda MPs revive hardline anti-LGBTQ bill, calling homosexuality a cancer. Global Development, The Guardian. 31 quoted from Zupancic, Desire, manuscript. 32 resumed from The Mathematical Danger of Democratic Voting, YouTube. 33 Marx and Engels, Collected Works, Volume 47, Moscow, Progress Publishers 1995, page 234. 34 Colin Jones, The Fall of Robespierre, Oxford, Oxford University Press 2021, page 456.
35 op.
Sit, page 53.
36 op.
Sit, page 59. 37 https://www wired.com/story/Game of Thrones A Battle of Reality vs. Fantasy/. Conclusion 1 Theodore W. Adorno Minima Moralia. Reflections from Damaged Life London Verso Books 2020. 2 Antonia Hofstadter, Jacques, available online at Jacques Crisis Journal for Contemporary Philosophy. 3 NHS faces crackdown on giving puberty blockers to children as Tavistock Clinic is shut down. Telegraph, UK. Appeal Court overturns UK puberty blockers ruling for under 16s transgender The Guardian. For refusing to fund a spouse or partner's gender transition could be domestic abuse, says CPS, MSN.com. 5 Michel Foucault, Confessions of the Flesh, New York. Pantheon Books 2021, page 42. 6 C. Adrian Johnston's Monumental Infinite Greed. Manuscript. 7 Karl Marx, Capital, Volume 1, New York. International Publishers 1967, page 163. 8 Quoted from Marx, Das Kapital Buck 1, 1890. Online Library of Liberty, libertyfund.org. 9 C. Kojin Karatani's Trans Critique. On Kant and Marx, Cambridge, MIT Press 2003. 10 Karl Marx, A Contribution to the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Law Introduction, in Collected Works, Volume 3, New York, International Publishers 1970, page 175. 11 C. Cock and Ball Crusher's Lovegasm.
12 op.
A. 13 Mladendola quoted from Freud, Slovenia, and the Origins of Right-Wing Populism Notes Efflux. 14 quoted from Paul Roazen Eduardo Weiss. The House That Freud Built, New York, Routledge 2005, page 98.
15 Cotet Froment, D. Joy.
The Superego and Its Relation to Enjoyment, dbs.ie. 16 I developed the logic of the superego much more in detail in Chapter 3 of my Surplus Enjoyment, London, Bloomsbury Press 2022. 17 Jacques Lacan, Ethics of Psychoanalysis, New York, Norton 1997, page 310. 18 I developed these distinctions in my How to Read Lacan, London, granted 2006. 19 The Complete Letters of Sigmund Freud to Wilhelm Fliess 1887-1904, Cambridge, Ma Belknap Press 1985, page 309.
20 op.
A.
21 Sidole, op. Shiati.
22 Manipur Violence. What is happening and why BBC News? 23 Jamil Kader, Huwara and Stella Maris. The Truth About Judicial Overhaul, Israeli Protests, Palestine Chronicle.
24 Jamil Kader, op. Shiati.
25 Degeneracy article about degeneracy by the Free Dictionary. 26 The world's first braiding of non-abelian enions. Google Research Blog. Googleblog.com. 27 https://www.footcom/content/4fb08734fa4 fed 0. 28 Ukraine to fire all regional military recruitment chiefs. Zelensky, MSN.com. 29 Foot fighting two enemies. Ukraine's female soldiers decry harassment. Ukraine The Guardian. 30 Quoted from Paris Police prep for war against hordes of rioters as cops with shields line streets. MSN.com. 31 Vigilantes in Haiti strike back at gangsters with brutal street justice. AP News. 32 Private Russian military companies are multiplying. And so are the Kremlin's problems. MSN.com. 33 Yevgeny Morozov, Critique of Techno-Feudal Reason, NLR 133-134, January-April 2022. PDF, page 97. 34 A Monument to French Rage. Buses torched and riots over police killing France. The Guardian. 35 Prigozhin says he turned march on Moscow around to avoid Russian bloodshed. CNN. 36 A decade ago, I was accused by an ex-Trotskyite of being a left fascist. See Alan Johnson. Is Slajov Zizek a left fascist? The Telegraph, January 1, 2013. Now I can set the record straight. No, I am a rightist communist. 37 quoted from https://www.versobooks.com/blogs/3577-the-rise-of-the-Leninist-right. 38 This is the protest song of our generation YouTube. 39 Oliver Anthony. Rich Men North of Richmond lyricslyrics.com. 40 quoted in Ben Stein, In Class Warfare. Guess which class is winning? New York Times, November 26, 2006. 41 I've dealt with this notion in detail in my Less Than Nothing London Verso Books 2013. 42 The 12 poem. Wikipedia. 43 Alexander Bloch. 12. Translated by Maria Carlson, ruverses.com. 44 Alexander Bloch. The 12. Translated by John Stallworthy and Peter France, ruverses.com. 45 Black Night. White Snow. Alexander Bloch's The 12, culturematters.org UK. Also available from Bloomsbury. Freedom Slajov Zizek. Antigone Slajov Zizek. Hegel in a Wired Brain Slajov Zizek. Disparities Slajov Zizek. Surplus Enjoyment Slajov Zizek. Sex and the Failed Absolute Slajov Zizek. Zizek in Theology Adam Kotsko.